Tabling of documents, it's my duty to lay upon the table, pursuant to Section 28 of the Standing Orders of the House of Commons, Appendix 1, a report from the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner entitled Maloney Report 2020, dated November 2020. Tabling of documents, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36, bracket 8A, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 12 petitions, and these returns will be tabled in an electronic format, Mr. Speaker.
Very good. Introduction of government bills. Mr. Wilkinson, seconded by Mr. Guilbeault, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting Transparency and Accountability in Canada's Efforts to Achieve Net Zero Greenhouse Gas Emissions by the year 2020. Cette motion est réputée.
This motion is deemed adopted. Mr. Wilkinson, seconded by Mr. Guilbeault, moves that this be read a first time and printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
Première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall this bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Statements by ministers. Rapport de délégation interparlementaire.
Presenting reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Committees. Dépôt de.
Introduction of private members' bills.
First reading of Senate public bills. Motion. Presenting petitions. Oh, the Honourable Member for Courtenay-Alberni.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour today to table this petition on behalf of petitioners that are raising concerns around the fentanyl poisoning crisis, and they're demanding action, Mr. Speaker, and especially timely, given that the Mayor of Vancouver is now calling on the government to decriminalize possession of opioids in Vancouver and all drug supply. They're calling on the Government of Canada to declare the current opioid overdose and fentanyl poisoning crisis a national public health emergency under the Emergencies Act in order to manage and resource it with the aim to reduce and eliminate preventable deaths, to reform current drug policy to decriminalize personal possession, which is what the Mayor of Vancouver is also asking for, create with urgency and immediacy a system to provide safe, unadulterated access to substances so that people who use substances experimentally, recreationally, or chronically are not at imminent risk of overdose due to a contaminated source. Mr. Speaker, they're citing that the 15,000 deaths in our country are all preventable, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétition, the Honourable Member for Fredericton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to present petition e-petition 2827. Whereas the climate crisis and destruction of ecosystems, or ecocide, are the result of many years of harmful industrial activities permitted by law, with many of the risks having been known for decades by the companies choosing to continue these practices and the governments who subsidize those activities. The international community lacks a legal framework ensuring shared nation responsibility for financing humanitarian and environmental aid and assistance to ecocide territories despite numerous treaties, agreements, and civil lawsuits. We, the undersigned citizens and residents of Canada, call upon the House of Commons and Parliament assembled to declare its support for an amendment to the Rome Statute and advocate its adoption internationally in the knowledge that many countries must stand together for the long-term protection of all life on Earth. Thank you.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétition. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Very good. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, comments. Reprise du débat, deuxième lecture.
Resuming debate, second reading of C10, an act to amend the Broadcasting Act and to make related and consequential amendments to other acts.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
No.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Mr. Bolinas is not here, sir.
Straight to you this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's with pleasure that I rise to speak to Bill C-10, which is an initiative that I believe has been work in progress for a number of months and possibly even years, Mr. Speaker, as the government has recognized that the importance of the growth of the internet, which has been applauded universally, no doubt about that, Mr. Speaker, but it has set a number of different issues that governments around the world that have had to deal with. And that is what, in essence, the primary reason why we have Bill C-10 before us today. Because there are many multinational or large corporations that are out there that play a very important role in terms of broadcasting. And this is something in which Bill C-10 attempts to deal with. When I have had the opportunity to listen to the minister and the comments that the minister has provided in regards to Bill C-10, and I would encourage members to review what it is that the minister has actually said, because there's a great deal of substance, not to mention passion in the words that were spoken by the minister. And there's three parts to what the minister has been saying that I really wanted to take the opportunity to highlight, along with providing some further comments in terms of just how important the culture and arts is to our nation, Mr. Speaker. Number one, if you were to ask the minister, you'll probably find him wanting to talk about the need for equity. Equity is something that is in real need when it comes to our broadcasting industries. We have Canadian companies that fall under CRTC, that have regulations that are in place, and those regulations do a number of things, ultimately serving Canadians well over the years. But then you have, for lack of better words, I would suggest that we call them foreign web giants, Mr. Speaker. And we know what many of those web companies are. We're talking about companies like Google, like Facebook. And it's really important that we recognize that to expect industries such as the Google to voluntarily comply with regulations that are here within Canada, I think is the wrong direction for us to be going. And what C-10 does is it ensures that there is a regulatory framework that applies not only to Canadian companies, but also to those foreign web giants. And that is something that will go a long way, Mr. Speaker, in ensuring that the Canadian interests are in fact being protected. Then if you take a look at the issue of the Canadian content as a whole, and how will Canadian content benefit by this legislation? In terms of dollar value, it has been suggested by the minister and others, we're talking about hundreds of million additional new dollars that will be going to support Canadian content, Mr. Speaker. And that injection of new dollars will help the industry substantially, Mr. Speaker. And this is the type of thing in which I believe, and again, listening to the minister, is going to have a very positive impact on such an important industry to our country. Again, somewhere in the neighborhood of close to $1 billion, Mr. Speaker, which equates to hundreds of millions of dollars. That's a very strong positive. You know, when young people go on to different types of platforms, whether it's Netflix, Amazon and Spotify or other platforms, it can be a challenge at times in terms of identifying that Canadian content. Within Bill C-10, what you will find is, in particular for young people, I would suggest that it'll be easier to discover Canadian content. So the issue of discoverability is something that's really important and has been identified within this legislation, Mr. Speaker. So I look at it as a win-win-win. Bill C-10, and I look to the Conservatives and the New Democrats and Bloc Party to get on board and support the legislation. In listening to the minister responsible for the legislation, he was actually, I thought, very open to ideas for amendments, looking to opposition parties, if they have a good idea, not to hesitate to make the minister aware of it. I would encourage my opposition colleagues opposite that if you have some thoughts on it, even during second reading, develop those thoughts, ideas, possible amendments, and bring it forward to the minister's office, even before it gets to the standing committee level, because what you have found, Mr. Speaker, in the minister's comments, he was literally inviting members to do so. So I would encourage him to do just that, Mr. Speaker, and it was really actually quite encouraging at the very beginning of the minister's remarks, extending that invitation, that sense of wanting to work with all members of this House to ensure this legislation, which is somewhat historic in the sense of the outreach into the World Wide Web, Mr. Speaker, and ensuring that we're protecting the Canadian interest. So I look forward ultimately to for Bill C-10 to advance into the committee stage. And there's a good reason, Mr. Speaker. I have had the opportunity in the past to talk about the importance of the issue of culture and heritage. Yesterday, I made reference to it in one of the questions that I posed to an organization that I have mentioned before in the past to the House, and I think it embodies a lot of things in which will assist the industry. And we often overlook, Mr. Speaker, in terms of the economic impact that our culture and arts groups throughout our country have and how they contribute. There is the most obvious that we see, Mr. Speaker, and we have had some fantastic programs. In fact, one of the programs, Schitt's Creek, is something that I did not even know existed, unfortunately, until not that long ago, Mr. Speaker. And I know it surprises a number of people inside the chamber, Mr. Speaker, but when it received all those awards, it was being talked about a little bit more, and I figured, well, maybe it's time I investigate into this show. And I must admit, periodically I do a little bit of Netflix binging, and that's one of the shows in which I had taken the time and literally watched every episode of the program, I think over a 3-week period, Mr. Speaker. And you know, for those that have not seen the program, like a few months back or a couple months back, I would really encourage those that are following the debate on C-210 or on C-10 to take a look at the program. Because if you take a look at the program, I think that it really somewhat embodies why it's so critically important that we advance bills like C-10 and recognize the industry. In watching Schitt's Creek, it really does reflect many of the values that Canadians have today in a very wide spectrum of people. And I suspect, Mr. Speaker, it is one of the reasons why we did so well with that particular film, and it's been recognized worldwide now, Mr. Speaker. And I think that at the end of the day, and it's not alone, you know, other shows that come to my mind would be Corner Gas. out of Saskatchewan. And that should appeal to a lot of my Western colleagues, in particular those in Saskatchewan, as we kind of take pride. Now, I don't know if I've watched every episode. The attempt has been there, Mr. Speaker. But again, it's nice when you get this reference to the wonderful province of Saskatchewan, Mr. Speaker, and the fine work that they do. Another program that I've had the opportunity to watch at least a few episodes is Kim's Corner grocery store, a program that's in Toronto, Mr. Speaker. And again, you see different types of reflection. And Canada, over the years, has been recognized of having some phenomenal comedians and many different actors and actresses. One of my favorite has always been Star Trek and good old Captain Kirk, Mr. Speaker. Canadian born. Actually, I think he might be from Saskatchewan. I'm not 100% sure of that, Mr. Speaker. But the point is that we have so many actors and actresses and individuals with so much potential, many of which are yet to be discovered. And Bill C-10 will go a long way in supporting those new discoveries, in ensuring that an industry that is so critically important to all of us is in fact being better served, Mr. Speaker. And, we talk about those that maybe get the light that is shone on them as a result of being an actor and actress, but that's only a part of it. I really enjoy it when I see these large number of vans and semis pulling up into our communities, because often what's in those, Mr. Speaker, is productions. I remember over the summer I was wanting to get a large van for rental purpose, and I couldn't. And I said, well, when could I get one? And the agency said, well, not for a while, because we have them rented out to a movie production. And to me, that's some of those spin-off benefits that I think are really important for us to recognize. And I suspect that if you were to check with people in all the different areas of our country, Mr. Speaker, you will find at times in different regions that you will see these multiple sets that are being established, whether it's in public buildings like, for example, the Manitoba Legislative Building, to our streets and our communities, where you'll see production crews. And there is a high level of expertise. And as the industry continues to grow, that level of expertise will grow, Mr. Speaker. And when we see that, not only does it increase the skill sets of thousands of Canadians, it provides jobs. So when you get a movie set that's going into a community, whether it's that those individuals that are operating in that movie set getting paid, that are more often than not, local employees or people from Canada, with Canadian expertise, moving into these communities, getting a salary, but they're also buying lunches and snacks. They're visiting hotels, occupying, I should say, hotels for extended and short periods of time. They're contributing to the local economy, Mr. Speaker. And suffice to say, when you take a look at a production that comes in, it also gives a little bit more of an interest. I was very much interested, for example, when I see a facility that's being used for a movie production, then to see it being referenced into a movie. Or whenever I hear the city of Winnipeg being cited in a movie or in any form of a TV production, there's that sense of pride that is there. These are the types of things and why it's so important that members on all sides of the House recognize the real value of what this particular piece of legislation, C-10, is all about. And on the surface, it doesn't take too much to read through it. But if you really start to try to appreciate what it is that this bill is hoping to accomplish, the hundreds of millions of dollars, Mr. Speaker, in ensuring that we're going to have more of new money, in ensuring that we are going to have more Canadian content, that is a good thing. When it talks about discoverability, where we're going to have more young people having easier means to locate that Canadian content, that too is a good thing. When we talk about having those multinational companies, those large platforms being put on a more level playing field by incorporating them into the regulatory system, that is a good thing. CRTC has done exceptionally well for Canadians over the years. It's hard to imagine what the industry would look like today if we didn't have CRTC, Mr. Speaker, if we didn't have a government that valued the importance of Canadian content in the creation, in the distribution, and the supporting the industry as a whole. This is legislation that's there to ensure the longevity of it, Mr. Speaker. Like everything else, the coronavirus has had an impact on that industry today. And because even in different levels, and that's why I made reference yesterday when I was with the minister to the organization of Folklorama. Many of the talents that ultimately go on to become productions here in Canada and abroad will come out of other organizations, other smaller type of cultural events. And I shouldn't even use the word smaller. I often make reference to the Folklorama. Folklorama is an organization in Winnipeg that has been in place for over 50 years now. It has literally thousands of volunteers. Every year, during the summer for a solid 2 weeks, it's all forms of entertainment and heritage promotion that takes place. 50-plus pavilions will participate in it, Mr. Speaker. I have seen presentations that have gone from a pavilion into actual television production, or have been a starting point for many artists that have originated out of Winnipeg. And the benefits by government continue, in whether it's directly or indirectly, to be there. I was so pleased when the current Minister of Heritage had a virtual meeting, and so did the Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, with the Folklorama and the Folk Arts Council, because we were concerned in terms of how it was being impacted because of the coronavirus. Because that is the type of organization that as a country we cannot afford to lose. And I know whether it was the Minister of Heritage or the Prime Minister, how good it was to hear, or how nice it was to hear that through things such as the wage subsidy program, it enabled them to continue on during this very difficult time. And as a result, I know we will have Folklorama for another 50 years, Mr. Speaker, because the industry, our culture and heritage industry as a whole, needs organizations like Folklorama, because that's where many of the future actors and actresses and production people are going to be coming from, Mr. Speaker. And that's why it's so absolutely critical that when people look at Bill C-10, recognize its true value to Canadian society. And I would encourage all members of this House to follow the advice of the minister. If you have ideas or amendments, bring it forward. We're open to ensuring that we have the best possible legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's great to be up again this morning and listening to the member opposite. I always appreciate his interventions in this place. we got a great. Yeah, I was just saying that my dog ran away and it did take 3 days. I'll tell you that for sure. But I was just wondering about. I've been reading the minister's mandate letter. And it's talking about creating new regulations for social media platforms. And I was just wondering, does this bill clarify whether social media platforms are publishers or are they just curators? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, Parliament Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Well, what's really encouraging, Mr. Speaker, is that this particular Prime Minister has made it public for mandate letters. And as a result, Mr. Speaker, the member is quite right in the sense that he can read the mandate letters of all the different ministers. And what you'll find is that Bill C-10 incorporates a good part of the mandate letter that has been given to the Minister of Heritage. And a part of that mandate was to look at the web giants of Facebook and Google and how it is that the government can ensure that we are taking proactive actions to support Canadian society. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaire. L'honorable député de Pierre.
The honourable member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I closely listened to my colleague's speech to justify this Bill C-10 that we're debating, and I must say that I'm quite disappointed. I'm disappointed because when you look closely at the content of C-10, the Liberals are telling us that it's amazing and there's so much in it, but actually what we're seeing in it is that our culture is being left behind, and that no Francophone content is being legislated here. All week we've been talking about the importance of protecting French. But we see the member for Saint-Laurent saying that French isn't declining. We're seeing members of the Liberal Party saying that that Bill 101 is an oppressive law. It's really unfortunate. The Conservatives deny climate change, and the Liberals deny that French is threatened. And so I'd like to ask my colleague, who he personally represents Francophones losing their language, I wonder whether he can really defend this legislation.
The Leader du Gouvernement à la Chambre.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, I think the member of the Bloc Party is trying to give what I would suggest, and I want to be kind, Mr. Speaker. At the end of the day, I think that the Bloc are trying to give a false impression. You know, the Prime Minister, the Government House Leader, the Minister of Heritage have been so clear. Not only during this debate or the last week or so. I can remember the Prime Minister sitting as leader of the third party. I believe that the Prime Minister of Canada is the strongest advocate, or one of the most ably minded, strongest advocates for French language, not only in the province of Quebec, but across Canada. And members of the Bloc would do the province of Quebec well by recognizing that the French language is a beautiful language that needs to continue to be promoted and encouraged throughout our nation. I believe that the opportunity is there, and I would hope that the Bloc would recognize the true value of the French language and make sure that we do whatever we can throughout Canada.
Questions and comments by video conference. The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened with great interest to my friend's description of Corner Gas and Captain Kirk and how that is going to somehow bring a vision for dealing with Facebook and Google when we know that this government has been so deeply embedded with the web giants, the Prime Minister's deal with Amazon, the fact that Leslie Church, a top Google executive, became head of the department that's overseeing whether or not Google comes under regulations, the Prime Minister's close involvement with Facebook. The idea that CRTC is going to regulate the digital platforms, to me, may be the best idea of 1994, but it certainly, I don't think, recognizes the real issues that we need to deal with in terms of the web giants today. For example, simple issue, they're not paying taxes. And under this bill, they're still not paying taxes. So the idea that this government is going to handle the web giants by giving this over to the CRTC, while they have a huge advantage in not paying taxes, where cable companies have to pay taxes, newspapers have to pay taxes, artists have to pay taxes, yet Google and Facebook, who are so deeply embedded with this government, don't. It's ridiculous. So I don't know if there was an episode on Corner Gas where they talked about this.
I think we'll have to leave it there and get on to get some other questions. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wouldn't want the member to whether it's mocking me, saying, well, you know, Corner Gas, maybe he doesn't like Corner Gas. That's fine. You know, there's a lot of Canadian productions that are out there that I hope that the member would like, but that's not necessarily the issue that we're debating today. I was trying to highlight the importance of the industry and using some examples. And I think most Canadians would agree with the type of examples that I was using. Unlike what the NDP seem to think, Mr. Speaker, you just kind of click your heels and magically hundreds and hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars will flood into the country by clicking their heels. To try to give the impression that this does not have an impact, there's approximately, you know, getting close to $1 billion of new money that's going to be going into the industry as a result of this bill, and that's the reality of it.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank my honourable colleague. William Shatner is, in fact, from the wonderful city of Montreal. But one of the interesting aspects of the bill, one could argue, is the fact that for the first time ever, it puts an emphasis on Indigenous production. Should it be music? Should it be TV? Should it be big screen? And I'm wondering if my honourable colleague could help us understand how this will help in terms of reconciliation with Indigenous peoples in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an excellent question, and I think what it does is it continues to complement the idea of reconciliation by incorporating it into the legislation, Mr. Speaker, and it also complements other things that the government has done in terms of recognizing, for example, the importance of Indigenous languages by establishing a fund and legislation to support ongoing education and promotion of Indigenous languages that were in fact being lost, Mr. Speaker. So whether it's legislation that we have here to ensure that we recognize the true value of our of Indigenous heritage and make sure that there's dollars that ultimately flow for the creation of programs to supporting languages, all of which are important to this government and the idea of reconciliation.
Time for one last question. The Honourable Member by video conference, the Honourable Member for Fredericton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for that lively speech this morning. I just wanted to celebrate as well Canadian content and to highlight Trickster, which is a new series, which is really great. So around the comments on making Netflix finance Canadian programming, it appears as though the government has passed the buck back to the CRTC. So the bill does say that the CRTC should regulate similar types of broadcasters in an equitable way, but it also leaves the CRTC the option to not regulate Netflix and the foreign streamers at all. It is entirely up to the CRTC, and given their history of inaction on this front, is there reason to be concerned that nothing will change? Thank you.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Yeah. Yes, Mr. Speaker, I can appreciate what the member is saying. I personally do not believe that is the case. I believe that CRTC has done a fantastic job overall in terms of protecting the interests of Canadians. I think the legislation is fairly clear in terms of what it is doing, and CRTC is most capable of doing what is necessary in order to generate the type of Canadian content that we all expect and want to see in terms of these web giants. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate via video conference, we have the honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to rise or speak today to Bill C-10. This bill was highly awaited by the Canadian cultural sector and comms company and broadcasting companies in general, Mr. Speaker. We were expecting, however, a bill that would reflect the changes that have taken place in the comms industry since it was implemented several decades ago. I have great respect for the Minister of Canadian Heritage, who pleaded in favor of C-10, and I'll quote him. He started his speech by saying that from 2011 to 2019, the number of Canadians using Netflix has risen to 6 out of 10. And the number of people using Spotify has risen to almost 30% in 2019. We congratulate these companies for their innovations, which bring so much wealth to our lives and richness. However, maintaining the status quo will only further hamper our ability to tell our own Canadian stories, and that's the end of the quote. Unfortunately, the minister who joined the Liberals just before the 2019 election got off on the wrong foot. Bill C-10 has good intent, nice words, but contains little answers to the many questions that people are justly asking. Companies and consumers are asking. People were expecting more. Allow me to tell you the history of media as I've seen it over the years, Mr. Speaker. I started my career in radio in 1984 in a small radio station that's called CGIN. I used to work there on the weekends as a journalist. Sometimes I was a radio speaker. And at the time, we worked with the local newspaper, and we were the only 100% source of local news at the time. There were 2 full-time radio hosts at the time, and there were admin staff, but there were a lot of hours of local production. And then I moved to Thetford Mines, a bigger city with an AM radio station, and some people probably don't even know what an AM radio station is who've come here recently. And there were some 30 employees, and there was ad production and 100% local production at the time. And these 2 radio stations were part of what we called the Appalachian Network that covered the center of Quebec and other regions in Quebec. I just wanted to give you some context. I used to write my news on a typewriter with carbon prints sometimes so that we could file them away after. And in terms of technology, and I had a typewriter that could store 1 line at a time. I was able to correct my own mistakes that way. FM radio, computers, cell phones, all that upset the radio broadcasting reality. And when I had to leave the radio station 7 years later, I remember that there were 25 or 30 of us at the time. And when I started, and there were only 4 of us left at the end, and internet still hadn't been invented yet at the time. I took a break from media for a few months. I became a lead editor of a Thetford Mines newspaper, and at the time, we used to publish the Frontenac paper and another monthly paper and many other local newspapers. And we had 5 journalists on our team, and it was a wonderful communications company for the local industry. We used to do everything by hand. We brought the pages up to the printer ourselves to hand them out, and that's how things went back then. Thetford Mines, Mr. Speaker, even had another rival newspaper that was a weekly one. As journalists in Thetford Mines at the time, we used to call us the Knights of the Paper, and there was a lot of journalists operating at the time. We had a good team. And when I left that team in 1998 to go into politics, there was only one weekly paper left, and there were fewer journalists, and there was still strong competition, but it was still mostly local. And since then, we've seen electronic devices with free content, and people used modems, and then cell phones arrived, and then internet and data compression, and then high-speed internet, and then Yahoo, YouTube, Facebook, and all the other social networking apps. Today, Thetford Mines still has a radio station and a weekly paper, but the number of people who work at these places, I can count them on 2 hands, and even 2 fingers I can count, on which I can count the journalists that are left in Thetford Mines. And sometimes things happen by chance. Luckily, the weekly paper published an article called Info Canada, and I'll quote an excerpt from that article. Since the first papers were created in Canada, quality journalism has been supported by advertising revenues. However, almost all our digital media are facing an existential threat from wedge giants such as Facebook and Google. That's certainly the case of the paper you're reading right now. And further on in the article, it says these 2 global giants control 90% of all advertising revenues. Let's talk about radio prospects now. The Canadian Association of Radio Broadcasters published a study on the future of broadcasting, and the figures it published were rather shocking. According to forecasts in the report, 50 radio stations may be closing their doors over the next 4 to 6 months, and maybe even more over the next 18 months. And at least 40 of the 94 local TV stations in Canada will be closing their doors in the next 12 to 16 months. These figures concern me. The president of the board of that association said in the same press release that, lacking immediate measures, Canada will see a wave of closures in local radio and TV services over the next 3 years. This will mean that many communities will not have local media outlets, and the choice of news will be reduced greatly in almost every community. Mr. Speaker, this is worrisome. The Vice President and head of another comms agency said, if we let local news die, the vitality of the Canadian society will be seriously compromised. Let's go back to C10 now. We want to help newspapers and outlets in my region and other regions of Quebec, but there's nothing here for that. Yet, this was a unique opportunity for the Minister of Heritage to take concrete action to help local production. And when I say local, I mean really local, 100% Francophone in my area. So I was expecting changes to the Broadcasting Act that reflected the changes that we've been seeing in this industry in recent years, and I'm very disappointed. Mr. Speaker, this report and this bill doesn't mean that web giants like Google and Facebook will have to play by the same rules that Canadian companies do. In the report on tax challenges presented by the digital economy, the OECD made many recommendations about the way that companies like this can be taxed. Australia, South Africa, Japan, South Korea all have modernized their legislation to reflect the new era of digital, but not Canada. In recent weeks, we've heard this expression often. And since 2015, we've heard that Canada is the last G7 country and the last G20 country, but Canada has made we're the first country that has a deal with Netflix. And there's no guarantee from this web giant in terms of Francophone content. We don't know the details of that agreement, but one thing's is sure. Netflix, just like Disney and Apple and Spotify, don't pay into the media fund, and they don't have any requirements to broadcast Canadian content. These companies generate billions. And we've given them different conditions. Local companies have to pay taxes here, but the result of all this means that there's unfair competition, and this has generated sizable losses in employment in this industry. It has hampered our national product, not in terms of creativity, because we know there's a lot of creativity here, but to create, you need resources. And since we don't have the necessary resources, because revenues are going elsewhere, we're losing hundreds of millions in potential tax revenues and also in revenues that could have been used to improve Canadian and Quebec content. We've heard about potential reform of the Broadcasting Act, but we were expecting tax measures to be discussed. And there is a report on the future of communications in Canada, and this is what this bill is based on. And one of the primary recommendations was, in terms of sales tax for foreign companies operating digitally in Canada, we recommend sales tax to be fairly applied to foreign companies that do media products online, so that they're the same as Canadian suppliers. Either we tax them or we don't. But the member for Durham proposed to eliminate the GST for Canadian platforms that are digital to favor online content in Canada. And this would help to create fairer competition with other platforms such as Netflix. Historically, every time we review the Broadcasting Act, we talked about airwaves in the past, and in '86 we were talking about paid TV and satellite, and then '91 when we reviewed it, almost 30 years later, they talked about technological advances in a very short period of time, and the Liberal government presented a bill that doesn't explain how digital platforms and conventional players will be able to compete in this market and under what conditions. Moreover, there are vague definitions, and some aren't even there. They don't define what social media is. And the legislation says at 3.1, a broadcasting company means that the users have they transmit information over the internet, and as this user is not the supplier of the service. Well, are we talking about Facebook here? Are we talking about YouTube? Are we talking about pay channels from YouTube? We're talking about 2.5 million viewers here. Another point we also have to raise is that Bill C-10 will give great discretionary power to the CRTC. It will allow it to define what is an online company and what it means to broadcast Canadian content. also in terms of the 5% contribution to the Medium Fund. This isn't mentioned in the legislation, and we have to look at the $830 million in contributions that the minister was talking about and where this would come from. This is the Medium Fund contribution that represented several millions over the last year. I'd like to know what rule he used to achieve his forecast. Mr. Speaker, the government has given its responsibility to the CRTC instead of living up to it itself, and we need to address these issues. In an interview with La Presse, they said they shouldn't be imposing conditions on Netflix in terms of French content. They said everything's going fine because the objectives have been reached, and there is content in both official languages. The president of the CRTC said that, Mr. Speaker. Second, through its decisions in terms of exemptions for digital media, we've seen this. And also, we know that the CRTC will take at least 9 months to reach a decision. With C10, the government has really delegated its power greatly to the CRTC. There's spending contributions and Francophone content that has to be decided on. Even parliamentary committees' oversight has been limited in terms of the CRTC, and broadcasters won't be able to appeal the CRTC's decision even. The message that the government is sending with the CRTC is that trust them and we'll see later. And it'll take several months before the CRTC will act, and the Parliament will have very little oversight. I don't share the minister's opinion in terms of the advantages of C10. A professor of law at the University of Ottawa and a research chair said,
a considerable uncertainty that could lead to un instant, je vais me mettre dans la bonne.
Sorry, I'm just going to switch to the correct language, Mr. Speaker.
To reduce the investment in Canadian film and television production and less consumer choice as potential new streaming entrants avoid the Canadian market until there is greater clarity on the cost of doing business. Canada is set to become a highly regulated market for internet streaming services, and the uncertainty regarding those costs are sure to have an impact. The regulatory process will take years to unfold with a call for public comment, a lengthy hearing, the initial decision, applications to review and vary the decision, judicial reviews, and potential judicial appeals. If any of these appeals are successful, the CRTC will be required to re-examine its decision and the process starts anew. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, this is someone who studied the law and who has studied everything that's happening on trade and radio broadcasting and digital streaming. And once again, I will quote the Minister of Culture. We will even go a bit further. We will give CRTC instructions about how to use these new tools. Once C10 has royal assent, since it brings forth amendments in terms of strategic direction. So once royal assent is received, Mr. Speaker, what will the instructions be? How come the minister didn't annex these instructions to CRTC in this legislation? The minister doesn't want Canadians to see them? Or are the instructions something like, we didn't do our work, we promised to do something, but we don't know how to do it. We don't want to look bad. So it's up to you, the CRTC, to do the dirty work and to make a decision. And that, Mr. Speaker, is what C10 is. That's the problem with the Liberals. Everything is, it's all talk and no action. And there are many gaps in this bill. Web giants like Google and Facebook are not playing by the same rules as Canadian companies. And it doesn't say how digital platforms will be able to compete in the same conditions. They didn't spell out what content would be digital and Canadian content would be required. Mr. Speaker, we are going to propose amendments at committee. We have to reform the Broadcasting Act. C10 has led to too many local radio stations dying, and it doesn't do anything to stop hate speech. The minister wants us all to work together to improve this legislation. We realize that the current version is not acceptable. We'll need to have more clarity. And Mr. Speaker, the ball is in the minister's court. We'll see now if he's ready to listen to recommendations and proposals from various opposition parties. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his speech and for his heartfelt message for local media. I wrote for a number of local media when I was younger. There is some confusion. This bill has to do with broadcast, not media. I publicly announced my intention to table a bill that will tackle the issue of media and the usage of media and the usage of Canadian content by big corporations like Facebook without due compensation. The colleagues mentioned a report upon which our bill is based, which is rather ironic because the previous head of the honourable colleague's party, the day this report was published, proposed that this report be binned. So I don't quite understand what's going on, but my question in any case, Mr. Speaker, is as follows. If local media is so important, and I believe my colleague when he says so, then why every time we've asked for measures to help small media, why did the Conservatives vote against? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member from Mégantic-Lérable. Mr. Speaker, the best way to help local media outlets, to help local radio stations and Canadian media, is to make sure that the market in which they work is a free and equitable one. Unfortunately, the government's answer is always to add money and just throw money left, right and centre without actually tackling the subjacent problem that has led to the media's current situation. Mr. Speaker, when we just bandy about dollars, it's just a band-aid solution. It's a temporary solution to the problem. We're not actually tackling the cause. And that's what we find deplorable. The government is putting band-aids left, right and centre, but the government is not attacking the actual substance of the issue. And that's deplorable, and that's what's deplorable in what the Liberals are doing right now. And let's not forget, news outlets have said that the aid promised by the government has not all been sent to this media. A lot of media outlets are waiting for these dollars. We're still waiting for action. The Honourable Member for Rivière-de-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for this very interesting speech, especially given your professional and personal past. I was very happy to hear it. We all agree that this bill is a feeble response to the Yale report. This is a bill that we have been waiting for since 2016. 16,000 journalists have lost their position in Canada and in Quebec, and countless media outlets have closed. There have been restructurations everywhere in La Presse, CTV, TVA, just to name a few. Could my colleague tell us, will the Conservatives vote against this bill, or will they propose amendments to it? Thank you. The Honourable Member from Mégantic-Lérable. Thank you. I would also like to thank my colleague for his wise words. It's always pleasant to have a media in local media and regional media and to be able to share this experience with my colleagues. I worked for a long time in the world of radio broadcasting, and so I've lived under CRTC rules, and I can tell you that CRTC regulations can have severe consequences. Bill C10, as it is currently drafted, is an imperfect version, incomplete version of a bill that lacks transparency. So evidently, in its current iteration, it's difficult for me to say that I will support the bill. However, it's time for us to revisit the Broadcasting Act. So I hope that at committee we will be able to make this bill more acceptable. Instructions to the CRTC should be public. This should be part of the bill to make sure that when we do vote on the final version of C10, we know that upon which we actually decide to vote. There are great intentions in C10, but unfortunately still far too little anything tangible to really hold on to in C10. So it's difficult for us to support a bill in its current iteration.
Questions and comments by video conference. The honourable member for Churchill, Kiwatanaski.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Moi aussi, je...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would also like to thank my colleague for having shared not only his opinion on the bill, but also his personal history, which has a lot to do with what we're talking about today. My colleagues have shared our concerns in the New Democratic Party and the CRTC's capacity to truly act and to have the power necessary to protect Canadian content and Canadian artists. Does my colleague share this concern and the concern that Liberals have already shown that they are allies to large corporations in the world of media? Notably, this is a problem in this case and in a general discussion on Canadian media. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. I would like to thank my colleague for her question. Indeed, there are many concerns that I share with her with regards to the proximity of the current Liberal government with web giants. With regards to the CRTC's capacity, the CRTC is being given a significant new mandate. The CRTC is being asked to do the government's work instead of the government. Yet we don't know how the CRTC would actually be able to acquit itself of this new demand. The CRTC already has a lot to do at the moment, deploying the internet in rural areas, and all the other files that are before it. And now the CRTC is being asked, with a wave of a magic wand, through C10, well, fix the problems we weren't able to fix. Good luck. I find it very concerning. I don't think the CRTC would be able to acquit itself of the mandate given to it by the government through C10.
And comments by video conference. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to commend my colleague for his excellent speech. Of course, he has a lot of experience with regards to this subject, and I would like to say that in Alberta, I had many of my constituents, many Francophones in my constituents who enjoy Francophone media and who would like more of it. And I appreciate our party's work in protecting the French language. It's not only important in Quebec, it's important out west for Francophones in all of Canadian regions. The minister said, well, this would be another bill on media, there'd be another bill that will be tabled. But I believe that this is a bit ridiculous. It's ridiculous not to have published a clear plan in C10 because it's very difficult to evaluate a potential future bill that hasn't even been tabled yet. So what does my colleague have to say about this whole process? The Honourable Member for Le Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you very much. I appreciate my colleague's question, and I indeed had the opportunity during the last legislature to visit a Francophone radio station in Alberta, and what I can say is that the people there were really passionate about their job and their mission of informing Francophone Canadians living in Alberta, giving them new local news, national news, but to also be at the very heart of their lives. This is an aspect that we should not forget. With regards to what the minister said, that a bill will be tabled in the future, well, we'll cast judgment upon the bills when they're tabled. Today, we cast judgment upon what has already been tabled, C10 in this case. As I mentioned, we expected a bill that would be good enough to deal with the changes in the broadcasting industry over the past few years, but it's just very vague. The minister is asking the CRTC to do the work the minister should have done. Even the minister has said that there's nothing in this bill because there's going to be another bill with more in it. It's kind of difficult to follow, and I agree that this question is very pertinent. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Devonport. That's you. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, sir, it is an honour to rise today to debate Bill C-10 and the measures it contains to support Francophone creators and French language content. Our government is the first since 1991 to modernise the Broadcasting Act in response to the technological changes in our society. I would like to remind this House why this legislation is so important and crucial to our artists and creators. Television and radio are with us throughout our lives. I also remember programs like Bobido and Bobinettes, Passepartout, films that have marked our history, the decline of the American Empire, Crazy. Each one of us remembers, often with great emotion, the programs that bathed our childhood. Television and radio are a source of entertainment, discovery, culture, and information. They touch us, inspire us, fill us with wonder, and allow us to open up to the world. Television and radio help forge our identity, in particular, our Francophone identity. They also contribute to knowing and understanding each other in all our diversity. Historically, as part of the Canadian broadcasting system, traditional broadcasting services such as radio, television, and cable were obliged to fund Canadian content, which includes our stories and our songs. Online broadcasting services such as Netflix, Crave, Spotify, or Cube Music are not subject to the same types of regulatory requirements as traditional services. This has resulted in a regulatory imbalance and is jeopardizing the future of our content funding. Our proposed legislation aims to ensure that both traditional and online broadcasting services contribute appropriately to Canada's creative sector. To achieve this, we need to amend the definition of broadcasting undertakings to include online undertakings, which simply did not exist in 1991. By amending the definition in the Broadcasting Act, online businesses will have to contribute financially to Canadian and Quebec cultural productions. Of course, these contributions will need to benefit a wide swathe of Canadian creators and consumers, as well as Francophones across the country. We know that Franco-Canadians and Quebecers love their television productions and musical artists. French-language programming in the French-language market and the success, both here and abroad, of French-language musical artists garner high ratings. For Quebec and all of our Francophone minority communities, French-language television and radio play a vital role in supporting the Francisation of children and creating a sense of belonging, often amongst isolated populations. Television and radio are of great importance in forging our Canadian and Quebec identity, even more in terms of the identity of the French-speaking minority in North America. The arrival of online broadcasters has turned the Canadian broadcasting sector upside down, and the French-language market has not been spared. Online broadcasters present immense challenges in terms of the availability and promotion of French-language content. This includes content produced by our Francophone minority communities and content produced in Quebec. You know, 47% of Francophones watch predominantly English-language content on Netflix. This is in contrast to traditional television, where French-language services capture 92% of the audience in the French-language market. That is what Francophones show us. They would like content in their language. While the average budget for English-language film and video production has increased in recent years, average budgets for French-language productions have decreased, and financing from foreign investors remains low. In terms of music and digital platforms, it should be noted that in 2017 there were only 6 French-language Canadian artists in the top 1,000 most popular streamed music artists in Canada. Clearly, something must be done. We have to act. The creation of content in both official languages is an essential cultural objective, regardless of technological or other advances in the broadcasting sector. It is for that reason that our bill gives the CRTC the tools it needs to ensure that funding and regulations support Canadian content in both official languages. Most importantly, it must take into account the special needs of Francophones. The survival of Francophone content and the protection of our cultural sovereignty are at stake. The CRTC has long been ensuring that a rigorous regulatory framework is applied to conventional services to support and promote French language content. As a result of the CRTC's efforts, the volume of French language television production has been stable over the past 10 years and represents 25% of the total volume of Canadian television production. The CRTC's efforts have also served to showcase French language music. To this end, French language radio stations must devote at least 65% of their weekly popular music programming to French language music. The CRTC can be expected to put in place an equally rigorous regulatory framework for online broadcasters. It will ensure that they support Canadian content in both official languages in a fair and equitable manner, and that they take into account the particular needs of Francophone creators across Canada, especially in Quebec. I'm pleased to see that with the modernisation of the Broadcasting Act, the CRTC will have a regulatory framework for expenditures for a portion of the money and revenues that will have to be reinvested in Canadian and Quebec production. In short, this bill recognises the importance of investing in the creation of diversified content that reflects all Canadians throughout the country. It demonstrates our determination to ensure that the creation of Canadian stories and songs in both official languages flourishes in the digital age. Our government is committed to strengthening the Official Languages Act by taking into account the particular reality of French in North America. A bill is forthcoming. Our bill's ultimate goal is to preserve a sustainable broadcasting ecosystem that maintains sustained support for Canadian stories and songs. This modern and fair legislative and regulatory framework will provide unequivocal support for Canadian broadcasters, producers and creators. Since the creation of the first Royal Commission on Broadcasting in 1928, the Government of Canada has worked tirelessly to develop policies that keep pace with changing technology. And I'm proud that our government is proud to be part of this effort and to move the Broadcasting Act forward in this new digital era. Mr. Speaker, I'm convinced that everyone here in the House wishes to protect our cultural sovereignty so that we can foster the very important domain of culture. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. By video conference, the Honourable Member
Edmonton Manning.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good morning from a cold Edmonton snowy day. The question is, does anything in the bill C-10 suggest that CRTC is changing mandate or is limiting its role as a fact of this bill?
The Honourable Secretary.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, the bill that we have before us today seeks to grant CRTC powers to regulate in order to better invest in local content producers, and that's what we have in the bill today.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'Honourable
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague caught my attention when she said that the bill seeks to maintain a sustainable ecosystem. She also said that we have to protect our culture. However, to do all this, we actually need money. And the Bloc Québécois has stated many times, reminding everyone that web giants that are already multi-billion-dollar companies don't pay a single cent in tax here in Canada when they use our culture, they use our news without even producing anything in counterpart. My colleague disagreed with me. This bill is like Swiss cheese. It's full of holes. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from the opposition for her question. I'd like to remind her that our government is the first government in 30 years to have invested so much in culture here in Canada and especially in Quebec. We doubled budgets in Canada. We've reinvested in CBC Radio-Canada to preserve our public broadcaster. I would like to remind the honourable member as well that La Disque and La QPM are very happy that we are granting the CRTC powers to regulate web giants in order to reinvest into our content and our creators.
Comments? The Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable friend for her speech. And she said something very, very important, Mr. Speaker. She said we have to act. And the problem is that in the midst of our public crisis, our culture sector workers fear job losses in the face of unfair competition. And from the giant website giants, or the giant websites, and they were expecting concrete action. But yet the Liberals seem to want to fix this disastrous Netflix deal in 2017 with some Band-Aid solutions. But time is running out for the industry and its workers. And with Bill C-10, the minister is punting the problem to the CRTC, which could take almost a year before seeing any real change, if any at all. So does the member feel that that's just a little bit irresponsible?
Secrétaire parlementaire du ministre.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration.
For his question, est-ce que je voudrais rappeler aux membres que nous avons un...
I'd like to remind the member that we have an agency, the CRTC, that since 1928 has regulated the creative sector and Canadian content. That's the best tool we have today to ensure that in future the web giants will contribute to our creators.
The Honourable Member for Dauphin Swan River, Neepawa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. How will this bill ensure that online producers of content produce content in both official languages?
Parlementaire.
Je remercie mon collègue pour sa question. Encore une...
I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Once again, I think it's important to give the CRTC appropriate powers so they regulate the web giants. The most important thing for the future is to increase investment in local production. That's the only way to ensure that we remain competitive on the global stage.
Nous avons le temps juste pour une brève question.
We only have time for a brief question. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you very much. We have rules in broadcasting, clear rules, including about 55% Canadian content with about 50% Quebec or Francophone content, rather, if I recall correctly. In addition to collecting tax revenue, wouldn't it be a good idea to increase those so-called quotas in order to protect and empower our artists? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for her question, an important question. And I'd like to quote, "It would be delicate to include percentages in the legislation. It would be better to debate better conditions to impose on web businesses." With the CRTC, we should trust the CRTC. For years, it's been defending quotas and the French language. I think we can trust the CRTC.
The Honourable Member for Davenport.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleagues. It's an absolute privilege for me to be able to stand in the House today on behalf of the residents of my riding of Toronto, of Davenport, to speak in support of Bill C-10, an act to amend the Broadcasting Act and to make related and other consequential amendments to other acts. I'm truly grateful for the leadership of the Minister of Canadian Heritage, his parliamentary secretary, his department, and his team for the work that he's done on this bill. As I've mentioned a number of times in this chamber, my riding of Davenport and Toronto's West End is home to so many artists and creators and those in the culture industry than probably most ridings across this country. And they include film producers and writers and directors and musicians and art galleries and museums. So absolutely anything that impacts the arts and culture sector is of great interest to my riding. The Canadian broadcasting, film, television, and interactive media sectors are also a huge part of the Canadian economy. They contribute about $19.7 billion to Canada's GDP and accounted for nearly 160,000 jobs. And I would say, Mr. Speaker, a lot of people don't know this, but arts, culture, and heritage sector actually is a $47.8 billion contribution to the Canadian economy. They employ over 650,000 Canadians in this country. So it's a huge sector, a very important one. And so these types of legislations are particularly important. We have been promising to update the Broadcasting Act and level the playing field for a number of years now. So I'm really happy that Bill C-10 is now before the House. In our 2019 platform, we actually mentioned that as we move forward within our first year, we want to move forward with legislation that will take appropriate measures to ensure that all content providers, including internet giants, offer meaningful levels of Canadian content in their catalogs, contribute to the creation of Canadian content in both official languages, and promote this content and make it easily accessible on their platforms. We also know, Mr. Chair, that in January 2020, the Broadcasting and Telecommunications Panel released Canada's Communications Future, Time to Act, which was a report, and it included a number of recommendations on how to improve our broadcasting system here in Canada. And it did include a number of the recommendations, a number of the proposals that we now see encompassed in Bill C-10. So what is being proposed in Bill C-10? The first is to modernize the Broadcast Act, which has not been updated since before the digital age. And my understanding, and as my colleague just said, the last major reform to the Broadcasting Act was almost 30 years ago in 1991. Canada does have a long history of supporting the creation of and access to Canadian film, music, television, and digital media programming, while at the same time facilitating Canadians' access to foreign content. Historically, we've had what we call a closed broadcasting system, which has been oriented around Canadian ownership and control of businesses showing Canadian content. But as we know, today, with the increase of programming being consumed over the internet, the legislative and regulatory framework for broadcasting absolutely needs to be modernized. And so that's the first thing that Bill C-10 does. It clarifies that online broadcasting is within the scope of the Act. And to me, Mr. Speaker, it's actually crazy that it took us so long to actually do this. Now, as we know, Mr. Speaker, Canadians have accessed music and television more and more through online services like Netflix, Spotify, Crave, and CBC Gem. We know that these online video services have grown their revenues by approximately 90% per year over the last 2 years, while traditional broadcasters have been seeing a steady decline of almost 2% per year over the last 5 years. We know that the shifting market dominance is illustrated by Netflix, which is now present in most Canadian households, including my own, and it generates over $1 billion in revenue in Canada in 2019. But we know that online broadcasting services are not subject to the same rules as traditional broadcasting services like over-the-air television, cable, and radio. And so because of all of this, we do not have, and under the Canadian broadcasting laws, online broadcasters are not required to support Canadian music and storytelling and other important broadcasting objectives. So what does this result? We have a decline in revenues of online broadcasters growing, but they're not required to contribute to Canadian music and storytelling. And at the same time, we know that the revenues of traditional broadcasters are stagnating and declining, which means that we have an overall negative impact on funding Canadian content and creating and Canadian creators moving forward. So the support for Canadian content is at risk, and so this bill is hoping to address that issue. So furthermore, it also perpetuates a regulatory imbalance which puts traditional Canadian broadcasters at a competitive disadvantage compared to online broadcasters. So Bill C-10 updates broadcasting and regulatory policy to ensure a fair and equitable treatment between online and traditional broadcasters so that we don't have one set of rules for Canadian broadcasters and another one for foreign broadcasters. The amendments that are proposed by Bill C-10 empower the CRTC to implement a modernized broadcasting regulatory framework to ensure both traditional and online broadcasting undertakings contribute in an appropriate manner to the Canadian broadcasting system. And it's important to note, Mr. Speaker, that while we know this is an important first step, we do know that we're going to have to engage in further reforms in order to more fully modernize the broadcasting system and to ensure that Canada will continue to support the creation and production of audio and audiovisual content into the digital age. So what else does Bill C-10 do? It also updates broadcasting regulatory policy so that CRTC is enabled to showcase more diverse voices more diverse creative voices in the broadcasting sector, most notably with respect to Indigenous peoples, racialized communities, and persons with disabilities. And I will tell you, Mr. Speaker, this is a huge ask of those artists and creators of my riding of Davenport, where 40% of them were born outside of the country. And for them, it is really important to hear from the creative voices from our diverse ethno-cultural backgrounds, from our socioeconomic statuses and different abilities and disabilities, from those with different sort of sexual orientations, gender identity, and different expressions and ages. Huge ask from my community. So I want to thank them for their continued advocacy and delighted that this is going to be enabled by Bill C-10. The bill would also amend the Act to take greater account of Indigenous cultures and languages. This is, to me, extraordinarily important because it's part of our ongoing efforts in building a new nation-to-nation relationship with Canada's Aboriginal people. And it is absolutely a way for us to better understand and learn about each other is through our stories. I'm also pleased to say, Mr. Speaker, that an updated Broadcasting Act, one that treats online and traditional broadcasters equally, would increase the funding available to Canadian artists and creators. Indeed, it is estimated that these changes would result in an increase in contribution to Canadian music and stories by as much as $830 million per year once the new system is put into place. And we should know, Mr. Speaker, that how artists and creators receive income has changed. In a world that has become increasingly digital, it's exacerbated an overall issue about how is it that Canadian artists actually earn their income. And so us actually providing some changes to the Broadcasting Act to start addressing this issue, I think is really important. I also want to note that we are going through an unprecedented pandemic right now, and arts and culture is disproportionately impacted by the pandemic. So these types of legislation or pieces of legislation will help to fix some of the structural changes and help us to create a more healthy and economically viable sector moving forward. So, Mr. Speaker, I should mention that what is not included is user-generated content, so video games and news media is not going to be affected by our proposed changes. I think it's important to note that. And I know, Mr. Speaker, that my time is coming to an end. So I'm going to conclude by saying I'm absolutely delighted at the efforts of our Honourable Minister of Heritage to modernize the Broadcasting Act, to level the playing field so that all of our creators have more funding for Canadian stories. I very much favour this bill. I think it provides us with an opportunity to have a more inclusive broadcasting sector that's inclusive to all Canadians, whether it's Francophones, Anglophones, Canadians from racialized communities, Canadians of all diversity and statuses. The bill will ensure that the circumstances and aspirations of all Canadians are reflected in the Broadcasting Act. It will result in a more equitable broadcasting system, requiring online broadcasters to contribute their fair share. And these amendments will absolutely modernize the Broadcasting Act for the digital age for many years to come. So I'd like to end off by saying I want to echo the Minister's words, Minister of Heritage's words yesterday, urging all of my honourable colleagues to support this bill. The sooner we get this bill passed, the sooner we are able to put a fairer system in place. Thanks so much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Kese Kamanta, the Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to thank my honourable colleague for her speech. One of the things that I find a little interesting about the Liberals is whenever they're doing something, it usually involves new taxation, and this bill is no exception to that as well. Looks like we're headed for some new taxation here. What I am frustrated with a little bit is there's no clarity in this bill around whether our online content creators and the online social media platforms are they going to be deemed as publishers or as just platforms. That is an ongoing debate that's happening around the world, and I thought that the government was headed in the direction of clarifying that. I'm disappointed about it. I'm just wondering what the honourable member thinks opposite, whether we should be classifying the social media platforms as content curators or platforms. Thank you.
The honourable member for Davenport.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and I thank the honourable member for his question. I would say that this bill actually does nothing to increase anyone's taxes. The objectives of the bill is truly just to modernize the Broadcasting Act in order to ensure that online broadcasting is within the scope of the Act. It also provides some updates around the broadcasting and regulatory policy so that it better reflects the huge and enormous, wonderful diversity we have in this country. It also has a renewed approach to regulation so that we have fair and equitable treatment between Canadian broadcasters who are sort of traditional broadcasters and those who are online broadcasters. It modernizes the enforcement powers of the CRTC, and it basically provides some additional oversight and information sharing provisions. But there's absolutely nothing in here that enables, that actually says that we're increasing taxes in any way possible. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Questions and comments by video conference. The Honourable Member for Longueuil Saint-Hubert. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. I'm very concerned when I hear that we should trust the CRTC. My colleague was saying that we should leave regulating Francophone content to the CRTC. I recall previously, in my previous life, I was involved in a case before the CRTC that had to do with regulating Francophone music. There was a problem with medleys of Francophone music or rather a medley of Anglophone music, which ultimately only counted as one song, but it went on for 15 minutes. So it was a way of getting around the Francophone music quotas. The interpreter would mention that the sound quality does not permit full and adequate interpretation. The interpreter will attempt to summarize the question. We need clear quotas and clear guidelines when it comes to broadcasting. We need clearer guidelines in this legislation for the CRTC. Why are those guidelines not there?
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. First, I want to thank the honourable member for his excellent question. For those that don't know, the CRTC is the regulatory agency that's responsible for the broadcasting sector, and they govern the regulatory framework that supports creators and producers of Canadian content in Canada. I actually very much appreciate the honourable member's question. I know that there are those in my community of Davenport that try to bring issues before the CRTC. They find it very difficult to actually bring forward these issues. They do find that there's some regulations that need more clarity, as the honourable member had mentioned beforehand. I'm in agreement with him. I think that we also have to do a much better job of encouraging the CRTC to actually make sure that where there's not clarity around regulations, that those are clear. And also, when there's some legitimate concerns, that it's much easier for Canadians to bring forward their concerns to the CRTC. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my honourable colleague and my friend for her speech. Mr. Speaker, we know that the Broadcasting Act of 1991 was brought in to safeguard the cultural, political, social, and economic fabric of Canada. But, Mr. Speaker, we saw from 2008 to 2018, 189 community newspapers go under, 36 daily newspapers closed down. Now, with the pandemic, many of them are struggling. And we learned from the Yale report that Google and Facebook received nearly 75% of the advertising revenue in Canada. In comparison, the websites of conventional television stations and local newspapers account for only 8.5%. We know that the government's been meeting a lot of secret lobbyists, Mr. Speaker, and we know that they want to fix their disastrous Netflix deal of 2017 with Band-Aids with this bill, but time's running out for this industry and for their workers, Mr. Speaker. Isn't it irresponsible that in C10 the minister is moving this problem, punting it down the road to the CRTC, which could take almost a year before we see any change, Mr. Speaker? And I'm hoping the member can acknowledge the seriousness of this issue given the pandemic and the plight of local newspapers, especially in my riding, which are struggling right now, Mr. Speaker, and they're reaching out, they're calling on Parliament to take action to the unfair playing advantage of Netflix and these big, huge web giants. Thank you.
The honourable member for Davenport.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable member for his excellent point. I will tell you that those in my riding have almost exactly the same concerns as those that the honourable member has mentioned. I'm just going to clarify. So this Broadcasting Act, for the changes we're proposing, we hope will actually help to unleash as much as $830 million. That could actually help to Canadian broadcasters, both online and traditional sources. That can help Canadian content creators in Canada. I will acknowledge with my colleague that we absolutely have to provide a level playing field between and ensure that there is a fair contribution made by platforms like Netflix, like Yahoo, and that all the monies that actually come from them actually go directly into whether it's local media, whether any way to support independent information sharing across this country, and also that it goes directly back to actually supporting our Canadian creators and artists across this country. So I would say it's absolutely vital for us to do so. I will also say that I'm extraordinarily concerned by the loss of our local media. I might be the only riding in the whole country that actually has a local newspaper that's actually created, the West End Phoenix, over the last 5 years. They're a very successful local publication, but they're one of too few, and I think that we need to find solutions urgently and immediately to be able to support local journalism across this country. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Bellechasse-les-Etchemins-Lévis. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleagues. And it is my pleasure to rise today to speak to Bill C-10, which was tabled by the Minister on the Broadcasting Act. Of course, this is a modernization of the Act that was necessary, and this legislation hasn't been modernized for more than 28 years. And at the time it was written, internet didn't exist, neither did social media, and we weren't talking about web giants. There weren't apps or tablets. So the situation has changed since, obviously. And if there is a consensus here in the House with all the stakeholders, is that there's an urgent need to take action and we have to establish measures. And the government promised back in 2015 changes. It did exhaustive consultations. It made a lot of promises. There was a great narrative there. Everyone has to pay their share. People have to contribute. And in terms of the narrative, everything was fine. But now we're on the third minister now. It's been 5 years, and we have a bill presented. And I was listening to a colleague from the Quebec region that was saying, I think this bill is like a Swiss cheese. There's a lot of holes in it. And I think when we look at this cheese, we're only seeing the holes. And I think, using the same metaphor, the Liberals are kind of like the mouse. But this is a serious topic. This is an extraordinary sector, and it's part of our Canadian identity, our language and our culture, and of course, Canadian content. Unfortunately, Bill C-10 does very little. It punts the problem down the road to the CRTC to take action. And there are many things that this bill doesn't do. It will make amendments to ensure that broadcasting online is under the law. It says that if you're an online broadcaster, you'll be under CRTC law. And my colleague said that the CRTC is sometimes rather heavily in terms of its administration. It's heavy. So things aren't easy. And the minister says, we're going to punt this down the road to the CRTC, and you are going to see perhaps in another year, like another colleague was saying, some changes in terms of online streaming. But that's not what the Yale report was calling for. And that's not what the sector was asking for either. We're talking about web giants like Google and Facebook. They're not affected by this bill. Facebook is not concerned here, even though we know these companies are taking up a sizable share of our revenues and are competing with Canadian companies. This bill doesn't explain either how digital platforms and traditional creators will be able to compete in the same conditions. We need a level playing field for everyone. And it doesn't say how exclusive content will be shared on digital platforms. Obviously, they don't spell out guidelines that will be established so that Canadian companies and the media will contribute to the media fund. There are parameters that have been established, but there seem to be flexible ones, and there doesn't seem to be any apparent fairness in this legislation. And obviously, we saw it this week. Everything that affects culture, well, there's a Canadian pillar. There's English language, French language pillars, and of course, Quebec pillars. And this bill seems to ignore that reality. We saw my Bloc colleagues say, what is in it for me and what's in it for Quebec culture? And this isn't clear at all. Finally, in terms of rights, we know that there are Quebec artists that complain when they see their work being used on digital platforms. They don't get any revenues back, and this is unfair, and they invested in it. So this bill doesn't talk about that either. And that's what this bill doesn't do. This bill allows online broadcasters to be put under the CRTC, and we'll wait to see what the CRTC will do. But we're talking about Indigenous culture, people who are disabled, but that's important. We also have to talk about Quebec and French Canadian culture and everything in terms of our linguistic duality in our country. Mr. Speaker, we want fair conditions, and we think that policies have to take account of the evolution in this market. And this legislation is simply punting the problem down the road. And we would like to have seen the minister do one thing, namely to re-inject tens of millions of dollars in our system through Section 19. The CRA allowed ad spending for digital players to be written off, foreign ones. We're talking about leveling the playing field, but right now the Canadian government is not doing this because since 1995, the CRA has not changed its interpretation of the law, which is based on previous jurisdiction going back to 1935. So there are some loopholes here. At the time the legislation was written, there were no computers. So broadcasters are not neutral under this law. And it did not take account of the revolution that took place since 1993. So these loopholes have now become canyons. And foreign companies such as Facebook and Google, which represent up to 80% of Canadian online ad revenues, are not taxed the same way as traditional players are. They benefit from a boost from the government, and that situation was denounced. We cannot encourage foreign companies to compete with our Canadian companies, and yet the government is playing a role in that. The Senate Committee on Transportation has exhorted the government to examine that loophole in the CRA legislation. And I listened to my colleague from Thetford Mines who was saying that the problem with the government is that it's always trying to take small measures, and it's not addressing the systemic issue in the Canadian tax system. It means that it's not treating Canadian and foreign players in the same way. We have to establish market conditions that do not give foreign companies a leg up. And the government examined how that section contributes to the decline of our media and plays against all Canadian companies. This report was tabled a year and a half ago, but it's still sleeping on someone's desk. But this message was heard and amplified by witnesses representing the media industry in Canada, and they said that the elimination of tax breaks for foreign online companies could help our national industry, and we need this help. Also, our Canadian broadcasters want this tax deduction to be eliminated, and they made a clear argument about the situation. They say that our government, the Canadian government, would receive more taxes, and it would be encouraged to choose Canadian media for their advertising. So we want the Canadian government to work with Canadian companies and make a fairer choice. The Canadian Policy Forum is also of that opinion. They want a correction to the CRA Act on this, in terms of Section 19, to give roughly $300 million a year back to the media industry. The government came forth with packages, and, well, there are solutions. We have to stop subsidizing web giants. We need to review Section 19 of the CRA Act, and this is the Minister of Culture's responsibility because it's at the very heart and the vitality of this sector, namely in the cultural and written media sector. So companies such as Google and Facebook operate and do not contribute at all to this sector. So we've seen this flagrant inequality between conventional and online creators. So that is one of the gaps in this legislation, Mr. Speaker. Another one is that in terms of disclosure, well, CRTC should have to divulge what web revenues are. They should have to disclose their spending and their revenues so that they can be dealt with like other Canadian companies. So that's another aspect that is not addressed in this legislation. And I've talked so much about web giants that a journalist told me that when the web giants saw the minister's bill, they were laughing out loud. The Trudeau government tabled a bill that was highly anticipated, and they tabled it the day of the U.S. elections. That's a good way to kind of slip a bill in without anyone noticing. And they said, how come they were laughing? Because this legislation has enormous holes, which means that, well, there's a lovely narrative there. They're going to provide a framework for web players, but in all actuality, they're going to be left to their own devices. And that's an issue because there's no requirement for web giants such as Google or Facebook to pay royalties for media content they're sharing on social media. Often they want access to information that comes from Canadian media. But since it's consumed on Facebook, Canadian players don't get any revenue for that. And this is a very important issue for our media, particularly during a pandemic. Same thing. It's the same thing for taxing of ad revenue. Canadian players have to pay tax, but foreign ones don't. And that's not fair, and this bill doesn't deal with that issue either. And we're talking about billions of dollars in advertising revenue that are at stake here. And for the government, we have to be fair to Canadian companies. So, Mr. Speaker, that is what this bill is lacking. And what's concerning also is that at a time when the government is tabling this legislation, we've learned that Facebook has already asked people at CRTC to write legislation. We're talking about 70 to 80% of ad revenues in Canada that are on online and digital platforms. And what's concerning is that how come we've allowed the CRTC and Facebook to be bedfellows when we know that the CRTC that will be responsible for enforcing the law? It's kind of like allowing the wolf into the hen house, or the fox rather. So that's the situation that the government has created with our friends at CRTC. Oh, and as I said, Radio-Canada, when the Broadcasting Act was amended in 1991, there was some flexibility in the law at the time to ensure that the CRTC already had the regulatory authority to do that at the time. They could apply certain provisions in the law but now we're punting this problem down the road and we'll deal with it in a year. And these web giants keep on racking up profits. And while all this happens, our Canadian players are in a very difficult situation. Radio-Canada have said that this bill does not eliminate the ambiguity around digital players once and for all. So this legislation doesn't clarify the issues that are important in terms of leveling the playing field. And as I said earlier, it's kind of a piecemeal approach. They say they're going to be flexible, but for traditional media, there's a whole regulatory framework in place, and it doesn't seem to be fair, and they haven't really reduced regulations for conventional players, and they haven't imposed such regulations on new companies either. We received a Yale report, and there was something interesting in it that we agree with, is that there's an urgent need for action. But unfortunately, we have seen the government not taking action, and they've just passed this on to the CRTC, and perhaps in a year it may be able to create regulations. But at the same time, we have to open up the ecosystem to allow traditional creators to compete with new players. And we don't feel the minister's openness in terms of creating space for Canadian companies. They're facing tight regulations, even though there are no rules for new players. Web giants, as I remind you, are not concerned by this. So this is one of the gaps with this bill. Another component that my friends at Radio-Canada didn't like is that there are few requirements for Canadian content. Web giants are investing in Canadian content, but how do you define that? That's important to define as well. Another big gap in this bill, as was mentioned by the Yale report, is that what will we do for CBC Radio-Canada's mandate? And there's nothing on that either. So that's what's down on paper, and there's very little. And what's also troubling, and we've seen this in recent days and weeks, is that we don't know what the minister's intent is. Does he want to have an open media space and allow both Canadian and foreign players to have free access to information? And this brings us to a statement that the minister made this week at Radio-Canada, and he made a comment on the freedom of expression, and he said, Mr. Speaker, and it's somewhat troubling, our right to express ourselves stops when someone else is hurt. So, Mr. Speaker, there's a journalist from Quebec that said that would the minister like journalists to be subject to the tyranny of people's hurt feelings? If someone says something about a religion, can someone else feel hurt? The freedom of expression is a fundamental aspect of our democracy. People should be able to express themselves. And as my colleague from Louis Saint Laurent was saying, freedom of expression isn't just allowing people to like what they hear. Also, they have to hear the things they don't want to hear. And freedom of expression is already in our legislation. We're not going to go back on that. But hate speech and violence are very clearly defined. But we need to know what the minister's intent is. He's made several kind of doubtful statements, and for media companies, we need to know what his intent is. Things aren't clear.
I'd like to finish on this. There's a significant issue at stake in Canada. We said how difficult the situation was for Francophone Montreal. Culture is at stake. So is there really a will to preserve the Quebec cultural ecosystem? Just recognizing this would be a good first step, but we don't see this in Bill C-10. Unfortunately, what we've seen this week is the head of the Liberal Party saying, if we want to protect the root of Quebec's ecosystem, which is its language through legislation, that would be oppressive. Is the government afraid of defending the foundations of Quebec's culture ecosystem? There's a vacuum there. Colleagues mentioned this already. My apologies. I'm going to be the bad guy and interrupt you. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to see you again. I appreciated my colleague's speech, especially what he had to say about tyranny, the tyranny of susceptibilities. It's a new concept, the tyranny of susceptibilities. My colleague has said that there is a big hole in this bill, saying that this has to do with taxing GAFAs and other web giants. I was always of the mind that Conservatives generally were anti-tax as much as possible. So I'm surprised. My question is a simple one. My colleague and his party, do they agree that there is a web giant tax? The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-Etchemin-Lévis. I would like to thank my colleague for his question. The expression tyranny of susceptibilities is not from me. It's Mathieu Bock-Côté who first coined the term. What it means is that we should be able to express ourselves, even though sometimes it may make someone else upset. That's what freedom of speech is. To go back to the heart of his question, to support our Canadian industries, we want equity in the Conservative Party, and there is a problem of inequity at the moment. Web giants aren't contributing to Canada's ecosystem. They don't contribute to our taxes. Canadian companies do pay. So what we say is that it's important for us to have the same conditions for all players on the pitch. And once again, this bill does not mention this. It's another hole in this Swiss cheese of a bill. We're still looking for the cheese. Questions and comments?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And, you know, in my history inside the House, I've never really seen the Conservatives as the allies for protecting our arts community per se. And when I see Bill C-10, I see it as a bill that's very supportive of ensuring Canadian content, amongst many other things. And in listening to the member, he critiques the bill, and that's fair, the official opposition to provide criticism to the bill. But what I'm curious is, does the member support the bill going to committee where he can not only critique the bill, but possibly show some initiative on behalf of the Conservative Party in saying that we are concerned about the issue, not only just to talk about it, but to support it by seeing legislative natures and possibly even bringing forward some amendments?
The honourable member for Bellechasse-les-Etchemins-Lévis.
Would return my question to him is si on peut le faire de façon réglementaire.
If we can do this through regulation, then why have a bill?
For recognizing the immense contribution of the Conservative to our culture in the country. Actually, the member will be interested to know that the first bill introduced to actually promote culture in Canada was introduced by former Prime Minister Bennett. And I was not born. I guess the member was not born either. And I would also recommend my colleague to look at what the Harper government has done during the economic crisis, because this is exactly what the cultural sector is asking for now, is a package. And this package came to support the cultural sector in a very difficult period. And all the experts are recognizing that this was, you know, a state-of-the-art, a very well-done program that went and support our cultural sector when it needed the most, the economic crisis. And this is exactly what is needed now as we are going through this pandemic. Merci.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member, and yes, I'm going to have to rush myself. Parry Sound Muskoka. Yes, I'm sorry, thank you.
We're all in different spots. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was interested in my colleague's comments about, Conservatives believe in equity and the importance of making sure that it's an even playing field. And I'm wondering if you might be able to elaborate a little bit on that, if in fact, because of perhaps the cozy nature of Facebook with, for example, this government, if in fact he feels this is again Liberals picking their winners and losers.
The honourable member for Bellechasse-les-Etchemins-Lévis.
For his question, and indeed, I just mentioned that it is a basic conservative principle that we have fairness among businesses. And what we have now, and the Yale report has recognized it as well, that there is unfairness and there is an emergency to act. Unfortunately, the liberal bill that is in front of us does not address this critical issue, and it would be so simple for the government to come up with measures to establish the same level playing field for all the players, but this is unfortunately not, and they've been talking about it for a while, but a lot of talk, but no action.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Speaker, I do appreciate my honourable colleague and everything that he has to contribute in this place. He's one of the first MPs that I met when I got here, one of my caucus colleagues, and I really appreciate him and all that he does. He spoke at length about the unlevel playing field, and we see in this country around media, we have a national broadcaster that seems to compete in every field, pushing out the little guys and being subsidized by the government. I was just wondering what his thoughts are on that. Thanks.
The honourable member for Bellechasse-les-Etchemins-Lévis.
I thank my colleague for his question and his interest in a very important issue, which is the role of the CBC in our country and the way CBC can coexist with the private sector, especially at a time where the private sector is hardly hit. And how can we ensure that CBC is focused on its mandate instead of competing with the private sector and getting those funds that could be very useful? Again, there's a big void in that bill that is in front of us. There is nothing about the role played by CBC, its mandate, and the fact that at point in time it can interfere with the private sector in a time where the private sector is very hardly hit. Thank you.
The honourable member for Repentigny. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Our colleague has often spoken about equity. Perhaps we should talk about another form of equity between traditional media that is important and media such as Facebook. incredible amounts of money, tens of thousands of dollars, were spent by the major parties on Facebook during the election campaign. So shouldn't that money have been invested in traditional media to allow them to live? The honourable member for Bellechasse-les-Échemins-Lévis. I would like to thank my colleague for her excellent question. She's right. During the pandemic, I spoke to the minister to invest in our local broadcasting outlets. There are many Quebec organizations that said, well, for example, Ricardo or Véro, that are available and able to communicate with people throughout the country. But unfortunately, even their own government, the Liberal government, is investing more in web giant digital platforms than in our own media outlets. So we have to put our own house in order before we are charitable to others. The Canadian government must invest first and foremost in Canadian media.
For Fleetwood Port Kells.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a recovering broadcaster, and I have many colleagues here in the room. It was very troubling yesterday to hear that another wave of layoffs hit, this time Rogers Communication, and several very, very good friends at the outlet in Vancouver lost their jobs. And this has been a trend that's been going on for some time. And so, seeing as my honourable colleague brought up the CBC, I really wanted to ask him if he is on side with his leader's contention that CBC News should be defunded or basically disbanded.
The honourable member for Bellechasse-les-Échemins-Lévis.
The member for his question, and I share his grief for having seen some of his friends lost their jobs. In my writing, local media, you know, there's some rationalization. There used to be 2 newspapers in Lévis, now there's only 1. So the media sector is hardly impacted. As I mentioned in my speech, there's a way to incentive a Canadian company to invest in Canadian newspaper is to correct the Article 19. This is not in the bill, as well as CBC. You know, what we feel is it is certainly important to review the mandate of CBC. It was recommended in the Yale report, and again, there's a void in the bill. There's nothing about it. We are willing.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm very happy to be sharing my time with the member for Beauport-de-Beaupré, Ile d'Orléans, Charlevoix. In the past, and I will try to repeat it today, I've said that a nation does not give its soul to another. That seems obvious. By saying it, it seems obvious. You don't give your soul to another country. A country does not give its arts, does not give its culture, does not give its history, his dance, his music, his theatre, his cinema, and first and foremost, his language to another country. And we've discovered that the Liberals and most NDP will be voting against the Bloc Québécois bill on French knowledge. Proof that we have to take control of our own language. This is not just posturing. This is founded on strong tenements. Bill C-10 has 2 clear and flagrant examples on the dangers that come with giving its culture, one's arts, and one's language to another nation. I would like to start with foreign property, which is so large and so important that no one can claim that they don't know what it's all about. There are rules that state that a broadcasting company must be under Canadian control. This somewhat protects our arts and various artistic expressions that are Canadian, in this case, protect them against more dominant cultural powers of the world. Renouncing this and replacing it with a simple check, as if our sole was on offer for the highest bidder, which is often our neighbours down to the south. This is highly logical. We shouldn't give our culture and our soul to another country. This applies to Canada as well. Margaret Atwood is not Californian. Robert G. Sawyer, he's not Texan. This surrender to American culture is difficult. And here's a very clear example. A multinational, an American internet multinational, can take its 30% of Canadian content investment and give that 30% to a company that it itself bought in Canada to produce a TV series, but only in English. Now, Madam Speaker, what about us? What's in there for us? This is a severe step in the wrong direction. The other example is the percentage of protection for French. In previous programs, especially music shows that I enjoyed, I was on the Canadian Music Council for a bit. Some people may find that amusing, but there were rules that stated that a certain percentage, 40% sometimes, and why? Because we need a critical mass to develop a professionalization of various sectors. 40% of airtime was for French. Radio Star, Musique Faction, all these music shows of the past. This was before rules were revised as they are here today. Rules have to be entrenched in our statutes. We have to perpetuate and confirm and set in stone the protection of French culture through tools and access to resources. We have to do this now. We have to make it official. If we don't do so, through this bill, the CRTC will believe that for Canadian content and for Francophone percentages, the intention of the legislator isn't to protect any of this, but is to not protect it, because there is no neutral position in this. You can't be neutral. The bill is supposed to update the legislator's intentions. We have been told that the government didn't want to put a Francophone percentage so that the minimum does not become a maximum. And that stressed me out. I said, maybe that's right. Imagine Netflix, Disney Plus, Spotify, and imagine if Canada said, we want 45% of French content. Oh, we'll never dare. The minimum is 35%, so we won't go to 45. The minimum is 35, as if we don't understand what minimum means. Well, people are smarter than they think. This is not a neutral effect. The call of capital that stems from this 30% that's added to what companies invest now through a statute like this one is channeled towards Anglophone productions. There are many series produced by Netflix for Netflix, some of which are made in their local tongue throughout the world, and then they either add subtitles or dubbing, but no one likes dubbing because halfway through the episode, the lips don't sync up to the sound. People don't enjoy it. That's my opinion in any case. And so sometimes a series is simply just filmed in English. Netflix is happy, people watch it in English, and everyone is apparently happy. That's not a neutral effect. We will fight for this and for these people. There are actors, singers, writers, interpreters from all walks of life, from all backgrounds, who have the desire of expressing themselves in French because that's their soul, to communicate what they have to communicate because that's what an artist is. They want to translate what they want to do and want to say and want to perform in French. Some may sally forth in other languages from time to time, but they want to do so in French. It's not only the new money that will be channeled towards English. The call for capital to do business and to take over the world because producers do business. I was a producer myself. I didn't sing, but I sold the product. Producers want to go to the biggest English market in the world because it's the richest market with these multinational internet companies. So I would like to say to Francophone artists, don't be duped by this. The amount invested in French content is not going to stay where it is. It's not going to increase. It's actually going to decrease because capital is going to fly towards English without any form of protection. So you'll understand that in the current iteration of C10, this bill isn't a step in the right direction. It may actually be a hindrance. People in this house keep singing their love for French, but we need to go beyond that. We need to stand up and say that won't do, that's not enough. If we protect Canadian content and the Francophone percentage aspects of this bill, then the Bloc Québécois, which sometimes speaks about French from time to time, the Bloc Québécois would be happy to take part. So, Madam Speaker, the Bloc Québécois will take the time that it needs, but the Bloc Québécois will never renounce its soul, which, as is Quebec's soul, French at the end of the day. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments?
L'honorable député de Bellechasse.
The honourable member for Bellechasse, Les Echemins-Lévis. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to hear from my colleague on the importance of Quebec culture and how it's being protected in this bill. Because as far as I'm concerned, in the bill, there are some portions that I have questions about, and I'm curious whether this bill will improve the situation or rather make it worse. The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Well, I have an example in mind. Thank you for the question. I thank my colleague for the question. The holiday season is approaching. There's a tradition of having a coin in a pudding, and the person who finds the coin gets a prize. So the whole cake is delicious, but it's really the coin that matters. And the coin here in this legislation is the fact that French isn't protected. Because ultimately, what this law is saying to producers is, well, do whatever you want. You can buy Canadian producers and make them produce content for Netflix, maybe more cheaply, so much the better. But Canadian content and French, and this is really the key point, is not being protected. The honourable member for Churchill-Coaticook.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Ma question
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. My question to my colleague, the leader of the Bloc Québécois, is to ask whether he has thought about the concerns our party has raised regarding the CRTC's capacity to do what the government is asking it to do. And I would like to ask whether he has any concerns about the Liberals' close relationship with the web and media giants. We're talking about companies that aren't Quebec or Canadian companies, and the impact of this on our ability to protect Quebec and Canadians' ability to create content. The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly, regarding the cozy relationship between these multinationals, web multinationals, and the government. In some cases, I practically expect Facebook lobbyists to appear here instead of the members in this House. They have such a close relationship. There was a time when they were being a little more discreet, but at this point, it's really obvious. And it led to the Netflix catastrophe, which I think we should use Netflix as an example more often. It's not Netflix's fault per se. They're trying to do business. But ultimately, Quebec is being sidelined here. And ultimately, we're going to end up just producing what's very similar to American content. It's just being contracted out to us to produce American-type content, preferably with preferably with some lasers in it to make it seem cool. Now, when it comes to protecting arts and culture, and this is something I've always been passionate about, we need to work with the CRTC. They work in good faith, but ultimately, the CRTC needs to base itself on the intention of the legislator, and the legislator is never neutral. And if the legislator isn't trying to protect Canadian content or French content, that is very serious. And I would urge artists and representatives of the industry to remain open. We've started communicating with them because we hope together to be able to correct this legislation. We're not trying to delay it, we're trying to correct it so that it really serves Quebecers' soul. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher des Patriotes Verchères. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I enjoyed the speech of my colleague, the member for Belleuil-Chambly, a leader of our party. So my question on Bill C-10, well, we see that the Liberals have neglected or even entirely snubbed Quebec culture and the importance of protecting it. We could draw a parallel, perhaps, with what we've seen this week, the member for Saint-Laurent who said French isn't endangered, or the bill saying it's going to vote against our bill to make French mandatory for citizenship. I wonder if there are any parallels to be drawn among these various government responses. The member for Belleuil-Chambly. Well, French is the language of love, according to some, and it's a language that it's easy to love. When you love French, you love its expressions. Without French as a tool, my wife would never have married me. I'll just have to let you finish on that note.
Député de Beauport.
The Honourable Member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, l'Île d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague, the member for Belleuil-Chambly. I'm a little intimidated by the eloquence of my colleague. It's always hard to follow him. He's a real monument, political monument. But I would like to discuss my personal experience. Arts and culture, well, that's very broad. And it can include all sorts of musical and artistic and dance and other kinds of execution. Sculpture, cinema, theater, authors. I will probably not be a witness at one of these committees that will debate the bill as I'm a member. I will discuss my personal experience. I myself am an artist. I grew up in a hotel. My parents held a hotel. And my influencers, we know that's a popular term today, my influencers were the visitors who came to the lodging house and who loved to meet up there and work together. 60 years later, it's still the same way. I grew up in that universe. Michel Brault, Pierre Perrault, all sorts of other, Gilles Pelletier, other great artists came there with their dogs. They would sit down by the fireplace. They would chat with my parents. I was just a child at the time. So I was, at this very young age, I drew inspiration from the artistry of these great artists of Quebec. You can think of the Ilocud trilogy, Pierre Perrault's films, all sorts of extremely well-received films and other forms of art. And that's what led me to want to write songs. I inherited from my mother quite a lovely voice, if I say so myself, and I also inherited a love of literature from my father. At the festival, at the Granby Festival, an important one in Quebec, I made it to the semifinals, and that made me want to write my own songs because I had signed up for the festival as a singer, and now I wanted to write my own songs. I learned that I too could be one of these artists who was part of the universe of Quebec arts. I could be one of those who could stop space and time just for the duration of a single song and create something completely new. I really was stunned by the effect that this could have on people, that art could have on people's hearts. Joy, well-being, stimulation. Because when you're a creator and you write down your message and you pass it on, you influence people. You influence the people you work with, the people you publish with, the people you talk with. And then when your song is performed on stage, when your film is in the cinemas, when your painting is in a gallery, that's how the message gets passed on. And when you have something to say, you want to say it in your mother tongue. That's the language you grew up with. It's the language you socialized in. It's the language that enables you to say what you truly mean to others. If only for that reason. When you set out, I set out with my few belongings, with my songs. I may not be a well-known artist, but I was lucky enough to go to Switzerland, France, even the United States to sing in my own language. And people didn't always understand what I was saying in the United States, but they still appreciated the energy and the passion that I used to perform. And some people told me that they even started to learn French. They bought a dictionary. They bought my CDs and tried to translate my lyrics because they saw the level of passion I brought to it. And that passion is something that really you can only show in your mother tongue. And that's why I want to talk about C10 today. We shouldn't lose our way when we sit down to draft a bill. We need to focus on what's most important. And what that is here is artists, creators of content, journalistic, musical, literary, these creators. We've seen the rising tide of the web giants. I'm familiar with the language of tides and oceans because I'm from an island. But in any case, the rising tide of the web giants is overwhelming our world. It's not entirely bad. Things aren't black and white. But when there are high tides, you need to build seawalls because otherwise, everything you've worked for, your gardens, your farms, they're drowned. We see that in many places in Canada. When the high tides come in the fall, we see how they destroy everything in their path. If we don't build seawalls to channel these high tides of the web giants, we're going to lose the very essence of who we are. Our cultural land, territory. And that is why I'm concerned about this legislation, tabled by our colleague across the way, the Minister for Heritage, because I feel that we're ultimately forgetting what's most important. We're adrift, to take another maritime term. We're not really poring over the very essence of what we should be. That's what I want to rise to speak to today. How attached we should be to the meaning of what we're talking about. The importance of the spirit of the culture. These arts that ultimately describe who we are in our heart. Dance, stories, songs, dreams, ambitions, values. All these things influence who we will be tomorrow. But in order to make that future come true, we need to nourish creators. We need to give them the means that they need to continue creating. Before COVID, the situation was already bad, but now it has become, frankly, alarming. We now see extremely competent artists having to leave the field. They have to turn their energies elsewhere than what they were really good at. It's extremely dangerous at a time like this to not fully deal with things properly, even though things are urgent, we shouldn't forget what's really essential. I would invite my colleagues to reflect on that point. If there are no more creators, we're faced with a situation where culture is barren. At this time, we need to protect the French language. We need to protect the market share of cultural production businesses. And in this House, we need to constantly remember that we shouldn't get adrift and forget the real subject. And that's what we're here for in the Bloc Québécois. I would also like to remind this House that the National Assembly of Quebec unanimously voted in favor of a recommendation to urge the government to state that we want a percentage to be set in the legislation to protect the French language and the Francophone aspect of our culture. Madam Speaker, thank you for listening. I'd like to thank all my colleagues. And I hope that this speech has allowed us to build a seawall and channel our efforts correctly. Thank you very much. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Bellechasse, Ismaël-Lévy. I greatly enjoyed my colleague's speech. It was clearly very heartfelt. We can see how attached she is to her language and culture. She's also a very talented artist. She discussed the importance of protecting cultural content, or content creators rather. Earlier, I talked about copyright protections. And I'd like to hear from her how important that is. We know that ultimately money is a key, and so when it comes to copyright, would she like to discuss the importance of copyright in this bill for the survival of Quebec culture? The Honourable Member, I'd like to thank my colleague. We've certainly sung some songs together when we've met in the hallways. We share an affection for culture. The Broadcasting Act currently doesn't include copyright. The Minister of Heritage informed us that subsequently, in a further phase, there will be copyright legislation and other matters addressed. We are impatiently waiting. We're waiting for that legislation to come about. Now, before 50% of our royalties disappeared because of the arrival of the web giants, before that, things were a lot more clear. We could clearly state what kind of revenue we were getting from our works. And, for example, when a star like Luc Plamondon arrived on the stage, things changed. We had ways to encompass what was happening. It was easier to measure and make it very clear. I would really like to see what the government is going to do on the subject, and I hope that they will table legislation soon.
Thanks, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable friend for her passionate speech. It was very interesting. And we, the NDP, we feel it's very, very important that we protect the French language and culture. And I'm hoping that we could have an open dialogue when we go to improve this and enhance it at committee. But I'm also wondering if she'll work with us to make that happen, and not only to protecting the French culture, but the cultures of the indigenous and racialized communities from the overwhelming dumping of American culture on our screens. Are they willing to do that?
3 questions. Honorable député de Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, d'Orléans, Charlevoix.
The Honourable Member, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. We are certainly open to any form of collaboration and discussion. We may not completely agree, but that doesn't mean we can't discuss the ideas, perhaps improve them. We will work closely with our colleagues from the various parties. With regard to other languages beyond French, it's also important to protect them. I was lucky enough to share the stage with my friend Florent Volant, who sings in his mother tongue. And I do care about that. In fact, I have a song that about that language that I love very much and that I hope to learn one day. So we will work with members of the other parties to improve this legislation, to ensure that finally it will be the tool that we need. We've been waiting for 30 years. It's time to work on this legislation to improve it with a lot of passion and conviction.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech this morning. I have a question for her. I'd like to remind her that license holders will be subject to Canadian legislation, and this won't change that. But do you not also believe that online companies should also be subjected to these the provisions in Section 3? These subjects obviously will be dealt with in committee. I'm looking forward to debating this with my colleague across the way. There are a lot of factors, of course, that will have to be studied before we take one path or another in that legislation. The notion of licenses is very complex, and we'll have to look at that with great detail. But yes, of course, we are lacking time.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to be able to join the debate today on Bill C-10, the government's bill which purports to modernize Canada's Broadcasting Act, and it raises many issues. And I've enjoyed listening to the debate, and certainly seeing the passion that colleagues from all parties on all sides of the House have for Canadian culture and for the particular linguistic or regional identities that animate their corner of what constitutes Canadian culture. I want to start by just identifying the objectives of the bill and then highlighting some of the challenges and some of the concerns that we have in the Conservative caucus with respect to Bill C-10. So, as I said, Bill C-10 proposes to modernize the Canadian Broadcasting Act, and certainly Conservatives recognize the need for change and modernization and updating, but we have some significant concerns about really the way this bill fails to live up to its stated objectives. And I'm struck again and again, and I think it's a particular thing about this government and the way its members speak about their proposals is that they often want to focus on the objectives of what they're doing instead of on the substance of what they're doing. And you hear regularly government members talking about the objective is this, the objective is that, but falls to us in the opposition then to point out that good intentions are not enough. It is not the intentions, but the text of the bill that becomes law, and the failure of the text of the bill to live up to the intentions of the bill creates big problems for those who are then impacted by the measures that are put in place. So more precisely, under the ambit of modernization, this bill confirms that online broadcasting is covered under the Act. It seeks to introduce additional provisions around the encouraging more diverse content in Canadian broadcasting that is reflective of the experience of Canadians around gender equality, LGBTQ+, racialized communities, persons with disabilities, and Indigenous peoples. So that's one of the identified objectives. It purports to create a more flexible approach to regulation that allows the CRTC to establish rules for all broadcasting services that operate in Canada. And I think I'll speak more about this in a few minutes, but one of the red flags for all of us should be when the government talks about a more flexible regulatory approach in the process of giving powers to an external agency. Effectively, what this gets at in sort of coded language is the fact that vaguely worded legislation is giving powers to the CRTC, which are not as clearly or precisely described as I think most Canadians would expect them to. So the language that the government uses around regulatory flexibility is something that I think we should watch out for and understand what's underneath it. The legislation also purports to quote modernize the CRTC's enforcement powers and update oversight and information sharing provisions to reinforce the CRTC's role as a modern and independent regulator. Okay, so what is the context in which we see this legislation, and what do we make of these purported objectives? I think one thing that all of us as members of parliament should think about is how we are defining broadcasting in the world of changing technology. I am, in a sense, as a member of parliament, I am a broadcaster. Because this speech, I don't think it's being live streamed on my Facebook page currently, although obviously sometimes we do that, but likely clips of what I'm saying will end up being broadcast to my some 30,000 followers on Facebook, as well as possibly on Twitter and Instagram. So I'm a small broadcaster, and there's many people out there who have podcasts, YouTube channels, who are using the unique power that they have through social media and through other channels to broadcast their own opinions. And this is really a revolutionary power for everyday citizens to have. Historically, when we spoke about regulating broadcasting, it was because there was a limited amount of bandwidth in terms of radio and television airwaves, and decisions had to be made collectively about who had access to that bandwidth, and there was then a hope that certain content would be broadcast in that way. But now we're living in a world of unlimited broadcast capacity on the internet, where people can access more of different kinds of content that they want, and in that world of unlimited broadcast capacity, the barriers to entry in terms of becoming a broadcaster, being a person who's broadcasting their views to a wider and wider audience, this is the new world we're living in, and there are many cases where somebody working out of their basement on their own YouTube channel might have far more views and have more importance as a voice than certain quote unquote mainstream networks and channels. So how in that world do we define what constitutes a broadcaster? If somebody is running a very popular YouTube channel where they express their own views, are we going to expect them through the CRTC to have a certain proportion of certain kind of content? Is this where we want to be going with modernizing this act? And I think most members would accept that it's not particularly reasonable for that to happen. That the idea of prescribing parameters around broadcasting aims at only the very large producers and purveyors of content. But that is a slippery space to be in. And it raised, I think, some questions in terms of the regulation around parameters of content in a world where the barriers to entry are so low, and we're not dealing with the same sort of limited supply of bandwidth in terms of television or radio that we've dealt with historically. So, under the label of modernization, this bill brings in the online world into the existing legislative framework, but I don't think it engages enough with this question of whether or not the current frameworks are aligned with the kind of world we find ourselves in today. And I would be concerned about the possibility that Canadians who are not running big budget operations, who are just broadcasting their views, maybe making content of different kinds, would become subject to CRTC CRTC intervention if their level of public attention crossed a certain threshold. Madam Speaker, I want to flag as well. I mean, I think a continuing issue around broadcast regulation, and that is this issue of maybe market demand and also Canadian. How we define Canadian content. It is my observation, my contention that there is actually strong market demand for more and more diverse content. There is a great deal of interest, I know, among people who I talk to in learning more about Indigenous culture, Indigenous communities. I think there is a real demand for that content, and that's good to see. I think there's growing interest in my Alberta constituency for people to learn French and to consume content in French, and really that market demand is necessary for the increasing knowledge of those things, because if there wasn't market demand, then whether or not these shows were, and messages were being produced, people wouldn't consume them. It's one thing to say you might want more diverse content on a major sort of online video platform. The question comes down to, though, whether people consume that content. And if people are eager to consume that content, then presumably the incentives will exist for there to be increased production of that content. So I think as parliamentarians, we all want to see increasing diversity and that reflected in media. I think that there are I also think that we should recognize that there is demand for that content, and some of that increasing diversity is and will continue to happen naturally. But I think it's something we should be aware of and be looking at and be seeing to put in place policy tools to reasonably incentivize that development without giving the CRTC powers that are excessive in terms of their intervention. And then this question of how we define Canadian content, or how we define content in terms of whether it's reflective of different diverse communities. I know this is something that I looked at in university, precise definitions of Canadian content, and it always struck me as a little bit odd, the idea that on some definitions, you could have a story that takes place in California, and that's the film, but then you have an actor who was born in Canada playing a prominent role, and you have a director who's Canadian, and maybe it was filmed on a location in Canada, but the story purports to take place in California. But that becomes, on some definitions, defined as Canadian content because of the national backgrounds of some of the people involved, even though the story that's being told is not actually about Canada. When we talk about Indigenous content, I think there's some questions that maybe should be looked at in terms of the committee by what is meant by this. So if you have a Indigenous actor, but the story does not show that person as being that character as being Indigenous, is that Indigenous content? Or if you have a story that purports to be about Indigenous culture, but does not represent that culture accurately, and the particular show was not created through engagement with Indigenous communities, does that still constitute Indigenous content? And the challenge is, I think maybe at an individual level, we might be able to look at a particular representation or not and come to our own conclusions. When you have regulatory definitions of these concepts, it can raise some significant problems in terms of whether the regulations in the way they apply actually achieve the intended objective. So I think that's something that members need to think about as well as we study and go deeper into this legislation. Madame la Présidente, je trouve.
Madam Speaker, this seems typical with these type of bills from the Liberals. This bill is vague in terms of the CRT's powers. First, this bill does not ensure that foreign web giants such as Google and Facebook will be following the same rules as Canadian tech companies. There are people who have accused these foreign companies of having used personal data from Canadians in an appropriate fashion and to have censored the opinions of certain Canadians. Unfortunately, this bill will allow these companies to continue their control over Canadians. I'm also concerned by the lack of specific directives in terms of Canadian content and the quota of amount of funds that should go to the Medium Fund. We know that the French language is threatened in Canada, as my colleagues have said recently. Canada is a proudly bilingual country, and our French culture is the key to Canada's bilingual future. French media in Canada is rich with unique cultural content, and that is why the Conservatives will work to preserve it and to maintain funding of French-Canadian production once we'll come to power. And then I'm proud to express myself in French today, even though it's not my mother tongue. Many people in my province of Alberta put their children in French immersion school because they want their children to feel that pride in being able to speak both official languages. Another concern I have with this bill is the fact it's not modernizing copyrights. Madam Speaker, at a time when internet is dominating our lives, it is crucial for Canadian content to be protected from unfair use and plagiarism. Canadian artists work hard to produce quality work, and we're going to ensure that their rights are strongly protected. Unlike the Liberals, as Conservatives, we believe in a modernized act for copyright and new measures to preserve French and to protect Canadians from foreign web giants. They should be held to account. Once our Leader will be elected as Prime Minister during the next elections, our government will get rid of taxes on Canadian platforms to promote Canadian media content that highlights the beautiful culture in Canada. We understand that it's important to have legislation for the CRTC, and we would like to have the Liberals to have understood that as well. The Conservative Party is a national one. It is there for all Canadians. We're the only party with members in every region of the country. We're proud to have members in Alberta, such as myself, who defend the French language, and Quebec members as well, who defend oil workers. We are the party that unites all Canadians by respecting the particular characteristics of each region. The French language is not only important in Quebec. I have a strong Francophone community in my riding in Alberta, and I love working with this community. There are also Francophiles. We have a Francophone community that has been in place for quite some time, and there's also many newcomers as well. And I would ask my Francophone colleagues, particularly in the Bloc, to come to Alberta to discover our Francophone communities, which are so lively and important to us.
just in conclusion, if I can reiterate some of those points in English, I'm very proud to be part of a Conservative Party that is studying these issues carefully, diligently, recommending amendments, identifying problems, and looking at the text as well as the intentions. And I'm proud to be part of a Conservative Party that is serious about uniting Canadians from coast to coast, where we have MPs all across the country, Anglophones and Francophones who recognize and defend the importance of English and French in all regions of the country. And also where we stand up for jobs and the economy in all regions of the country. And Madam Speaker, as a final note, I just wanted to briefly touch on that it is striking to me that this legislation speaks about the representation of people with disabilities. I think it's very important that it does that. But we have people from all kinds of disability organizations who are descending on Parliament Hill, and they are deeply concerned about how the poorly drafted Bill C7 entrenches discrimination against people with disabilities. And we've seen at the Justice Committee so many different disability organizations speaking out about those problems, calling for real and meaningful changes. And the best the government can do for people with disabilities is include in an amendment to the Broadcasting Act an expectation for representation of people with disabilities. Sure, that's a nice to have. But if the government was really listening, if they were really listening to people from diverse communities facing particular challenges, including people with disabilities, they would be doing far more than including a line in the Broadcasting Act. They would be taking the steps that are necessary and that groups have been calling for to support the dignified life for people living with disabilities. They would support reasonable amendments that have been put forward by disability organizations. They would be engaging in proper consultation instead of shutting that consultation off. So, Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I look forward to continuing getting on that bill.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Interesting comments. The bill before us now is the first major revision to the Broadcast Act since 1991. And during that period of time, there were a number of governments, including Conservative governments, who just saw to let things slide. It was also, by the way, a time during Mr. Harper's reign that funding to the CBC was cut quite drastically, damaging that organization. And, we've been trying to restore it. But I wanted to go to the honourable member's point about diversity in media, because what we've seen, in fact, over the years is a huge range of diversity appear. So many cable channels, so many radio stations. In fact, I would submit to him that nobody is broadcasting anymore. They are narrowcasting. And I'm wondering what he would like to see in the bill to, in fact, that would get more diversity on an individual channel, so that people might be exposed to contrary views or different views of things, rather than a constant stream of conservatism or liberalism or NDPism or any other ism that you like.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his thoughtful comments. He began his comment by saying he wished Stephen Harper had passed more bills. And I'd say if only we had been reelected in 2015, we would have passed so many more bills. Indeed, it's somewhat an inconsistent complaint coming from the Liberals. I think his point about the value of individuals consuming content from a variety of different perspectives and not just being in an echo chamber is, I think, a very, very good and important point. But I don't necessarily think it's a point that the government can do all that much to solve, or should do all that much to solve. It is always going to be up to individuals in a free society to consume the content that they want. And even if you have diversity in a particular newspaper or a particular channel, intellectual diversity, it's up to people to read what they want, or watch what shows they want, or tune out what things they want. So I think this is a cultural question, an important cultural question, but not everything comes down to the action of government.
L'honorable député de Longueuil.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I would like to thank him for his efforts in speaking French. Bravo. Congratulations. But I don't know if I heard the same thing. In French, he's saying, well, we need to protect the francophonie, but in English, he seems to say, well, free markets, we shouldn't legislate, diversity is all well and good, but the issue for us in Quebec is to protect our francophone culture. If the government does not intervene, nothing will happen, especially by giving yardsticks for francophone content. In Montreal, fewer than 50% of people have French as their first language. It's gone under 80% in Quebec. This protecting French content and the francophonie goes through statutes like Bill C-10. This bill is imperfect. The government should give guidelines to the CRTC. Does the MP believe that the government should intervene to protect francophone culture? Because his leader these past couple of days says, yes, francophone culture is important. Conservative MPs have said, yes, French culture is great, but is that really true for them?
For Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And the member is right that I did not repeat the same words in English and French because we have translators operating, and I think the point is available to people in both languages. But I'm happy in response to his question. I'm speaking in English now to emphasize the point that I think the French language is very important. I think there are absolutely legitimate measures of government to step in and protect the French language and preserve its use, recognizing the reality that the use of French is threatened, that Canada, that the government of Canada should step up around the protection of the French language. I don't think that is exclusive with the recognition as well that there is real demand in the market and communities. People want to learn French as well. It's not just a matter of the government. It's also a matter of the fact that the government and individuals and civil society all have an interest in working together and taking steps to do this. As conservatives, we take a balanced approach. The government has a role, and at the same time, it's not all about the government in every case. That there's a role for government, there's a role for civil society, and there's a role for everybody else.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague for talking about the gap because of the share of advertising that's going to Google and Facebook. Madam Speaker, we've seen over 200 publications daily, local newspapers collapse over the last decade. We've seen a lot of producers of Canadian content that have been displaced by the pandemic. So we know with the pandemic, the share has even grown, the disparity has even grown further. And the government talks about building back better, Madam Speaker, yet they table a bill without the sense of urgency when many jobs are at stake, whether it be in local media or producers, especially in my riding, where we've got Indigenous stories that are having a very difficult time getting their story out. How are they supposed to compete with these multinational web giants that aren't paying their fair share of taxes in this country? So I'm calling on my colleague. Will he share does he sense this, the urgency that's needed right now as we have the opportunity to build back better, to improve this legislation? Maybe he can speak to that.
Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just say that I believe Canadian content is very important. The Indigenous communities he mentioned in his riding that want to be able to tell their stories, and I think there is a significant appetite for people to hear those stories. There are many people in Canada I talk to who are not from Indigenous backgrounds who just desperately want to learn more, to understand how they can engage better, how they can just really understand ideas that and traditions that are part of Indigenous communities. So I think we need to think how to do that and how to have, yes, a level playing field where we don't have tax advantages that exist for some of these non-Canadian organizations that don't exist on an equal.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I certainly appreciate my colleague's intervention in the House today on this important subject. He does raise a very good point that the Liberal government talks a lot about supporting official languages, yet we see in places like Quebec that many Quebecers are unsatisfied with the government's handling and making sure that they can receive services in English or French, particularly French, Madam Speaker, when they are dealing and looking for government services. In my riding, Madam Speaker, in regards to the member's speech, there are a number of people, let's say the community of Peachland, that actually have retired there from Great Britain. And so many of them have told me, I watch BritBox on Amazon Prime. BritBox is exclusively a channel devoted to British drama, soap operas, and other types of content. Madam Speaker, under this particular bill, they're saying that these streaming companies have to have Canadian content. How does that work practically, Madam Speaker, where you have a service specifically for British content for retirees in my riding to be able to enjoy a narrowcast, as the member, my fellow member has said, from British Columbia? What will they do if they can't have this diversity and enjoyment in their quiet of their own homes, Madam Speaker?
The honourable member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I think that's a very important and thoughtful point from my colleague, that in this age of online content, there are so many different kinds of quote-unquote broadcasters, and they are in many cases focused on very specific things. So yeah, you've got BritBox that is providing British television shows. You're not going to have, I presume, much or any French language content on BritBox, and you're not going to have Canadian content there. On the other hand, you might have a broadcaster that comes from France or another French-speaking country that doesn't have any English content, and you might have different examples like this where you have a broadcaster that's focused on a very specific thing. And I think it's reasonable for those entities to exist. And the way we're going to see more diversity in content is when people seek it out. And I think that's starting to happen. And giving these vague powers to the CRTC without clarity about what that is or what that means or how it will function could create some significant concerns for people about how services like BritBox would be affected.
Du débat, resuming debate. The honourable member for Vancouver Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I just want to say at the offset that I will be sharing my time with the honourable member from Lac Saint Louis. Madam Chair, I am happy to speak to this particular bill because it is really bringing us into the 21st century. It is, as everyone has said, it is in 1991 that we actually amended the Broadcasting Act, and we've done nothing about it since. So I am happy to speak to this amendment to the Broadcasting Act. I think when 1991 was a pre-digital era, since 1991 until now, we have seen a change in how people access information, entertainment. It is through their own streaming on their own devices, on iPad, on computers, whatever. They're not accessing it the usual way anymore. And so we need to get in tune with the times, and we need to move this forward. At the same time, what has happened, I think, is we've heard since 1991 from Senate committees, House of Commons committees, panels that are independent panels, media and cultural sectors who have said to us that it is an important time for us to recognize that while we have certain rules for Canadian media and for Canadian entertainment, we do not have the same rules for these internet giants from the United States and internationally who actually enter our homes every day through these various devices and who are not regulated. They have shown that they do not wish to self-regulate. They've been asked to self-regulate. Well, now they haven't. They've shown that they can't do that, so it's time to regulate them because we regulate Canadian content. We regulate Canadian broadcasters. We regulate Canadian news. We regulate everything about Canadian media. And so Canadian media is at a total disadvantage when we look at the unregulated international media out there. And this is not something that we're doing just because we're Canadians and we want to be, parochial. It isn't. It is that the Europe The European Union is saying that they need to maintain European cultural content. Australia is saying that they need to look at Australian cultural content. I think also we find that everyone is concerned about the disinformation that is unregulated and spread by these international giants. Our own Canadian media have to be careful about how they process information, what they say, how they say it, because they are subject to CRTC ruling on this issue. So we're bringing everything down into what I call leveling the playing field. At the same time, Madam Speaker, one of the important things about this is that it was only in 1997 was the last time when Sheila Copps decided to go to bat for Canadian content, when she looked at how magazines that were coming into Canada were giving us news from the United States, from everywhere else, but very little Canadian news. We are looking at how journalism is under stress right now because we're not getting a lot of Canadian news from our own Canadian journalists because they're being laid off rapidly. So we are getting the news from international news aggregators such as Google and Facebook, who are taking everybody else's news from whatever source, not necessarily from a source that is looking at being regulated for the veracity of its content. They're just taking it from anywhere. They're aggregating it. People are reading it. They don't know what's true, what's misinformation, what's disinformation. We also see that by not regulating themselves, these internet giants are also not following things like the content and hate, and they're not looking at some of the content that is spread out there that is very dangerous and harmful. Yet our Canadian media have to follow all these rules. So we're bringing this up to scratch so that we are on a level playing field. But I think it's also important that when Sheila Copps in the 1990s talked about Canadian content, she also looked at how she could protect the music sector. Because as you well know, this and she got on a lot of flack for it, but it worked out to be exactly what we needed. People were buying blank tapes and downloading everybody's music and playing it without having to pay a charge. So she added a surtax on buying of the blank tapes so that money went into a pot so that we can create what later on turned out to be a great time for Canadian music. It began to be spread around the world. We saw the divas were mostly Canadian. We saw all of this happening. It is time we stood up, not only for Canadian content, for Canadian cultural sovereignty. We also want to reflect Canadian culture is a culture that's a very diverse culture. It's culture made up of official bilingualism, of French within Quebec and French outside of Quebec. The government said clearly in the throne speech it's going to protect that. We look at all of our Indigenous culture, which is so rich. We look at all of our ethnic cultures and our racialized cultures, LGBTQ voices. And of course, we know that geographically, what the Atlantic province's cultural content is very different from BC and the Maritimes. We need to get to know each other as Canadians. We need to get to understand each other's stories, hear them and tell them. And we also know that, and I've heard this from creators always, that Canadian creators are actually out there writing stories, etc. It's being pilloried by other people. They're not getting any kind of reimbursement for their intellectual property. So let's talk about how we reimburse Canadian intellectual property. Let's talk about how we're leveling the playing field. And I think that is what this bill is doing. It's not a nefarious bill. Nobody's saying people are not going to be able to have the opportunity to stream what they want. All we're saying is that the CRTC has required that Canadian media, Canadian entertainment must actually do up to 45% of its production that is Canadian content, and that they must put money into creating that. But we have not said this of all of the other content that we get from media giants who are making a lot of money from Canadian content and not reimbursing that to Canadians and not reflecting the diversity of Canadian life and Canadian regionality. So we want to bring this down. We do not want in a global world, and Javier Perez de Cuellar said this back in the late 1990s from UNESCO when he said that globalization has one flaw to it, that what we're seeing seeing is that the world is now hearing some kind of amorphous culture, and we are losing a sense of our own sovereignty, our own cultural identities. Europe has taken a step now to make sure that that isn't going to happen. It is doing something similar to what we're doing. Australia is also taking steps to ensure that we're doing what we're doing. We do not want Canadian media to be under certain restrictions and regulations and then have international media and international media giants spreading and spreading information, disinformation, hate, all kinds of inappropriate things on the internet, and that we cannot regulate them. So I think this is a good time. I think the idea that we could get money and that they are required, like Canadian media, to put in money into creating Canadian content is something that our creators need, our music industry needs, all of that wonderful intellectual property. I mean, we know nobody has to tell us as Canadians how great storytellers we are, what great writers we have, what fabulous producers, what content. You just have to look at Schitt's Creek and see that that has become a major a piece of Canadian storytelling and Canadian comedic acting and all of that. We need to protect that, but we need more than anything else to level the playing field. This is not asking the CRTC to do something nefarious. It's just saying, here you are, CRTC, you will make the same requirements and regulations that will level the playing field for Canadian media as we do for the international giants who don't have to follow any of these rules. That's the first thing. Secondly, they're going to be required to contribute to Canadian content in the same way that Canadian media must do. We are also saying that you need to know that we have to reflect the diversity of Canadian culture, which is very different from other cultures internationally. So this is not something that is strange or Big Brother or anything. We're just trying to level the playing field. We're trying to give our Canadian content a break, and we're trying to make sure that we tell and hear our own stories. I think this is important. The regulation of information is really important. When you look at news, when you look at all of the panels and the Senate committees and the House of Commons committees, the last one being the committee I chaired that gave its report in 2017 that pointed out that we are not seeing ourselves in our own news and in our own media and in our own entertainment. We're not seeing Indigenous voices. We're not hearing regional voices. We're not seeing the racialized and the LGBTQ and the ethnic groups within our country telling their stories. We are unique as a nation. We're very different. And we need to reflect that difference. And who knows, maybe other people streaming Canadian content out there in France or in the United States or in some other thing might learn a little bit about who we are as Canadians, might actually be inspired by some of the things we can do in Spain.
And now we have to go to questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nickel.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from British Columbia for her speech. Irene Berkowitz published a report on behalf of her and her colleagues called the Watch Time Canada Report. I've spoken about this in this House before. There's over 160,000 Canadian YouTube content creators right now. 28,000 of them have been able, under the existing rules, been able to monetize and hire, actually 40,000 of them have been able to hire 28,000 Canadians with the rules that are under place. Is the member not concerned that these particular content creators have been able to produce such good content made in Canada by Canadians that is now pushed up and they are able to make a living from it, that by arbitrarily changing the rules, we will see other Canadian content that may not be as high quality will actually get pushed to the front of many Canadian YouTube screens. And that could harm an industry that has worked so hard, these small mom and pop operators, to produce high quality content. Is this member not concerned that by changing those rules, that it actually may harm some Canadian content that is already being watched because it is great content, not because it meets an artificial algorithm dictated by the CRTC?
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Centre.
I would like to say that I am not concerned, no, because this specifically in this bill, if the member had read it carefully, he would understand that this does not apply to the mom and pop, to the guy in his mother's garage doing whatever they need to do. This is applying to businesses that are international, that are mega businesses that are making money and actually entering everyone's homes without any regulations whatsoever. We're talking about Google. We're talking about Facebook. We're not talking about me making a dance video tomorrow morning, which I intend to do, Madam Speaker, in my living room. We're not talking about those things. We are actually talking about regulating groups that are making billions and billions of dollars using other people's intellectual property.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And this issue is really important because Facebook has $19 billion in global revenues, and they don't pay any tax. What concerns me, however, is our previous heritage minister was supposed to regulate and bring taxes in, but her chief of staff was a top Google executive that was brought in by the Prime Minister's office, Leslie Church. The Prime Minister's close connections with Google and Facebook raise real serious questions. So when I look at this bill, and I see the fact that Facebook and Google, which have 64% of all the internet advertising dollars in Canada, are not going to be paying any tax on that advertising. Still, this has been one of the biggest outstanding issues, and this government is ignoring it. So when you talk about a level playing field, how can we have a level playing field when all advertisers, artists, cable companies pay advertising and pay taxes, and yet under this bill, Facebook and Google will still not be paying tax?
Member for Vancouver Centre.
That's a very important question the honourable member is asking. And in fact, in our 2017 House of Commons Heritage Report, we pointed out that level playing field with regard to GST being levelled and HST being levelled against Canadian media and Canadian content and not being levelled against the internet giants. Now, this bill will be going to committee. There is an opportunity for people to talk about that levelling of the playing field. But when we brought it forward at the committee, it was very clear that the Conservative Party felt that we were spread the rumor that we were taxing people. And we're talking about leveling the playing field. It could mean removing the tax that Canadian media have to pay. We could talk about increasing a tax on international media. I don't know, but I agree with you about the taxation. I think it's an important piece that we have to look at because it gives the international giants a 15% advantage over Canadian media.
Une question très rapide de l'honorable député de Longueuil.
Quick question, the honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. This bill is very important in Quebec because although it doesn't do that now, it could become a factor in protecting the French language. I'd like to ask my colleague whether she shares the opinion of the president of the Quebec Liberal Party and the member for Saint-Laurent that Bill 101 is an oppressive bill and that French decline is not occurring.
The honourable member for Vancouver.
I know that how our Prime Minister feels about Bill 101, and I'm not here to talk about that right now. I agree that that we have an enough speech from the throne. The Prime Minister said very clearly that the Government of Canada has a responsibility to ensure that the French language inside Quebec and outside of Quebec is promoted and is assured that we're going to tell the stories outside and inside Quebec. So this is something that...
Resuming debate, the honourable member for l'honorable député de Lac-Saint-Louis.
The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Louis. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Canada did not happen by accident. Canada is a conscious act of will to create a distinct political, economic, and cultural space in the upper reaches of the North American continent. Today, we are focusing on our cultural space. Ensuring the continued vitality of Canadian cultural content is what this bill is all about. In so many ways, Quebec is the model and inspiration for Canada's broader cultural affirmation, proof that it is possible to preserve and fortify one's cultural voice against unrelenting pressure, that it is possible, indeed a duty to oneself and one's fellow citizens, to build and sustain a cultural realm that reflects, supports, and strengthens our collective identity. La culture est un réservoir.
Culture is a reservoir of ideas, values, symbols, ways of doing things, individual stories, woven into collective stories. We need to constantly nourish this reservoir if we want it to remain full and thriving. If not, over time, it will evaporate. Or it may find other sources, other springs where we no longer see our own reflection, or we just see a very washed out pale image. Quebec has so far known how to fill up its cultural reservoir, and the rest of Canada has drawn inspiration in many cases.
Of the value of one's culture as an alternative lens through which to view the world accounts in part, I believe, for the long overdue attention now being given to supporting Canada's Indigenous languages and cultures, including, incidentally, through the provisions of the bill we are debating today. It is vitally important as Canadians that we be able to see ourselves in books, plays, TV shows, films, and hear ourselves in music. When we see ourselves reflected through these media, we see ourselves in motion, doing, accomplishing, overcoming challenges, sorting out contradictions and complexities, moving forward. We are also witnessing our potential. What can be more invigorating and motivating than that, on both an individual and collective basis? For well over a century, we in Canada have proven that there is no such thing as cultural determinism, no foregone conclusions about a culture's ability to survive and thrive, even in the face of powerful outside cultural forces. The strength of a culture, its staying power, are a function of a people's determination and ability to craft effective cultural strategies that are continuously adapted to a changing environment. La survie et l'épanouissement de notre...
The survival of our culture depends on us. Our desire to continually create the content of our culture and take on the necessary tools to allow it to thrive. It's all about raising awareness and continuing to think about the rapid changes in technological challenges that are constantly arriving.
Act of political will, a conscious collective response to the challenge of a new medium, radio. CanCon in radio was an act of political will that spawned a homegrown music industry that 30 years later conquered global markets in the genres of country, jazz, and rock. The list of studies, analyses, and policy initiatives we have undertaken over decades with the aim of shoring up Canadian culture in the face of challenges, technological and economic, is too long to describe in the time that I have. But here is the sampling. In 1929, the Royal Commission on Radio, called the Aird Commission, recommended that Canada establish a single national publicly owned broadcasting system. Not long after, in 1932, the Canadian Radio Broadcasting Act was passed. In 1936, a parliamentary committee called for a corporation resembling the BBC. Thus was created the CBC, and in 1937 it opened a French-language radio station in Montreal, which became the beacon Radio-Canada is today for Francophone culture in Quebec and for Francophones outside Quebec, and it should be added, for Francophiles across the country whose numbers increased following the adoption of the Official Languages Act by the government of Pierre Trudeau. Lorsque je pense à notre infrastructure culturelle...
When I think about our indispensable cultural infrastructure in Canada, I think, among others, about CBC Radio-Canada. It's impossible to overestimate the key importance of Radio-Canada in particular. And when I hear the Conservatives say that they want to privatize CBC Radio-Canada, I think about that. In many ways, this Crown Corporation is the wellspring that feeds our Francophone cultural reservoir in the country. In 1949, the Massey Commission was appointed with a mandate of reviewing broadcasting in Canada. In 1958, the Radio Broadcasting Act was adopted. In 1959, quotas on TV Canadian content were created.
In 1969, the CRTC noted that cable technology had become a major factor in the Canadian broadcasting system, and it set out rules on the services cable systems were required to carry, what we refer to today as must-carry rules. In 1971, the Canadian content regulations came into force, for AM radio music, and the CRTC allowed simultaneous substitution, whereby a local TV channel is substituted for a US one on cable if both stations are carrying the same program. This was designed to help local stations keep their local audiences and the advertising dollars that go with those audiences. In 1983, the Broadcast Program Development Fund was created to ensure the production of high-quality Canadian television in the underrepresented categories of drama, variety, children's, and documentary. In 1984, the Federal Provincial Committee on the Future of French Language Television was created to examine challenges facing French language television. In 1992, the CRTC issued its policy on gender portrayal. In 1996, the Minister of Canadian Heritage, Sheila Copps, announced the creation of the Canada Television and Cable Production Fund, combining the Cable Production Fund and Telefilm's Broadcast Fund. In 2003, the House of Commons Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage published Our Cultural Sovereignty, the Second Century of Canadian Broadcasting. Jumping to 2018, our government created a 6-member panel to review Canada's Broadcasting, Telecommunications and Radio Communication Act. The Yale report entitled Canada's Communications Future, Time to Act is the basis of today's bill. There was a time not long ago when the conventional wisdom held that we could not interfere in any way with the internet, that resistance to the all-encompassing juggernaut of the World Wide Web was just plain and simple, naive and futile. Partly in keeping with this view, the CRTC in 1999 exempted internet retransmitters from the requirement to be licensed or regulated under the Broadcasting Act. The decision was reviewed and upheld in 2009. In 2001, Bill C-48 attempted to bring internet retransmitters under the umbrella of Canada's copyright regime. However, the bill was amended in favor of a continued prohibition on retransmitters using proprietary content. In a sense, Bill C-10 is taking care of unfinished business. Bill C-10 will bring online streaming services within the scope of the Broadcasting Act. Internet-based platforms like Crave, Netflix, Amazon Prime, and Spotify will be required to contribute a percentage of their gross revenues to the creation of Canadian programming, as is required of traditional broadcasters. Par ailleurs, le Conseil des ministres disposera.
Moreover, Cabinet will have the authority to order the CRTC to grant appropriate funds to French language programming. In the modern world, with mass communications, cultural communication is mainly technological, with radio or television, cinema, recorded music, internet content. This bill seeks to strengthen our cultural modern infrastructure. For a culture to thrive, it needs to be based on our collective desires, but also resources, money. This bill seeks to ensure that necessary resources be placed at the disposal and at the service of the survival and success of our magnificent culture. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member. The Honourable Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. One question that I would have for the member opposite, and I'd appreciate his feedback on this, is that anytime the CRTC seems to get involved in making decisions on regulations and different things like that, the one person who ends up always paying more and in the end losing is the end user or the consumer themselves. So just wondering what your government would do to protect the end user or the consumer from being the one who ends up losing in this situation.
The Honourable Member for Lac Saint Louis.
Well, Madam Speaker, I don't agree that the end user ends up losing. I mean, the end user in Canada has access to an array of programming, but also to homegrown programming through private broadcasters and especially through CBC Radio-Canada. Yes, we pay fees for cable and so on, but you know, we don't pay fees. We don't pay fees on when we buy a television, like used to be the case, a fee that the CRTC removed many decades ago. So I don't agree with the premise of the member's question.
L'honorable député de Pierre Boucher, les Patriotes Verchères.
The honourable member for Pierre Boucher, les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I listened closely to my colleague's speech. And I would say that personally, I'm very disappointed in this bill. The web giants still aren't going to pay tax. And they would have to produce Canadian content, but not French language content. A remarkable oversight. And these are still foreign-controlled companies owned abroad. This government doesn't seem to want to make these companies produce Francophone content. And that's completely consistent with what we heard from the member for Saint-Laurent. And also we heard from the president of the Quebec Liberal Party, who said that Bill 101 is an oppressive piece of legislation. And it's very consistent with the fact that the government doesn't want new citizens to have to know French. So instead of shedding crocodile tears, can my colleague across the way openly admit that the Liberals just don't care about French in Quebec? The honourable member for Lac Saint Louis. Madam Speaker, this bill, according to some estimates, will lead to about $1 billion in revenue. That can be used for Canadian content, including Quebec content. That's a priority for our government. It's a priority to ensure that there's French language programming. Enough French language programming to enable Quebecers and all Canadian francophones to be able to express their values and perspectives and their culture.
Député de Churchill.
The honourable member for Churchill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question to the government member is with respect to the concern that we've raised about the documented close and collaborative relationship that this government has been proven to have with web giants, and and the extent to which that relationship is coming ahead of good policy on behalf of Canadians, whether it's affordable service, whether it's Canadian content, including content in French and from Quebec. We're very concerned about the role that web giants have had with respect to this government. We also believe that they should be taxed, and that's something that we haven't seen leadership from this federal government on. Does the Liberal government believe that web giants like Netflix, like Amazon, and others should be taxed like everybody else?
Quick answer from the honourable member for Lac Saint Louis.
Bill is going to raise almost $1 billion from the web giants, which was not being raised before. So I'm not sure what relationship the honourable member is talking about between the government and web giants, but that relationship is going to result in almost $1 billion more for Canadian programming.
Yeah.
Resuming debate.
Minister of Diversity and Inclusion and Youth.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. I'd like to share my time with the member from Toronto Danforth, and I'll ask her to go first, please.
The honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm happy to be able to speak to this bill, and I will be sharing my time with the member from Milton. Madam Speaker, this bill is about building sustainability back into the Canadian broadcasting system and putting Canadian broadcasters on equal footing with their online competitors. The objective of this bill is to ensure that online broadcasting services that operate in Canada contribute to the creation of Canadian content and to support the Canadian audio and audiovisual creative ecosystems, just as licensed Canadian radio and television broadcasters have been doing for decades. Madam Speaker, up until the web giants came along, the broadcasting system was managed by the Canadian Radio, Television and Telecommunications Commission, the CRTC, as a Canadian regulated sector. To operate a broadcasting service in Canada's protected market, one had to get a license from the CRTC. And as a condition of that license, these broadcasters had to contribute to the overall broadcasting system. You had to support the creation and promotion of Canadian stories and music. This was a framework of the Canadian regulatory bargain. This regime worked well for decades as our broadcasting system grew and matured. Over time, Canadians went from receiving 2 or 3 TV channels, I actually remember having the clicker on my TV for those, to the hundreds that are available now. As a result of the globalized ecosystem, the CRTC established new rules and regulations to allow some foreign channels, such as CNN, to be distributed on cable and satellite systems in Canada, while ensuring that Canadian operators would remain competitive. So even as it expanded, the closed licensed broadcasting system was maintained. TV stations, radio stations, and cable and satellite distributors were largely profitable, and film and video creators and musicians benefited from sustained and stable support from the broadcasting system. But the emergence of multinational web giants has changed the game. Early on, the CRTC chose to exempt those services from licensing in order to encourage the development of innovative technologies and business models. As a result of this, foreign online broadcasters are now able to sell their services to Canadians while avoiding the regulatory obligations placed on traditional broadcasters, including the requirement to support Canadian creators. But, Madam Speaker, these online broadcasters don't get a free ride any longer. The revenues of online video services have grown some 90% each year over the last 2 years, while the situation for Canadian traditional broadcasters has worsened. They have seen a steady decline in revenues of 1.8% per year over the last 5 years. Not to put too fine of a point on it, the legislation as it stands has been putting our own Canadian companies at a disadvantage. We need to help the home team. For too long, we've been helping the away team. Madam Speaker, traditional Canadian broadcasters are forced to compete against online platforms who are playing by different rules. This needs to change. Bill C-10 will restore competitive balance to the system. It will provide the CRTC with the tools it needs to establish a modern regulatory framework for broadcasting that is appropriate for the digital, online, and on-demand era that we live in today. Importantly, this new regulatory regime will encompass both traditional broadcasters as well as online services. Our approach is a balanced one, which includes strong guardrails. We will be excluding user-generated content, news content, and video games from any regulation. Additionally, while these amendments apply to online broadcasters, obligations will only be imposed on those that have a material impact on Canada. In practice, this means it would only impact common household named streamers. And, Madam Speaker, the very first broadcasting policy objective that will appear in the amended Broadcasting Act will state that all broadcasting undertakings shall contribute in a manner that furthers the implementation of the broadcasting policy for Canada. This will help level the playing field and restore equity and fairness to the system. Online broadcasting services will be required to support the creation and promotion of Canadian stories and music. This will help stabilize funding for Canadian film, video, and music creators and establish sustainable support for a new generation of Canadian artists. Canadians have benefited from the flexibility and choice that online platforms have to offer, and Canadian creators, stories, and music have achieved international success and reached new audiences through global streaming platforms. You think about it and think of people like Alicia Cara or Anne with an E, the TV show that many people have loved. However, Madam Speaker, I need to emphasize for honourable members that the intent of this bill is not to restrict the ability of Canadians to access online broadcasting services, or to subject foreign online platforms to rules that don't also apply to Canadian broadcasters. The intent is equally not to subject Canadian online broadcasting services to rules that don't apply to foreign ones. The CRTC, as the expert regulator, will be expected to put in place a regime that will be expected to place in a regime that does not discriminate and treats similar services in a similar manner. No online broadcaster, Canadian or foreign, will require a license from the CRTC. The message is this: you're welcome to come in and join the game. Just play by the same rules as the other players on the field. The Minister of Canadian Heritage has indicated that the bill before us is just the first step in a broader approach that the government plans to implement to position Canadian broadcasting for the on-demand online environment. He has indicated that he intends to direct the CRTC to act quickly to ensure that online broadcasters contribute appropriately to the Canadian broadcasting system. The CRTC would be asked to address existing regulatory asymmetries. Regulatory requirements should be flexible, yet predictable, recognizing the amazing diversity of creators Canada has to offer, as well as business models and technologies in the Canadian broadcasting system today. Madam Speaker, we need to restore a measure of fairness in the broadcasting system. A lot has changed from the time when I mentioned when we had TV sets with a turn dial and we had maybe 6 channels. This bill maps a way forward towards a more equitable regulatory framework that will allow traditional broadcasters to compete on a more level playing field. It will have direct impact towards increasing stable and sustained income to creators, Canadian creators. Bill C-10 will put the online broadcasters on fair footing with traditional Canadian broadcasters. And it's up to us, Madam Speaker, as members of this House, to pass this bill quickly in order to restore competitive balance to the broadcasting system and give our Canadian broadcasters a fair shot at getting back into the game. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen and Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I certainly appreciate the member's intervention in today's important debate. DAZN is a streaming service that allows for people to watch NFL, Major League Baseball, as well as other soccer leagues, content that is not available by any other source online. And yet this member is saying that, as the Liberals are, that somehow the CRTC is going to be able to require these services to have Canadian content. I'd like to ask the member, because she said about if you want to get in the game, you have to play by these rules. How precisely will National Football League get Canadian content to sufficient enough to be able to pass this legislation? Or will they simply say, you know what? Canada was a great run. DAZN is no longer offered. What will the Liberals and what will this member say to her constituents when they cannot receive this content via streaming?
The Honourable Member for Danford.
Madam Speaker, this bill is actually so that we can continue to build out the system that's been coming into play. It's actually taking into account the fact that the world has changed. And new streaming services are available that we didn't have many, many years ago when these rules were put into place. And that it's simply not fair to be able to have certain services. And if you think of all of the name brand kinds of services that people talk about, we talk about Netflix, we talk about Spotify, that they be able to profit and from being here in Canada without also paying to the creation of Canadian content. And when I say this, this also includes being able to support Canadian jobs, important Canadian jobs that all of our community relies upon.
The honourable member for Courtney Alberni.
And I want to thank my colleague for her speech. And I hear her say that there needs to be a sense of urgency, but what she's talking about doing is fast-tracking a bill, sending it to the CRTC, which could take up to a year to come back with solutions, Madam Speaker. We knew from the Yale report that Google and Facebook had now taken over 75% of the market share for advertising compared to 8.5% for local newspapers like the Comox Valley Record in my riding, or the Parksville Qualicum Beach News, Alberni Valley News, or the Western News, or the Health Shiltsa. All important newspapers in my riding telling really important stories, covering really important issues, Madam Speaker. What we need is the government to actually amend this bill and protect those newspapers and those important media and make sure that these web giants are paying their fair share, Madam Speaker. They're still not paying their fair share. And it's very important that this member and her government take immediate action instead of punting this down the road and expecting the CRTC to do something on this, especially in the vulnerability for these publications in COVID right now.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Thank you. I'm happy that my friend from across the way has raised media, because absolutely it is important to all of our communities. And what I was happy to see, actually, was that Jerry Diaz of Unifor represents many people who work in the media industry, actually said that this bill is good. It's a good bill. But what this bill deals with is broadcasting reform. And it creates a framework by which there will be further investments in Canadian culture and content. But the news media piece is something that the Minister of Canadian Heritage is also working on. He has been speaking with his counterparts in Australia and in France to talk about their different models so that we can take action on the very issue that was raised, and we will.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I think that the C10 has some very good pieces of progress in it. We're certainly looking forward to studying it in committee and proposing amendments. I want to ask the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary whether she believes we need to improve the Act to do more to define Canadian culture and creative activity. I take the point from my friend from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, that we don't just want to see Canadian cities used as backdrops for filming stories that are taking place in Chicago or New York. And I wonder if the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary has any comments.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I'm glad to have that question from the member across the way, because we've had some interesting conversations about this very topic. And the point of this bill is to increase investments in Canadian culture and to level the playing field. The CRTC will ultimately be the body, as it has been all along, under our existing system, to determine the set rules as far as domestic content. But
resuming debate, I'm sorry, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Diversity and Inclusion and Youth.
Thank you, Madam President. And first, I'd like to begin by acknowledging that while the House sits on the traditional territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe, I join you from my community office here in Milton, the traditional territory of many First Nations, including the Haudenosaunee, the Huron-Wendat, the Anishinaabe, the Attawandaron, and more recently, the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. Madam Speaker, the major changes to the Broadcasting Act occurred in 1991, and since then, we've seen the rise of the internet and online broadcasting services, and this has completely changed the ways that Canadians listen to music and watch television. The Broadcasting Act has not kept pace with these changes, and as a result, online broadcasters have been left unregulated. Bill C-10 will modernize the Broadcasting Act for the digital age. It will provide the CRTC with the tools that it needs to be regulated online and to ensure that they contribute to the creation of Canadian stories and music, just as traditional broadcasters have done for decades. This will mean more funding for Canadian producers, directors, screenwriters, actors, and musicians to create high-quality audio and audiovisual content. It will generate more opportunities for them to make their stories and their music available to Canadians. It will mean a more fair and flexible regulatory system where comparable services are subject to similar regulatory requirements, regardless of whether or not they operate online or over the air. Our approach also includes strong guardrails, where we are excluding user-generated content, news content, and video games from any regulation. Additionally, while these amendments apply to online broadcasters, obligations will only be imposed on those that have a material impact in Canada. In practice, this means that it would only impact common household names. Excuse me while I switch to French. Ça signifie que
This means that Canadian stories and music will be more widely available thanks to these broadcasting services. But, Madam Speaker, technology isn't the only thing that has changed since 1991. Canadian society has too.
That's why I want to highlight today the important changes that this bill will make to the Broadcasting Act to support greater diversity, women, Indigenous peoples, racialized minorities, racialized communities, Anglophones and Francophones, including those who belong to official language minority communities, the LGBTQ2S community, and persons with a disability. This bill makes clear that we need to encourage individuals from all of these groups to express themselves and to share their stories and their music. But it also makes clear that these voices and stories are important and a defining part of Canadian culture. Broadcasting plays a critical role in sharing cultures, experiences, and perspectives. And that's why it's so important for creators from more marginalized communities to participate in the broadcasting system.
Broadcasting is an essential medium for sharing our lived experiences with each other. By presenting content that represents various cultures, communities, and languages, it can contribute to building a more welcoming, empathetic, and inclusive society. Broadcasting can help us to celebrate our differences by also strengthening the common bonds that unite our society.
Madam Speaker, lately it's become very clear that this has become more important than ever. Recent events have shone a bright light on the fractures and inequities that still exist in this country. The Truth and Reconciliation Commission and the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls both highlighted the persistent colonial, patriarchal, and racist policies that resulted in generations of trauma, marginalization, and abuse for Indigenous peoples. The Me Too movement made us re-examine how we support victims of sexual abuse and sexual harassment, and it underscored how important it is for us to work harder to address elements in our culture that perpetrate gender inequity and equality. We have more work to do to ensure that all gender identities and gender expressions are recognized and respected. And we need to continue to strive for equality and acceptance for all two-spirit, lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, questioning, intersex, and asexual people. The Black Lives Matter movement has drawn attention to systemic racism that continues to result in discrimination, aggression, oppression, and violence against the Black community.
I'm going to interrupt the honourable member. We're at 2 o'clock. The honourable member will have 5 minutes and 22 seconds remaining when we return from question period and take up this topic again. So thank you for bearing with us. Statements by members. Déclaration de député, the honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Mr. Speaker, seniors have faced significant challenges during COVID-19, and during this holiday season, many of our seniors will experience loneliness and receive neither gift nor visit. I am proud to rise in the House today to highlight the Be a Santa to a Senior program led locally by Home Instead Senior Care in Tecumseh. Be a Santa is a national campaign that asks residents and businesses to donate gifts such as grocery gift cards, blankets, gloves, and small gift items to be shared with our seniors. Since 2003, the program has provided approximately 2.1 million gifts to more than 750,000 seniors across Canada and the U.S. This will be the 10th year for this program in Windsor, Essex, and through the leadership of Ryan and Colleen Jershey at Home Instead, the Be a Santa to a Senior program has provided 10,000 seniors in my community with gifts and comfort. I encourage all Canadians to be a Santa to a senior and spread some holiday cheer with our most vulnerable seniors who have helped make Canada the home we love. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Bow River.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians living with cystic fibrosis need government to deliver for them. Patients across Canada, like my constituents Martin and Taber, Amanda and Chestermere, have been advocating fiercely for Health Canada to provide the potential life-saving drug Trikafta. This drug has been called a miracle drug. It has potential to not only stop the degeneration of their lungs and organs, but actually improve them. For cystic fibrosis patients struggling to breathe and living through COVID-19, this drug is what matters. Martin and Amanda needed these drugs yesterday. It is approved in 17 other countries like the UK and the US, but not Canada. The manufacturers indicated they're applying for approval despite their concerns about the government's PMPRB reforms. Once this application is received, Health Canada needs to consider it under the highest priority, not years, not months, but weeks at the most. Martin and Amanda and thousands of Canadians with CF have waited long enough.
The Honourable Member for Newmarket, Aurora.
Mr. Speaker, it's an honour to rise in the House to recognize small businesses that are the backbone of our local economy, especially in my community of Newmarket, Aurora. During COVID-19, small business owners have demonstrated an exceptional resilience by innovating and adapting their business models and finding ways to support our community. I'm proud to support them every chance I get, especially when it's my turn to cook dinner. Today, I'd like to thank the Newmarket Chamber of Commerce and the Aurora Chamber of Commerce for their outstanding support to local businesses, and especially over the last 8 months. From hosting virtual networking sessions, creating learning opportunities, and hosting town halls, including a recent one held with Minister Fortier, there's no doubt our local chambers have gone above and beyond. It's not been an easy year, Mr. Speaker, but I want to assure small businesses that we will continue to do whatever it takes to support you. We will get through this together.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, Ms. Berthe Frigon is turning 100. This woman is committed to her community. She has 17 children, 36 grandchildren, 52 great-grandchildren, and 7 great-great-grandchildren. And in addition, she finds the time to help out in the community. She leads the Christian Women, she helps run a second-hand clothing store, and she helps out at the daycare center by educating children about environmental protection. And nothing stops Ms. Frigon from seeing through any initiative she decides to undertake. When she was 87, she even published her first book called Better Days, We Build Them. Mr. Speaker, you know, this year has been a tough one, but I'm convinced that in Lac-Saint-Jean, our future is being built by our hardy citizens. Ms. Frigon, on behalf of our community, thank you, and happy centenary. The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. November 14th is World Diabetes Day to educate people about this disease. At this time, I had a discussion with Stéphane Leblanc, who's the chair of the Eastern Townships Diabetes Governing Board. We talked about the alarming rise of this disease and the challenges that people who have it must live with. I can talk about this because in February 2017, my 18-year-old son, Charles, was diagnosed with diabetes type 1. Charles needs 4 insulin injections per day, but that does not prevent him from carrying out many, many sporting activities with unprecedented energy. Mr. Speaker, I would like to take a moment today to commend the courage of people with diabetes, but also to congratulate and support their families and loved ones and health professionals, all who work to help them have a good quality of life. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Haliburton Kawartha Lakes Brook.
Mr. Speaker, National Child Day is recognized on November 20th each year. It celebrates the adoption of two documents, the Declaration of the Rights of the Child in 1959 under Prime Minister Diefenbaker, and the Convention on the Rights of the Child in 1989 under Prime Minister Mulroney. National Child Day is a symbol of our commitment to ensure that all children are treated with dignity and respect, that children have a voice, are safe from harm, and are guaranteed the opportunities to reach their full potential. As parents, aunts, uncles, grandparents, teachers, and legislators, we all have the responsibility to keep our children safe, healthy, and engaged. National Child Day is about recognizing children as active citizens who are learning about their place in society, while at the same time reinforcing the rights of children and youth in Canada. Please join me and wear blue tomorrow to show your support for National Child Day in Canada.
The Honourable Member for Surrey Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over the past month in British Columbia, there has been over 4,400 people diagnosed with COVID-19 who reside south of the Fraser. Currently in Surrey, the staggering 1 out of 178 people have tested positive over the same period. At the current rate, the Fraser South region could be up to 1,000 new cases per day within the next month. This is critical situation. So to the south of the Fraser residents, I ask you to please wear mask, isolate with your immediate family, maintain physical distancing, wash your hands frequently, cut out all unnecessary outings, and download the COVID Alert app. Let's do our part because we are all in this together.
The Honourable Member for Northwest Territories.
Mr. Speaker, today I want to recognize two of my constituents, Roy Helmer and Shelley Wood. In the early hours of October 16th, Shelley heard sounds that would bring any of us into a full state of panic. Upon investigation, she was shocked to see a bear attacking someone just outside her door. She tried to distract it, but then ran to get Roy, who grabbed what was readily available and hit bear with a small concrete statue. This gave him just a moment to quickly pull the injured girl into the house. Mr. Speaker, many Canadians live near the edges of wildlife, but we still don't expect this. And I would like to recognize and commend both Shelley and Roy for their actions. Their quick thinking response saved this girl from a much more severe outcome. Also, I'd like to thank the first responders, Harry RCMP, and the staff from Environment Natural Resources for their assistance, and also wish a speedy recovery to the young who was so unexpectedly attacked. Must be so. Thank you very much.
Honourable Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Mr. Speaker, I'm going to talk about Rhys Meyer. Rhys was kind of a big deal. His sister Avalon said he was the strongest, bravest, smartest, kindest kid. They shared a special bond. He looked up to his dad, Glenn, and he adored his mother, Jennifer. Rhys played right defense with the Caledon Hawks, and when he was diagnosed with cancer, the Canadian hockey community rallied around him. His short but incredibly meaningful life was marked by a unique joie de vivre. When Rhys was diagnosed with cancer, his courage and love of life was an inspiration. Whenever he wondered why he had cancer, he would think of this quote, "God gives his hardest battles to his strongest soldiers." A strong soldier he was. Reflecting on his life, Rhys wrote, "I got cancer because God knew I could handle it better than anyone else on earth." Mr. Speaker, may Rhys's legacy continue to inspire us, and may we all strive to be a little more like Rhys every day.
Honourable Member for Lac St. Louis.
Filipino Canadian community and broader Montreal community have lost a true humanitarian, gentleman, and civic builder. Dr. Florentino Rosario's life and career as a surgeon took him from the Philippines to the United States, to Ottawa's Montfort Hospital, and later to Montreal's Royal Victoria and Lachine General Hospitals. A gentle and humble man, his ethic of service extended beyond the professional realm to caring for the social and cultural well-being of his community. In 1976, noticing that more Filipino Canadians were moving to Montreal's West Island, Dr. Rosario founded the Filipino Canadian Association of West Island, which today continues to provide opportunities for West Islanders of Filipino heritage to celebrate their history and culture, and youth to socialize through sporting and other activities. To Dr. Rosario's wife, Pat, we offer our deepest condolences on this tremendous loss that is shared by so many.
The Honourable Member for Cariboo, Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, prior to the COVID pandemic, it was estimated that 10 people on average die by suicide every day here in Canada. But we know that these numbers are likely higher as many cases go unreported due to the stigma attached to suicide and mental health. Among young adults, suicide is the second leading cause of death, and males account for 75% of all suicides. Since the pandemic began, the existing mental health crisis across Canada has only gotten worse. Crisis hotlines have experienced a 200% increase in calls, which has led to increased wait times. These statistics are alarming, and we need to do better. Mr. Speaker, I recently tabled a motion in this House that would consolidate all existing suicide prevention services into one national suicide prevention hotline with a simple to remember 3-digit phone number, 988. When minutes count, a 3-digit number could make the difference between a life saved or a life lost. The United States has taken real action on this, and there's no reason why colleagues in this House can rally together and do the same. Mr. Speaker, my inbox is overwhelmed with messages from Canadians that have experienced suicide. I know all colleagues in the House. We can do this. Our opportunity right now is to take real action. Let's work together and bring 988 to Canada.
The Honourable Member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
This fall, I celebrated my 12th year as a Conservative MP. I am thankful for the numerous individuals, men and women alike, who encouraged me to run, and the tremendous support I received from the Conservative Party once I made my decision. When it comes to women in leadership, I am proud of our history, as ours truly is the party of firsts in this country. The first female cabinet minister and the first to serve as acting prime minister, Ellen Fairclough. The first woman to lead the official opposition, Deb Gray. And Canada's first female foreign minister, Flora MacDonald. And finally, Canada's first female prime minister, the Right Honourable Kim Campbell. All were Conservatives. As a mom to 4 beautiful, strong women and grandmother to 7 granddaughters, I am grateful for these role models. Proud to work alongside incredible women in our caucus today and invite Canadian women all across the country to take another look at our Conservative Party.
The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
In my riding, we have the largest healthcare tribute mural in Canada, created by local artist David Durkatz, which depicts a local nurse and doctor fighting COVID-19 on the front lines. With the second wave upon us and the numbers of those infected and hospitalized exceeding levels seen this spring, we must reflect on what is next. Frontline health workers, including those working at Windsor Regional Hospital, Hotel Dieu Grace Hospital, long-term health care facilities, those providing health care services in people's homes, or those delivering services in the community, have been battling the pandemic daily for more than 8 months now, for all of us, with many more months to go before this is over. Take a moment to reflect on how their work life has altered since the start of this pandemic. Think about the emotional highs and lows they've endured as they fight COVID-19, sometimes being the final person someone sees before passing from this world. To all those who have not been wearing masks, it breaks public health orders and creates problems for those who are doing their jobs to protect us. We all must remain vigilant and do our part. If you love your family, friends, neighbors, or even yourself, please just wear a mask. Let this not all be in vain. Healthcare workers, thank you.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For 12 years now, a group of very fine retired people have start at the beginning of November to they make tourtières and pies. I can only ask you to imagine buzzing around their ovens the wives who contribute their expert hands to make sure that all these delicious pies get made for Christmas. So this is in St. Paul's Church. that this miracle happens and has happened for 12 years. We're talking about some 14,000 pies and $46,000 a year that is raised. And this is thanks to Serge Leclerc and his group, so to help out in Shawinigan. Also, we are very proud of the municipal councillor. So thank you very much to all of you. You are wonderful.
For Aurora, Oak Ridge's Richmond Hill.
When it comes to Canada's approach to China, this Liberal government has got it drastically wrong, and they refuse to do anything about it. That's why Conservatives brought forward a motion to force the Liberals to change course, to make a decision on Huawei, and to develop a plan to protect Canadians against China's aggressive foreign operations. Canada is the only Five Eyes country that has not banned Huawei, and with increased Chinese ownership of critical Canadian assets, widespread hacking and intellectual property theft, and the intimidation of our citizens by Chinese agents right here at home, we are in urgent need of a plan. But only 5 Liberals put Canadian security first, and all the others voted no. But they lost. Now they must provide a decision on Huawei, and they must provide a plan within 30 days. Will they? Canada's economic and national security hangs in the balance. Canadians will be watching.
The honourable member for Pickering, Uxbridge.
Mr. Speaker, today on Parliament Hill, the advocacy group Canadians for Long-Term Care Standards led an emotional memorial called Broken Hearts and Empty Shoes. They placed over 2,000 pairs of shoes in remembrance of those we have lost in long-term care homes this year and years past due to neglect. Many families in my community have been impacted. Families like the Parks family who lost Paul Parks when he sadly passed away at Orchard Villa last spring. Mr. Parks' family couldn't be by his side in his final days, and his family had to hear about the deplorable conditions he and other vulnerable seniors were left in. Mr. Parks' daughter, Kathy, has been sharing his story like so many family members who've lost loved ones. They have been advocating for the necessity and urgency of establishing national standards in long-term care. I'm grateful to our Prime Minister for his leadership and commitment to establish national standards. We need to ensure that our most vulnerable seniors are cared for and these tragedies never happen again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oral questions, question orale. The honourable member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, today the Liberal government voted against the State of Israel at the UN General Assembly for a second year in a row, contrary to long-standing Canadian policy of opposing all resolutions that single out Israel, a policy that Prime Minister Paul Martin had put in place. Even Ambassador Ray said he disagreed with the preamble of the resolution. Why did the government break with long-standing Canadian policy and vote against the State of Israel at the UN General Assembly today?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Thank you very much for the question, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me just be very clear. Israel is a close and important friend of Canada, and Canada will always stand with Israel. And let me also be very clear to Jewish Canadians in my riding and across the country. We stand with you, particularly today when we are seeing an appalling rise in anti-Semitism here and around the world.
The honourable member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, last year, the Liberals broke with Canadian policy in pursuit of a UN Security Council seat. We all know how that ended. Canada lost the vote with 6 fewer votes than it received in 2010. A damning indictment of this government's foreign policy. That's 6 fewer countries that see Canada as a leader on the world stage today. When will this government restore Canada's long-standing opposition to these anti-Israel resolutions that were upheld by previous Liberal and Conservative governments and put in place by Prime Minister Paul Martin?
Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let me speak to Canada's place in the world and to our foreign policy. We are living in a world today where there is a worrying rise of authoritarian regimes, a worrying rise of anti-democratic populism. And our country in that world will always stand up for human rights and will always stand up for the rules-based international order. That may not always be popular, Mr. Speaker, but that is the Canadian way.
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le Mr. Speaker, what do Robert M. Dysart, Arthur T. Doyle, Charles Leblanc, Tracy Delaware, and Marie-Claude Bélanger-Richard have in common? They were all appointed judges in New Brunswick, and they were all friends, you guessed it, of the Liberal MP for Beauséjour. It pays to be friends with the Liberal MP for Beauséjour. Buy me lunch, you're set for life. What's the most important selection criteria for the Minister of Justice? To give to the Liberal Party or to know the Member of Parliament for Beauséjour? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we are proud of the process put in place by our government. We introduced essential reforms to the process several years ago, including the creation of advisory committees. This has led to the appointing of 400 judges in this country. This is a transparent process, a fair process, and that has helped us to achieve diversity. The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le Mr. Speaker, more recently, another lawyer, Philippe Bélanger, was appointed judge. Scoop, he wasn't friends with the member for Beauséjour, but he was a friend of the Minister of Justice and a Liberal donor. He gave more than $10,000. Should we be surprised? In 2016, the minister and the current independent MP for Vancouver-Granville had promised a review of the judicial selection process to make it more transparent and based on merit. Is the minister still committed to pursuing this reform? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, our Minister of Justice is a McGill Law professor, worked as a lawyer at very high levels, and I can tell you very clearly that we are very happy with the process put in place by our government for the selection of judges. The process is transparent, much more so than the previous process was. The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le The process is supposedly transparent and based on a committee that includes important players in the legal world. The same committee had suggested an experienced Quebec lawyer. A judge had even endorsed her, and the criteria all pointed in her favor. Except for one, Mr. Speaker, the Liberal criterion. The lawyer in question is the spouse of a great Conservative volunteer for the riding of Drummond. Why are political affiliations taken into account in the appointment of judges? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I must say that I don't agree. I completely disagree with the question. Our process for the appointment of judges is a clear process. It is transparent. It is an open process and has helped us to have more diversity on the bench. It has enabled us to appoint judges in this country with excellent qualifications. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. The Liberals say that they wanted to defend French in Quebec, but they're not walking the talk. Yesterday, the Prime Minister said he supports Bill 101, but the federal government's been butchering it since 1977. The government refused to apply Bill 101 to federal companies. That's shameful. Today, the Bloc is proposing a bill to make sufficient knowledge of French a condition for becoming a citizen in Quebec. They don't want it. They're going to vote against it. So the real position for the Liberal Party on French in Quebec is the position of the MP for Saint-Laurent. Is that correct? The Right Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank the Honourable Member for his question. Clearly, Mr. Speaker, I'm an Anglophone, but I must say that I agree that French in Canada, in Quebec and Montreal, is in a very fragile state. I agree as well that we must all in this House work to preserve French in Quebec, in Montreal. That is very important. The Honourable Member for La Pointe-de-l'Île. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals seem to have finally agreed to say that they want to promote French. They recognize that French is in decline in Quebec. So we thought that, well, if the Bloc brings forth a bill to protect French, they'll vote in favor of it. But on the contrary, they're threatened to oppose making minimal knowledge of French a condition for becoming a citizen in Quebec. When it comes to words, they're really hard to follow. But when it comes to actions, it's much clearer, in fact. They're against it. Why are they so uncomfortable with French? The Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, defending French and Quebec culture is a priority for our government. I will give you an example. In the negotiations under NAFTA that were very terse, we had a very strong position that we would not lose any ground on the cultural exemption that protects Quebec culture and the French language. And we succeeded in protecting it because it was very important for us. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Together, we're facing the COVID-19 crisis. But the climate crisis continues, and people are concerned. In 2017, the first bill to deal with climate change was put forth by Jack Layton, but he would not be in agreement, wouldn't have been in agreement with the Liberal Party's decision to wait so long to take action. People are concerned now, and they're concerned about the future of the planet. Will the Prime Minister commit to fight the climate crisis as if he really wants to make a difference? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Absolutely, Mr. Speaker. And that's why I am very proud to say that Canadian legislation will require the federal government to respect its commitment to reach zero net emissions by 2050.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are all faced with the crisis of COVID-19, but the climate crisis is still there. People are worried about the future. In 2007, years ago, Jack Layton proposed the first of its kind bill to fight the climate crisis. But Jack wouldn't be satisfied with the Liberal government's proposal to wait 10 years before seeing any results. People are worried right now, and they want to see a real commitment. So will the Prime Minister commit to fighting the battle against the climate crisis as if he really wants to win?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, of course the Prime Minister will, and so will everyone on this side of the House. And let me ask respectfully the Leader of the NDP whether the NDP will commit to supporting the Canadian Net Zero Emissions Accountability Act. This is landmark legislation. It sets Canada on the path to net zero emissions by 2050. I am so proud of Canada for this legislation, and I hope all members of this House will support it.
Member for Portage-Lisgar.
Mr. Speaker, with the crisis that's happening in Nova Scotia with the lobster fishery, if there's one file, one decision that the Minister of Fisheries should have read by now, it's the Marshall decisions. Shockingly, yesterday at the Fisheries Committee, the Minister admitted she has never read them. How is it the Minister of Fisheries doesn't have the time or the interest to sit down and read and know the law on the most important file that she is dealing with?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to clarify that. Basically, what I was asked last night at Fisheries Committee was if I had read it in its entirety. I have read the Marshall decision. I needed more context on it. I went to legal experts as well as the member for Sydney Victoria, who is a treaties rights person, to give me more context on the decision. I have since finished reading that decision, Mr. Speaker. It's an extremely important one. But, Mr. Speaker, what's really important is making sure that we implement First Nations treaty rights. Thank you.
Member for Portage-Lisker.
So she read it last night is basically what she's telling us. Mr. Speaker, commercial fishermen were calling for the minister's resignation weeks ago, and now Chief Sack is also calling on her to resign. Why? Well, she hasn't met with the Mi'kmaq fishers in a month. The fisheries minister doesn't have the time or interest to read the important legal decisions on her file, and now she can't be bothered to meet with commercial or Mi'kmaq fishers. So just exactly what is the fishery minister doing to fix the crisis that is literally threatening the backbone of Nova Scotia's economy?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have been actively meeting with both First Nations leadership as well as commercial harvesters since the onset of this issue. Mr. Speaker, I will continue to do that. I met with Chief Sack this morning, as a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker. I will continue to have those very important conversations. We know that the only way forward to make sure that we find a solution, a long-term solution to this issue, is through negotiations. Mr. Speaker, I will continue to have those conversations.
L'honorable député de Carleton.
The honourable member for Carleton. Now, we know that the Liberals have sent CERB to prisoners. We also know that Liberals have told officials who suspected fraud to send out the checks nonetheless. Now we've learned that the government sent checks to people who hadn't even filed their taxes. So because an income of $5,000 was required in the previous year. So what is the government doing to ensure that everyone is eligible for the money that they've received to date? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. CERB played an essential role from the outset, and it enabled millions of Canadians to continue to pay their rent, to pay for clothing for their children, to put food on the table, Mr. Speaker. There are clear rules that were put in place. Those who did not respect them will pay the consequences, but we put in place programs that were important for all Canadians. The Honourable Member for Carleton.
He believes that those who lost their jobs because of COVID shutdowns should have been helped with the CERB. But everyone should also believe that those hardworking people earning minimum wage, bagging groceries or doing other essential work shouldn't pay taxes to send CERB checks to prisoners or suspected fraud cases. And now we find that the government sent out 800,000 CERB checks to people who had not even filed taxes in the preceding year, failing to prove they were eligible for that money. What did the government do to ensure that the money didn't go to people who didn't earn the right to receive it?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our income support programs have played a fundamental role in getting Canadians through the first wave of the COVID crisis, and they're going to get Canadians through the second wave. When it comes to fraud, that is completely unacceptable, and the hardworking public servants in the CRA are doing an outstanding job, and they are going to make sure that all claims are legitimate.
The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Mr. Speaker, the BC Premier is set to announce province-wide travel restrictions. People live and work and look after family members between municipalities, and I'm hearing from constituents who are stressed out. The federal government approving it at-home tests could help this, and yet the Prime Minister says it's not his job. Actually, it is his job to ensure that Canadians have access to the best tools available to fight this virus as quickly as possible, just like other countries have. So when will at-home tests be available in British Columbia and across Canada?
Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm glad the member opposite is interested in testing. In fact, we've delivered almost 5 million rapid tests to provinces and territories, 345,000 to BC. We know that provinces and territories are looking at how they can best deploy these safely, and we stand ready to assist them with that deployment as needed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Well, Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Ontario Health Minister announced the number of vaccine doses Ontario would be receiving in early 2021. But before the day was over, the parliamentary secretary to the federal Minister of Health went on CTV and said the numbers were wrong. This government refuses to table a plan for vaccine distribution, leaving Canadians with mixed messages and doubt. Why doesn't this government have one clear plan for Canadians when it comes to the distribution of the COVID-19 vaccine?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm so pleased to thank the Vaccine Task Force strategy yet again for their expert advice that has placed Canada in an amazing position to be able to acquire effective vaccines. In fact, more vaccines per capita than any country in the world. And as I work with the provinces and territories to ensure that we have an equitable, fair, and logical distribution plan, we'll be coming to Canadians with that plan. I want to thank all the provinces and territories for arranging sharing agreements to date on things like personal protective equipment and testing. That work will continue, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's no secret that the Liberals filter judicial appointments using their favourite partisan tool, Liberalist. They chuck political affiliations to find the right Liberals. Today we learned that another good and generous Liberal donor has been offered a judicial position. Someone who is a long-time acquaintance of the Minister of Justice, an old acquaintance who gave over $2,000 to the Minister of Justice in political contributions. So my question for the Minister of Justice is, did this candidate receive special treatment? The Honourable Minister of Justice. Mr. Speaker, our government put in place an open, transparent, responsible process to identify and appoint highly qualified judges. Contrary to what was said by the member opposite, the Commissioner for Conflict of Interest examined the situation and deemed that there was no conflict of interest and that recusal was not necessary. I acted proactively, Mr. Speaker. We are proud to have appointed more than 400 judges, men and women, to the benches in this country. They are very highly qualified judges. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, the Minister himself proves that the process is biased. No one has questioned the competence of the judge in question, but the minister was so afraid that the appointment would look partisan that he delayed it for months to protect himself. If the appointments were nonpartisan, the minister would never have had to have gone to the ethics commissioner. The problem is that the Liberals have made so many patronage appointments that even they think that it looks bad to appoint a Liberal. Mr. Speaker, what we need is an impartial, unbiased, and impartial process. Will I have to explain it to them in English so that they understand it, Mr. Speaker?
Honourable Ministre.
The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I sincerely believe that I'm answering in French. I consider the recommendation, Mr. Speaker, from the Advisory Committee. They are independent, and it was determined that the candidate was serious and qualified. Because it was someone I knew professionally, however, who made political contributions before I was made Minister of Justice, I consulted the Ethics Commissioner, and he provided me with an answer. Therefore, I made my recommendation to Cabinet after that. The Honourable Member for Montarville. Mr. Speaker, Saturday is the first day of the G20 summit hosted by Saudi Arabia. It's a unique opportunity to request the release of Raif Badawi so that he can join his wife and children in Quebec. It's a tradition in Saudi Arabia for the Crown to show clemency by releasing prisoners during major events. Mr. Badawi has already served more than 80% of his prison sentence, and his health has suffered as a result. Will the government use this opportunity, the G20, to ask Riyadh to take this humanitarian step? The Honourable Minister. I'd like to thank my colleague for his very important question. As he knows, we're all very concerned by the situation of Raif Badawi. Not only here in this House, but all Canadians are concerned, Mr. Speaker. We have raised the issue publicly on several occasions. We are going to continue to do so at every opportunity because human rights are a fundamental part of foreign policy, of our foreign policy. I thank the honourable member opposite for having raised this question today. We are going to continue to raise the issue of Raif Badawi. The honourable member for Richmond-Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, the comments and insensitivity of the MP for Saint-Laurent regarding the decline of French in Quebec are shocking, yet we haven't seen many Liberal MPs stand up to denounce these comments. Fewer from Quebec. Their silence is disturbing, and it confirms what everyone thinks. The comments and opinions of that MP represent those of many members of the Liberal caucus. Will the Prime Minister do what he must and remove the MP for Saint-Laurent from the Official Languages Committee immediately? Yes or no? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had an opportunity to express my thoughts on these remarks. She has apologized. And as we said in the throne speech, we will always be here to protect the French fact across the country, and French is a minority language and must be supported. Now, for the Conservative Party to all of a sudden be a defender of the French fact in this country is something, quite something. We've now seen it all. The honourable member for Richmond-Arthabaska. The minister isn't even able to answer a simple question about removing the member for Saint-Laurent, who doesn't believe that there is a decline in French. That's what she thinks. That's what the director of the Liberal Party of Canada for Quebec thinks as well. So we won't take any lectures from the minister or the prime minister with respect to defending francophones across this country and in Quebec. So I'd like to hear some of the other members from Quebec stand up once and for all and defend francophones and Quebecers. And I'm thinking about the member for Saint-Marie-Champlain, Compton-Stanstead, Brome-Missisquoi, Gaspésie-La-Madeleine. I'd like to see them stand up and denounce this unacceptable situation. The Honourable Minister. There are many MPs here, Mr. Speaker, from Quebec, the member for Papineau, from across Quebec, and they take a stand every day to defend francophones and the French fact, our language, our culture, Mr. Speaker. We have no lessons to take from the Conservatives who cut CBC, who took francophones to court, who've allowed provinces to cut to French education. We have no lessons to learn from them. The honourable member of Richmond-Arthabaska. Well, let's bring the tone down a little bit because I think he's going to explode over there. Let's talk about some facts now. The Liberals have been in power for 5 years, and nothing's been done on the official languages file. We've got many examples. We look at what's happening with the We Charity. Everything was in English, etc. So we all know the examples. Canadians and Quebecers are familiar with the examples. If the Prime Minister were really sincere and not just a big talker who didn't accomplish much, then why doesn't he table the Modernization Act, the Official Languages Modernization Act, before Christmas, as all organizations have that defend both official languages have called for? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I know that Halloween is just finished, but we've seen a lot of horror stories from the Conservatives on official languages. Look at what happened at the St. John campus. Cuts to services in French. The legal court challenges program, Supreme Court judges. These are ghosts that haunt the Conservative Party. For the Conservatives to talk about our legacy on official languages, well, I have nothing to say to him. we have put 50 million more into official languages. We're appointing bilingual judges. We've invested in CBC. We're protecting Francophones across the country.
Member for Cowichan-Mellahat.
Mr. Speaker, today Canadians learned that a lawyer who contributed thousands of dollars to the Justice Minister's political campaigns was appointed to be a judge by the Liberals. People need to have trust in the justice system, which must be free from even the slightest perception of partisan considerations in the appointments process. Last month, the Liberals said that accessing their party database containing donor information when vetting judges had nothing to do with partisanship. In light of today's news, how can they possibly defend those claims about merit-based judicial appointments?
Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, we want candidates from all backgrounds and political stripes to apply to the bench. Political donations, Mr. Speaker, are neither an advantage nor a disadvantage when applying to the bench. In fact, to quote the Ethics Commissioner, Mr. Speaker, making donations to a political party or to a particular riding does not indicate in and of itself a friendship. It is perfectly legal to make political donations. Mr. Speaker, I proactively went to the Ethics Commissioner in this case. Mr. Speaker, this candidate went through the process, was recommended by the Judicial Appointments Committee, and I'm proud of this appointment, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
No one should have to face the impossible choice between paying rent or filling a prescription. But 1 in 5 Canadians isn't taking the medicine they need because they can't afford it. The Liberals have been promising pharmacare for 23 years, but Canadians are still facing sky-high prescription costs. They say the right things, but when it comes time to act, the Liberals put the profits of big pharmaceutical and insurance companies ahead of what Canadians need. Will the Prime Minister finally back up his talk with action and support the NDP pharmacare bill to deliver universal public pharmacare for all?
Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And in fact, our government has done more in a decade than any government before to lower the cost of prescription pharmaceuticals in this country. And we're going to do more, Mr. Speaker. As you know, we have been proceeding to ensure that we do have a universal pharmacare program. Budget 2019 allotted monies for the Canada Drug Agency. We're working on that right now, Mr. Speaker. We're taking the steps necessary to work with provinces and territories who will deliver the pharmacare programs in their jurisdictions, Mr. Speaker. I agree with the member. Nobody should have to make that choice.
The honourable member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Speaker, constituents in my riding are deeply concerned about how we're going to address climate change and how we can retool our economy for the future. Leading environmental NGOs like My Sea to Sky and businesses like Carbon Engineering and Nexi know that this is not only a moral imperative, but it presents tremendous economic opportunities. In the last campaign, we promised to introduce legislation that would ensure our government and all future governments fight climate change and achieve net zero emissions by 2050. Can the Minister of Environment and Climate Change please update this House on this important work and how we are working with Canadians to build a better, cleaner future?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank the member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country for his efforts in addressing climate change. Earlier today, I was very pleased to introduce the Canadian Net Zero Emissions Accountability Act, which will establish a legally binding process for this government and future governments to set and meet Canada's net zero emissions goal between now and 2050, based on the best available science. Over 120 countries, 1,000 businesses, 2,000 chambers of commerce, 452 cities, and some of the largest investors in the world have committed to a net zero future. We will work with members and parties in this House who are committed to achieve climate change goals, to move forward on this important step to achieve net zero emissions by 2050 and protect the future for future generations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, in 2015, the headlines read, PM has pledged to eradicate all drinking water advisories in First Nations communities by March 2021. Fast forward 5 years and the Prime Minister won't commit to keeping his promised timelines. This has huge implications for First Nations like Neshkatanga, who've been evacuated because of their drinking water. The government made a solemn promise to this community. Will they guarantee the people of Neshkatanga will be home for Christmas with safe water?
Minister.
Well, I thank the member for her exceedingly important question. I had the opportunity to speak to Chief and Council yesterday. Currently, members should know that the timeline for getting back into the community would be early December. Obviously, with COVID, we are being extra careful to prevent contamination and vectors of spread of COVID in the community, but there's currently a cycle of 14 days in the new plant that Indigenous Services Canada built over the last 2 years that needs to be respected, and testing needs to come back in a good way. But if those tests are positive, and we're cautiously optimistic about them, the community will be back, we hope, by early December, but this is a decision that is taken by the community. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, as this water crisis drags on, the children of Nashkatanga have been moved 400 kilometers away to Thunder Bay, Ontario. They've been relegated to hotel rooms far away from home. Their youth are going through a difficult time. Lyndon, a 12-year-old, said he feels invisible, stating, quote, "We're not animals or things, we're humans like you guys." I mean, can you imagine someone feeling that way? Again, let me ask the minister, without weasel words, will the young people be home for Christmas?
Well, Minister.
And as I have said to the member, we are cautiously optimistic. This is a decision that will be taken in conjunction with the community and not dictated by Indigenous Services Canada. I would ask the member what she would have said to that community with the abhorrent investment that the Conservative Party did over 10 years of $300,000 a year. What situation would they be in today had we not invested $16 million to build a
inaccurate numbers?
For Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Kent Middlesex.
I'm sorry.
Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Oh, I'm sorry. Lambton. The Honourable Member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are paying more for food, and it could get worse this winter. Last March, grocery sales were up $2.5 billion over February. While grocery giants bank this windfall, they continue to gouge farmers and processors with fees that they say are because of the pandemic. Will the Prime Minister tell his rich grocery giant friends to stop gouging suppliers that are putting Canadian families' food security at risk?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I understand the frustration the member has raised and the impact this is having on grocers and food producers and processors. They played a critical role during the pandemic, and as so have the essential workers across the country. And we share these concerns, and that's why we're going to continue to work with the provinces and territories to make sure we move forward in a manner to protect our workers, and more importantly, the supply chain when it comes to grocers.
The Honourable Member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Protecting farmers and processors. Mr. Speaker, Loblaws, Walmart, and Metro want to gouge farmers and processors. Loblaws saw record third quarter profits of about $400 million. Metro fourth quarter profits were up 11.4%. But they want farmers and processors to pay for store expansions, while groceries for families from Streetsville, Point O'Barrel, and across Canada get more expensive. When will the Prime Minister tell his rich grocery giant friends to pay for store improvements out of their own windfalls and stop putting Canadian food security and affordability at risk?
The Honourable Minister.
The Honourable Member for a question. It is disappointing to see grocers impose these costly fees which fall on Canadian producers who are working hard to feed Canadians. We are open to discuss the issue at the next meeting of Ministers of Agriculture, which will take place shortly. However, contracts between suppliers and buyers are provincial and territorial jurisdictions. We encourage our provincial and territorial counterparts to examine this matter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Avignon-Lamitis-Matane-Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, the government said again today they want to be carbon neutral by 2050, but their bill provides no pathway to success. It doesn't set any greenhouse gas reduction target. It doesn't require anything to be done before 2030 in 10 years, and nothing for 2025. It even allows for targets to be changed at any time if they can't meet them. It doesn't require reporting to any arm's-length authority. No accountability. Is that the Liberals' environmental strategy? No target, no plan, no oversight? The Honourable Minister of the Environment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The bill on net zero emissions is an example of our commitment to achieving net zero emissions by 2015. We're promoting a transition to a greener economy like other countries are doing, we cannot afford to delay. And that is why net zero emissions is not just a plan for healthier government, it's also for a cleaner and more productive economy. The Honourable Member for Avignon-La-Métis-Matane-Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, there are announcements and then there's action. The government has tabled a bill to fight climate change, but meanwhile they're fixing to pressure Joe Biden to protect the Keystone XL dirty oil pipeline and authorizing 100 offshore oil drills without environmental assessment. That's Liberal action. They've had a year to come up with a strong, binding plan to fight climate change. My question's for the Minister of Heritage. Can he look us in the eye and say this plan will actually let us reach Paris targets by 2030? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have put in place a plan to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. It's a historic plan for Canada. We will reduce GHG emissions by 270 megatons by 2030. And we've promised to have a plan to accelerate our progress on climate change, and we will introduce a new plan in the weeks to come.
Albert Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, the Canadian Bar Association has said that the use of the Liberal database to vet judicial applicants raises doubts about the independence of the judicial appointment process. We now learn that the Minister of Justice appointed someone to the Quebec Superior Court who donated thousands of dollars to his nomination campaign and that of his riding association. For this government, why is being a Liberal as important as being a lawyer when it comes to federal judicial appointments?
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, the only criteria to be appointed to the bench is quality, and the only consideration is diversity. Each candidate passes through a judicial appointments committee that has no access to any partisan data. And then, Mr. Speaker, we vet those candidates very carefully in order to make sure they are of the highest quality. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud of the judicial appointments that we have made, over 400 of them in a transparent and responsible process. Mr. Speaker, over 55% of them are women, and there's a high degree of diversity. It's unprecedented, Mr. Speaker, and I'm proud of it.
The Honourable Member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, does the government use its own tools to get any federal assistance? Surely not, or they would immediately realize how much paperwork it takes. It's one form after another. Sorry, you've been turned down because you forgot that one. Please start over. Take Richard Savoie from Sainte-Marie, for example. He had to apply 3 times for his daughter's social insurance number. One of the things he forgot to do was photocopy the flip side of one document. Try a change of address. It took Ms. Savoie from St. George the whole day. Isn't the government even tempted to simplify things? The Honourable Minister.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Obviously, we have to constantly work on reducing paperwork and red tape and over-regulation, and we will work with my colleague to ensure that his constituents are well served. And if he has any more specific questions, he can always come and see the office in our riding, which is there to support entrepreneurs and help people navigate at times the complicated procedures.
Mr. Speaker, this Liberal government triggered the Australian World Trade Organization challenge to the federal excise exemption on 100% Canadian-made wines when it implemented an escalator tax in 2017. As a result, hundreds of wineries and thousands of jobs, Canadian jobs, are now at risk. Mr. Speaker, this Liberal government caused this mess, and now it's on them to fix it. Will the Minister of Finance commit today to supporting our wine industry in Budget 2021 with an industry-supported program that will protect our proud wineries, wine businesses, and the great Canadian jobs they create?
The Minister.
I
want to thank the honourable member for that question, and here is where I absolutely agree. The wine industry in Canada is vibrant. They are full of incredible entrepreneurs and producers, and we're really pleased that we came to an arrangement with Australia on this very matter, and we look forward to continuing to support Canadian wineries and the producers in our country.
The honourable member for Sydney, Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, as a Cape Bretoner, we have been very fortunate in keeping COVID cases low. The Atlantic bubble has been extremely successful, and I thank Maritimers for their vigilance and the commitment to keeping each other safe. The federal government has been partner with Nova Scotia from the very beginning, and it is great to see all the levels of government working together to combat COVID-19. Can the minister update us on the supports that the Government of Canada has provided to Nova Scotia throughout the pandemic?
Well, Minister.
Thank you very much, and I thank the member opposite for his hard work and advocacy for the people of Nova Scotia. Listen, the Nova Scotia and the Atlantic provinces have been an international leader in slowing community spread of COVID-19, and we've been there to support them from the start. We sent Nova Scotia 70,992 rapid tests and almost 1.5 million items of personal protective equipment to date. Through the Safe Restart Agreement, Nova Scotia received $290 million to support testing, contact tracing, data gathering, and supporting vulnerable people in long-term care. We've been there for Nova Scotia. We'll continue to be there for Nova Scotia, and I thank the member opposite for his hard work.
Member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Mr. Speaker, 2 weeks ago, this House voted to instruct the Canada Revenue Agency to postpone compliance audits on small businesses receiving the wage subsidy. Canadians expect their government to respect the will of this House and its democratically elected members. My question is to the Minister for Small Business. Will she stand up for small businesses that are fighting for their very survival and instruct her government to respect the will of Parliament and postpone wage subsidies until next June?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our government acted swiftly and decisively to assist Canadian employers and workers. The agency has set out clear eligibility criteria and procedures for exceptional requests. The criteria are assessed impartially and independently. I'd like to thank my colleague for bringing this question to my attention, but I can't talk about any individual cases, and I would invite him to follow up with my office. Thank you.
Leamington.
Mr. Speaker, recent storms which ripped through my constituency especially ravaged the remote community of Pelee Island with high winds and waves. Isolated in the middle of Lake Erie, 14 kilometers south of the mainland, Pelee Island has no fiber links and intermittent cell phone coverage when the power goes out. It doesn't even have 911 for any emergency services. For Pelee Island, reliable connectivity is not an internet line, it is a lifeline. When will the government be there for Pelee Island and deliver this desperately needed service?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, my honourable colleague is absolutely right. Too many Canadians at the moment do not have access to this essential lifeline. I would encourage him to reach out to my team and I. We will work with him to see if the rapid response stream, the $150 million we set aside for immediate connectivity projects, would be eligible for his community. If that doesn't work, we can see if the core UBF program, about $1 billion, including cell phone access, would be one that would work for his community. Every Canadian deserves access to this essential service. Our government's there. We're there for Canadians, and together we can connect every Canadian to this internet access.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Mr. Speaker, with COVID, we've all seen some dramatic situations, family breakdowns, young people losing hope, stress, financial strain. There are booklets with numbers to call for help, but in a crisis, every second counts. For people in distress, help has to be easy to find and dial. 988 could save lives. 988 would save lives. Is the Prime Minister going to help us prevent more suicides and support implementation of the 988 hotline?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm so pleased that the member opposite is raising the deep concern that we all have for the mental health of Canadians, and in fact, suicide prevention is top of mind for us as well. As the member opposite knows, we've been supporting provinces and territories with additional funding for mental health services on top of the wellnesstogether.ca resources that are available to all Canadians free of charge. I've committed to his colleague that I will look into how we can accelerate work on a single access point for suicide prevention.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Léonard, Saint-Michel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today is an important day. Our government is keeping a promise to Canadians and taking steps to protect our environment. The science is clear. We have to achieve net zero emissions to avoid the worst effects of climate change. Can the Minister of the Environment and Climate Change explain to the House how this bill will enable the current government and future governments to target and achieve net zero emissions? Thank you. The Honourable Minister of the Environment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for Saint-Léonard, Saint-Michel for her work on climate action. The Canadian Net Zero Emissions Accountability Act will require the government by law to achieve net zero emissions by 2050, set 5-year emission reduction targets, set out a process based on accountability and transparency. Mr. Speaker, we're taking a major step towards net zero emissions, and we fully support the direction our innovative companies and industries are already heading in.
For Hamilton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, today thousands of shoes have been placed on Parliament Hill representing those who died of COVID-19 in long-term care homes across Canada. For-profit long-term care homes run by Revera Inc., a wholly owned subsidiary of the public sector pension investments, are among the worst in the country for COVID deaths. The Public Service Alliance has called on PSP to end its investments in these appalling facilities. The government can end the suffering that our seniors and people with disabilities are facing in homes owned by Revera Inc. now. Will the Prime Minister commit to ending the for-profit nature of long-term care homes in Canada?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think I can speak for all of us to say that we must do better to protect the lives of people who are living in long-term care and communal living settings. It is very important that we work together with provinces and territories to do so, which is why the Safe Restart Agreement included $740 million to provinces and territories to strengthen their processes to protect against infection from COVID-19. Mr. Speaker, we'll do more. The speech from the throne committed to national standards on long-term care, and that's exactly what we intend to do with provinces and territories.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener South Hespeler.
Mr. Speaker, travel agents worry they will have to return thousands of dollars in commission under the new airline bailout plan. Independent travel agents who have already paid back thousands in earned commission from refunded airline tickets are worried they will owe thousands more after ministers suggested that any kind of government bailout of the airline industry would hinge on companies issuing refund to customers. Can the minister please explain what protections the government has in place for travel agents under the new bailout plan? Thank you, Mr.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I made very clear on the 8th of November, an aid package to the air sector would require certain conditions with the airlines, and one of those conditions was to reimburse ticket holders who had been given vouchers, and that is something that we are going to do. We are beginning those negotiations with the air sector. I can't go into details about how those negotiations will proceed, but our initial position has been made very clear. Thank you.
Et c'est tout le temps que nous avons pour aujourd'hui. It's all the time.
It's all the time we have.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As usual on a Thursday, we have a question concerning the parliamentary proceedings. We know that this is the final. We're heading to the finish line in terms of Christmas, so I'd like to know what we can expect in terms of parliamentary proceedings over the next 2 weeks, but especially, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to know whether the government is going to follow up on the proposal that we made yesterday to hold a take-note debate on the quality of the French language in Montreal. The Honourable Government House Leader. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague.
Order. We'd like to hear what is asked and what is replied. Thank you. I just want everyone, if they're going to talk, please whisper or maybe go to the lobby. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Once again, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question, and it's so relevant that he repeats it every week, and it's very useful for the advancement of parliamentary work. So this afternoon we're going to continue debate at second reading on Bill C-10, the Broadcasting Act. Tomorrow we will resume debate at third reading of Bill C-3, the Judges Act. Monday of next week will be devoted to the study of Bill C-8 concerning the call to action number 94 of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. And Tuesday we will begin study of Bill C-11, the Digital Charter Implementation Act, which was tabled earlier this week by my colleague, the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 81-4, I'd like to designate Tuesday, November 24th, for consideration in Committee of the Whole of the main estimates for the Department of Fisheries and Oceans, and Thursday, November 26th, for the Department of Health.
And lastly, Mr. Speaker, there have been discussions among the parties, and I think you will find unanimous consent for the following motion. That a take-note debate on the situation of the French language in Montreal be held, pursuant to Standing Order 53.1, on Wednesday, November 25th, 2020, and notwithstanding any standing order or usual proceeding of the House, A, any member who arises to speak during the debate may indicate that he will share his time to the Speaker, that he will share his time with another member, and the Speaker shall not consider any requests for quorum, dilatory motions, or requests for unanimous consent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague as well. Since this is a hybrid meeting of the House, for clarification, I will ask only those who are opposed to this motion to speak out. Therefore, all those opposed to what the Minister has proposed, please say nay.
D'accord.
Very well. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Would anyone opposed to the motion please say nay?
Je déclare.
On division, I declare the motion adopted. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the colleague for its excellent decision to hold a take-note debate on the quality of the French language in Montreal. And, Mr. Speaker, my second point of order is a little bit more delicate, and I'd like to draw your attention to the fact that all standing orders must be respected in this House, even if we are in a virtual Parliament, that is a hybrid parliament, or virtual and in person. And to that end, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to draw your attention that we must be very vigilant concerning parliamentarians in this House who sometimes use their telephones. We are not allowed to use our telephones to have conversation in this House. We can text, we can write e-messages, and we can read, but we cannot have a conversation on our cell phones. I would like to draw your attention to that, Mr. Speaker, because you know that we have seen a number of colleagues do so, and I feel that it's important to respect the rules, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent and remind all members in this House that if you have your cell phone or other type of telephone in this House, it is not allowed to be used. So thank you very much to the Honourable Member. Government orders. Government orders. Resuming debate at a second reading of Bill C-10, the Broadcasting Act, and bringing consequential amendments.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Diversity and Inclusion has 5 minutes and 33 seconds left. I'll let him continue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to continue.
finding a good place to start. I also applaud the minister's plans to instruct the CRTC to ensure that contributions from online broadcasting services flow to French language and Indigenous creators. And I agree with his suggestion that the CRTC consider using incentive-based tools to encourage greater support for creators from equity-seeking groups. This bill will amend the Broadcasting Act to assert that the Canadian broadcasting system should, through its programming and the employment opportunities arising out of its operations, serve the needs and interests of all Canadians, including Canadians from racialized communities and Canadians of diverse racialized backgrounds, socioeconomic statuses, abilities and disabilities, sexual orientations, gender identities and expressions, and ages, and reflect their circumstances and aspirations, including equal rights, the linguistic duality and multicultural and multiracial nature of Canadian society, and the special place of Indigenous people within that society. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, this type of language sends a clear message. It signals that diversity and inclusion are fundamental and that this must reflect in our system of broadcasting.
Mr. Speaker, this message is also filled with hopes and dreams, one that commits us to working together to strengthen the cultural, political, social, and economic fabric of Canada. This work cannot wait. It's why I'm pleased to see that the bill also emphasizes that programming that reflects the Indigenous cultures of Canada, programming that is accessible without barriers to people with a disability, and a range of broadcasting services in English and in French must be made available to Canadians regardless of resource availability. Avant de terminer, Monsieur le Président.
Before closing, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to come back to my initial remarks and my recognition of Indigenous peoples who were here well before we were. In my opinion, this bill is of crucial importance for Indigenous peoples.
As highlighted in the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's calls to action and in the calls for justice issued by the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls, broadcasting can play a key role in promoting and protecting Indigenous languages, arts, cultures, traditions, and perspectives. Mr. Speaker, this bill will support Indigenous creators so that they can tell their own stories in their own words, and it emphasizes the need for Indigenous-run broadcasting services. This bill will contribute to fulfilling commitments that Canada made in committing to adopt the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. I am hopeful that they will move us further along the path toward reconciliation. We have much to learn and discover from the Indigenous, deep, vast, and rich culture and voices. And hearing them, allowing us to live the stories they tell, will not only have us in awe, it will also contribute to reconciliation and that mutual understanding. Mr. Speaker, broadcasting has the ability to remind us where we came from, to hold a mirror up to our current selves, showing us the good parts and the bad, but it also has the ability to point the way to a better future for everyone. This bill points a way towards a Canada that embraces diversity and promotes inclusion. And that's the reason why I urge all honourable members in this House to support this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate this member's contribution today. I would like to ask him a question in general application of this bill. So I'm from the Okanagan. The Okanagan Nation Alliance includes many Indigenous First Nations bands in my area, also in the Similkameen area, as well as Colville Band in the United States. I would just like to ask, because much of their culture predates Canada or the United States. And so how would this law then apply if a Colville band member, or perhaps even a Okanagan band member, were to film stories that predate Canada or the United States in Washington State on Colville tribal grounds? What would happen then? Would that count as Canadian content, even though First Nations see themselves as part of the Okanagan Nation Alliance? I'd like to hear some clarity from this particular member. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And that's a really good question. And I assume that that type of a conversation will arise at committee when we talk about this bill in further detail. I agree. Indigenous history does not only include, is not limited to the land that is currently Canada. Certainly Indigenous nations and various different Indigenous people, walked across borders that didn't exist then. And I think it's really, really important that we recognize that. And I'm so grateful that we have not only so many incredible Indigenous creators, content creators across our country, on new technology, like on Instagram. I follow so many, and I learned so much. Earlier this month, my friend from Sydney sent me a video so that I could learn a little bit more about treaty rights in Canada. So I'm constantly learning, as we all are, and this is certainly one of those things that we need to take into consideration, because certainly Canadian history, as we call it, includes just the last 160 years or so, but the land that we are so fortunate to be on and to gather on, and thank Indigenous people for allowing us to share with them. The history is far, far longer than that. So it's a great intervention, and I appreciate the comment, and something that I assume will come up in committee.
Questions and comments?
First, I want to thank the member. We collaborated on a cross-partisan video talking about the need for Canadians, for all of us, to come together to follow public health guidelines. And I want to thank the member for his leadership on that. We are in a public health crisis, and cultural workers and local media workers right now are scared about job losses because of unfair competition from web giants. And they were expecting the government to take concrete action. The Liberals must ensure that web giants like Netflix are contributing enough in the creation of French language content, and that they contribute as much as local broadcasters, and that these funds are administered independently and transparently. But the secret deal with Netflix and the federal government's refusal to subject Netflix to the same tax rules as our local companies show that the Liberals are still too close with web giants. Can the member across comment on his party's close relationship with these web giants?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the question. Of course, I always appreciate the opportunity to collaborate in a multi-partisan and non-partisan way with members like my colleague from Victoria. This is a good question. For the first time, this bill actually recognizes the French fact and the importance of investing in Francophone stories and music. So I hope that, allows people who are both learning French, like myself and my colleague from Victoria, but also will ensure that a portion of this funding is devoted to the creation and availability of and discovery of Francophone programming. Broadcasting is an absolutely essential medium for sharing our experiences with each other, but at the same time, this is about competition and the competitive nature of the media landscape around the world. We as much need to work with producers and the platforms as we need to make sure that they're paying their share. And after looking at this bill, I'm really confident that we're going to make sure that the web giants pay their share and contribute in a real way, not just a performative way, but a real way to the viability and the competitiveness of Canadian media from producers here in Canada.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good afternoon to my honourable colleagues. It's great to be here this afternoon in the chamber. Mr. Speaker, I wish to inform you that I'll be splitting my time with the honourable member, my friend and colleague from Surrey Newton. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, it's an honour to rise to speak to Bill C-10. I want to take this opportunity to discuss an important issue that was raised by many stakeholders, the best way to support our creators, including Francophones.
House, why this legislation is so important. Historically, under the Canadian broadcasting system, traditional broadcasting services such as radio, TV, and cable were required to fund Canadian content, our stories and our songs. However, the emergence of online broadcasting services such as Netflix, Crave, Spotify, QUB Music, which are not subject to the same types of regulatory requirements as traditional services, has resulted in a regulatory imbalance and encountered in jeopardy the future of Canadian content funding. Our bill seeks to ensure that traditional and online broadcasting services are appropriate for Canada's creative sector. Of course, these contributions must benefit a wide range of Canadian creators and consumers, including francophones across the country, like I hear my colleagues from the opposition. Je veux maintenant parler de la question.
I would now like to address the issue of support for Francophone creators and French-language content, including that produced by Francophone minority communities. First of all, it's important to recognize that this is a fundamental issue and that the concerns expressed by stakeholders are entirely legitimate. We must not forget the minority status of Francophones in North America. Indeed, in an English-dominated universe, online broadcasting giants such as Netflix and Spotify will not necessarily have the reflex to think about the needs of Canada's Francophones, whether they live in Quebec or in a minority setting in Canada. And yet we know that television and radio are vitally important to language, the culture and identity of the Francophone minority in North America. It therefore goes without saying that Francophone stories and music must be supported and promoted. On this, we all agree. All the more so since the arrival of online broadcasters has shaken up the Canadian broadcasting sector, and the French language market has not been spared. Online broadcasters present particular challenges in terms of the availability and promotion of French language content, particularly content produced by our Francophone minority communities. It should be noted in this regard that 47% of Francophones watch predominantly English language content on Netflix. This contrasts with the viewing of traditional TV, where Francophone language services capture 92% of French language services. Meanwhile, while the average budget for English language film and video production has increased in recent years, as has funding from foreign investors, average budgets for French language productions have decreased, and funding from foreign investors remains low. In terms of music and digital platforms, it should be noted that in 2017 there were only 6 French-language Canadian artists in the top 1,000, the most popular streamed music artists in Canada.
But how? Some have proposed to include quotas or mandatory investment thresholds for French-language content in the Broadcasting Act. At first glance, this may seem like the best way to remedy the problem, but what is it really? The fact of including a mandatory investment threshold in the Act fixes it permanently, and as the Minister of Canadian Heritage rightly pointed out, the minimum is likely to become the maximum. There is no reason to cap funding for French language content in this way. A better way to do this is to give instructions to the CRTC telling it to ensure that an appropriate portion of the funding is devoted to the creation of French language programming and to take into account the difficulties inherent in the creation of and broadcasting of French language programming, particularly in minority communities. This is how our government suggests we proceed. Regulation is a flexible tool that allows action to be taken that is in tune with technological advances, the development of industry, and the values of Canadian society. It should be noted that the CRTC has long overseen the application of a rigorous regulatory framework to traditional services to support and promote French language content. Their record is unambiguous. They have demonstrated a firm commitment to the imposition of regulations that ensure support for Francophone creators. Thanks to the CRTC's efforts, for the past 10 years, the volume of French language television production has been stable and represents 25% of the total volume of Canadian television production. The efforts of the CRTC have also served to promote French language music. French language radio stations must devote at least 65% to this purpose of their weekly programming from popular music to French language music. The CRTC can be expected to put in place an equally stringent regulatory framework for online broadcasters. They will ensure that they provide fair and equitable support for Canadian content in both official languages, and that they take into account the specific needs of Francophone creators across Canada. Mr. Speaker, to all my honourable fellow members, we all agree that action must be taken to support Francophone creators and French language content across Canada. It's primordial, and also all creators and content creators in Canada. That is why our bill and the instructions it will be giving will give the CRTC all the tools it needs to ensure that funding and regulations support Canadian content in both official languages, but also Indigenous, multicultural, real Canadian content, and just a window into Hollywood. This is the best approach to ensure that Canada's creators can continue to create audio and audiovisual works that reflect who we are as a country. The creation of content in both official languages is an essential cultural objective, regardless of technological or other advances in the broadcasting sector. This modern and equitable legislative and regulatory framework will provide unequivocal support to broadcasters, producers, and creators across Canada. I encourage all members of this Honourable House to hastily send this bill to committee to be improved and to deliver on real changes to the broadcasting sector that they have been asking for so long. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I look forward to questions and comments.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent.
First of all, I want to pay all my respect for my colleague, with whom I have a lot of fun and a lot of respect when we were working together in the committee, parliamentary committee. I want to pay all my respect for the quality of his French. This guy is working very hard to speak correctly. This member works very hard for the quality of his French, like some of my colleagues from BC. So I deeply appreciate when each and every member of parliament tried his best to speak his or her second language, because French is not the second language, but is the second language for an Anglophone. But is the English speaking, the English is my second language because I am a Francophone. Et justement, Monsieur le Président.
And my question, Mr. Speaker, deals with official languages under the bill that's up for debate today. A number of aspects have been put forth by the member. Many aspects are contained in the bill, but there is one that was left out, that isn't there. They boast a great deal about new productions with the people who are producing web content, but there is no requirement for two official languages in Canada. Why? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for National Revenue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and merci beaucoup for those very kind comments from the Honourable Member from Louis Saint Laurent. What I will say is I will encourage all members of this House, let's have a vigorous debate in this stage of the legislative process, and let's get the bill to committee where the committee members can put forward amendments and ideas that they may have, and have the full committee rigorously debate those ideas and amendments, and let's always try to improve all legislation that comes forth from this Honourable House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and commentaires.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, Quebec culture is at the heart of the Bloc Québécois mission. Broadcasting is the tool that is the most effective to contribute to defining national identity. The Bloc is in favour of modernizing the Broadcasting Act, given the quick changes in information and technology in communications. The Canadian Association of Broadcasters, however, is concerned According to them, 50 radio stations might well close their doors in the next 4 to 6 months and 150 more in the next 18 months. What does the government plan to do in light of these potential losses? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to my honourable member from Trois-Rivières. A vibrant Canadian cultural sector in both official languages is very important for myself. My children are actually enrolled in French immersion and learning it, and I'm very excited to say that and very proud of that. To the honourable members' direct comments and questions, we of course want a vigorous debate on how we can strengthen and maintain all our language services in both official languages and be truly that bilingual country that we are and that we strive to be on a daily basis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member so much for his speech. You know, one of the things that concerns me greatly as a person who represents a very rural and remote riding is just how important our local Canadian content is. And we know that the Yale report outlined clearly that Google and Facebook are receiving nearly 75% of online advertising in revenue in Canada, which really leaves local television and local newspapers, Mr. Speaker, receiving only 8.5% of that internet advertising. And when I think about the local papers in my riding and how important they are, I want to make sure they're getting the support that they need. So can he talk about, through you, Mr. Speaker, why this government continues to push this down the line further and further when we really need these web giants to pay their fair share so that our local content can be saved? Thank you.
Well, Parliamentary Secretary.
Honourable colleague from North Island, Powell River, that is a very good question. We all need to support our local newspapers. When I was a young individual, delivered the Prince Rupert Daily News door to door, and that was great content for households in the hometown I grew up with. Today, we need to modernize many aspects of our legislative framework in telecommunications and broadcasting. This is one part, Bill C-10. Again, let's get this bill to the committee stage, where there can be a vigorous debate, because we know with the world evolving it is and with technological change, it's very, very important that our legislative frameworks and structures correspond to that, and we continually update that. Canadian content is very important for myself, for our government, and I know for all Canadians from coast to coast to coast.
It's time for one more short question. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'm curious if the Parliamentary Secretary can comment on the fact of why this is so important now. I'll preface it by saying that according to some stats that I have, 32% of streamers right now are between the ages of 25 and 35. 22% are between the ages of 35 and 45. So it seems like the older you get, the less likely you are to listen to online content, but in particular, the younger generations are right now. Why is this so important to be implemented now, given what the younger generations are using to experience those experiences?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Speaker, excuse me. To my honourable friend and colleague from Kingston Island, it's a great question. Currently, obviously, we see the trends in content consumption and the platforms that are utilized on that. And currently, online undertakings that deliver audio and audiovisual content are not regulated. And we are exempt from licensing, and we want to ensure that the regulatory requirements that traditional broadcasters and traditional platforms have are also extended onto online. We need to ensure a vigorous framework for broadcasters, and that's what we're doing in this Bill C-10. I encourage again to all my honourable colleagues, let's get this bill to committee stage. Let's have a vigorous debate by the learned committee members on the committee, and let's put forth some even more ideas if we can potentially improve the bill and have the process continue along. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
So we're resuming debate, and the Honourable Member for Surrey Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank the Honourable Member from Vaughan, Woodbridge, for sharing his time and his willingness to work with other members of Parliament across the nation. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to be able to speak today in support of Bill C-10. 10, an act to amend the Broadcasting Act. It is said that in the digital age that we are living in, the law is rarely able to keep up with the technological advancement. This digital revolution, often referred to as Fourth Industrial Revolution, is characterized by a pace of breakthroughs that we have never seen before. Every industry in every country around the world is being disrupted. As a result, it is impacting production, management, and governance. A 2016 paper from World Economic Forum on the Fourth Industrial Revolution makes one point very clear. The only way for governance and regulation to work in such a complicated environment is to operate with clear foundation of values rather than playing regulatory catch-up. Mr. Speaker, this is the essence of what this bill is all about. With audio and audio-visual content being offered for mass consumption online over the past 2 decades, Canada has been exposed when it comes to fostering Canadian content, as has been done for decades through the CRTC. Supporting the telling of Canadian stories, giving a platform to Canadian voices, and sharing Canadian perspectives for our population from coast to coast to coast has always been a challenging issue, with Canada being located next to the largest producer of content in the world, that being the United States. Mr. Speaker, the CRTC is unique in that it is not the only a regulatory agency, but rather a key component of our Canadian cultural landscape. It serves as the primary actor in facilitating Canadian content production through the broadcasting sector. It is our path towards preserving the local culture as well as our national identity. But of course, since the Broadcasting Act was last updated in 1991, Canadians' consumption of content had changed dramatically. Millions of Canadians have cut the cable, so to speak, and are receiving their news and entertainment through the online platforms. As an example, as of 2019, Netflix is present in 62% of Canadian households, with other streaming services continuing to grow year after year. Mr. Speaker, to give some context on how large digital content consumption has become in Canada, it is estimated that revenues for Canada's digital media market will hit over $4.7 billion in 2020. This is a number that is skyrocketing when compared to other forms of media consumption, such as television and radio. In other words, Mr. Speaker, updating our Broadcasting Act is long overdue. The streaming that we now consume in the comfort of our homes carries stories from across the globe. We as consumers have never had more choices and access to such a diversity of content. But that also means that Canada's history of promoting and supporting Canadian content must be extended into the realm that so many of us rely upon daily. Mr. Speaker, we are lawmakers and have an obligation to not unduly disadvantage Canadian content creators in digital era. We have an obligation to do everything in our power to ensure that the diversity of voices that make up our country, including Indigenous peoples, racialized communities, persons with disabilities have the same ability to share their voices and stories as all other international content producers that are now so readily available to us. And this is where the hold in current Broadcasting Act becomes so apparent. Mr. Speaker, as mentioned, our lives are filled by receiving and consuming online content. We might wake up in the morning and check the news headlines on our phones or other digital devices, which of course was a role that in the past filled by news publications in the print media. Then we might stream some of the music in our commute to work as opposed to traditional radio that might have filled our vehicle or headphones. In the evening, when we get home from work, we might then search through our favorite streaming service to find a show or movie that we can relax to. And this is just a very general snapshot of types of activities and choices for our content in 2020. Of course, this is particularly heightened during the COVID-19 pandemic, where social interaction is now regularly replaced by consumption of this content. Ultimately, Mr. Speaker, Bill C-10 is defined by the principles of equality, inclusivity, and most importantly, for Canadian content creators and sustainability. And while this legislation does modernize the CRTC's enforcement powers, as well as updating the oversight and information sharing provisions it has available, ultimately it is about creating opportunity through collaboration. It is about mandating the streaming services that want access to Canadian marketplace must now meet certain broadcasting obligations that provide financial support to allow for more Canadian content to be produced and consumed. Mr. Speaker, while members from across the House might attempt to characterize this bill as an example of over-regulation or of limiting free speech, the reality is far different. Simply put, Mr. Speaker, this is an update to our Broadcasting Act that allows for Canadian stories to be produced, for Canadian consumers to have ample access to such stories, and most importantly, for our unique cultural identities to have ongoing security and opportunity in a rapidly evolving digital world. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I hope that this bill is widely supported by all parties in this House, as it is an update that goes beyond politics or ideology. For the most part, technology moves far faster than we do as legislators, and this legislation is a tool to ensure that we are always ahead of the curve in preserving our diversity of voices in the age of digitization. This is about ensuring that Canadian content can thrive for generations to come, and ultimately, there should be no party or member in this House that can argue with this fundamental principle. Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak on this important piece of legislation today.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the member opposite. He's from British Columbia, and I certainly understand many of his positions. I don't agree with them, and let me say why. First of all, many members today, Mr. Speaker, have said specifically they support this because they want to see diversity, they want to hear Indigenous voices, they want to hear young people and have their voices magnified. Mr. Speaker, Irene Berkowitz and her colleagues put out a report last year. Watch Time Canada said that there's 160,000 YouTube creators, Canadian YouTube creators, that produce content. 40,000 of them are monetizing. That is, they're actually drawing funds from YouTube's model. And they employ 28,000 Canadians. Now, Mr. Speaker, the problem we have here is that this member and many of his caucus believe that Google, the owner of YouTube, is a broadcaster in the traditional sense. Mr. Speaker, if this government forces this legislation onto the CRTC, then those YouTube creators who actually create the content may be forced to adhere by these rules, and they may elect then, Mr. Speaker, to actually have their Canadian-drawn content pushed out to other parts of the world, do not advertise, do not show up here in Canada because they will not qualify under the rules. Does this member understand that by changing this, by this misperception that YouTube somehow is going to respond by forcing all these small ma and pop content creators to change their business model, I think this is a mistake.
The honourable member for Surrey Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for having his own opinions, and he's welcome to have it. But certainly, when it comes to this regulation, broadcasting bill that we brought forward is a long overdue to make sure that we are able to protect our Canadian identity, we are able to protect our Canadian culture, we are able to protect the Indigenous voices and the racialized voices, and this will do so.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to stress the importance of local radio. Local radio is fundamental because the news is not covered in national news. You need local radio to cover municipal, schools, local artists. It also involves local employment. And it would be a disaster in the next few months if we didn't have local radio. We have Acton Radio and another station in my riding. What am I supposed to tell them about targeted support? Those stations absolutely need that support soon to get through this crisis. Why is that not in the bill?
Surrey Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the honourable member. In fact, the issue that he raised, Mr. Speaker, I met with the local media outlet just last week. They produce the local paper, and they have the similar voices that the honourable member raised, and earlier an NDP member from British Columbia also raised the same issue. And I fully support your thought process, and this bill is a positive step moving forward. And when it comes to local papers, local radios, I'm a full supporter of that, and certainly in the coming months we will have probably a legislation if we all work together to help those local papers and the local radios in our communities.
We have time just for a very short question. The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from Surrey Newton for his speech. Just wanted to comment on the fact that the Liberals are promising to rebalance the market between the traditional TV platforms and the new digital platforms, but they're kicking those decisions off to the CRTC. How can they live up to those promises?
The honourable member for Surrey Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member from South Okanagan Kootenay for his comments. As I said earlier in this speech, once this bill is gone through the House, and the government is putting more money and more resources to make sure that we are able to take care of those issues that honourable member has mentioned.
I think we'll go to video conference on a point. Yes, on a point of order, the honourable member for Eglinton, Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of my intervention this afternoon is to address the House on the report tabled today by the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner. Mr. Speaker, throughout my 25-year career as a lawyer and my time as a member of Parliament, I have always taken my ethical and disclosure obligations seriously. I understand and accept the Commissioner's report that finds that I filed my complete disclosure statement past the required deadline. My initial disclosure statement was filed in January of this year, with additional information provided more recently, and I apologize for not fully completing all of my disclosure obligations when I filed in January. I assure this House that it was not my intention, nor did I withhold any information. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Sure, the House appreciates the information passed along by the honourable member. We'll now go till resuming debate, and the honourable member for Saskatoon, Grasswood. I think we'll just unmute there. The honourable member, just need to get volume there, and we're all set to go. Go ahead.
You would think I would know that by now. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is an honor to have the opportunity this afternoon to speak to Bill C-10. It's an act to amend the Broadcasting Act. Now, updating this Broadcasting Act is crucially important. The statutes in this act provide the guidelines for everything in our media industry, from how our Canadian broadcasters operate to how we support Canadian content and production. Now, updating it right now is particularly important because, as we know, the Broadcasting Act has not really been updated at all since 1991, a long time before internet companies and online streaming services were competing with Canadian broadcasters. But Mr. Speaker, it is deeply disappointing that the government's proposals are so incredibly lacking. I'm going to focus in on 4 points here today. First, the legislation does nothing to address social media companies such as Facebook and Google and their various properties like YouTube to pay for their fair share. Secondly, it doesn't bring digital platforms like Netflix and Spotify into a system where they are on a level playing field with the conventional Canadian broadcasters. And third, it doesn't provide any details on Canadian content production and media fund contributions by digital broadcasters. And finally, it gives all of the power to the Canadian Radio, Television and Communications Commission, commonly known as the CRTC, a body that is not only ineffective at regulating in their area, but often struggles to even enforce their own regulations. Mr. Speaker, before I dive into the details of this bill, I just want to give a little background. I know a lot of people in the House know that prior to my election, I spent 40 plus years as a radio and television broadcaster here in the province of Saskatchewan. Now, during my broadcasting career, I experienced firsthand dramatic evolution of those industries and how Canadians interact with their media. When I first entered the industry back in the 70s, radio and television were the dominant forces of entertainment here in this country. Now, over time, as television became more and more accessible and mainstream, demand for radio really declined. More recently, I think you look at the music streaming services like Spotify and Google Music and Apple Music, they've attracted many Canadians away from radio. This has resulted in many stations across the country being forced to either greatly downsize or shut down entirely. And we've seen that here in my province of Saskatchewan. I'm going to give you some details here on the radio industry. You know, right now, a lot of stations in Saskatchewan run for only 12 hours. So they'll come on at 6 in the morning, they'll go till 6 at night, and then they'll have repeat programming for the next 12 hours. And this is disturbing because it's hard to find a live disc jockey or a live newscast at night, because simply these stations only run 12 of the 24 hours. And it's disturbing because as a young broadcaster back in the 70s, that's how you learned the business. You work nights and late nights. So that has been taken away by a lot of people in this province. And like I said, it's hard to find right now a live announcer after 7 p.m. on any Saskatchewan radio station. Now, major conglomerates have kind of gobbled up some of the radio industries in Saskatchewan, Prince Albert and North Battleford, and even the satellite feeder in Meadow Lake, gobbled up by the Patterson Group. I will say this, though, Mr. Speaker, we've seen kind of renaissance in the province with smaller radio stations trying to make it on the FM dial. I look at Humboldt, recently Assiniboia, and this past January, actually, Nipawin got their license for the first time in that northeast area of Saskatchewan. There was an intervention, I should mention, by one of the big players in the country, but Nipawin today have their own FM station radio-wise as they got approval from the CRTC in January. I would be remiss to say MBC Radio. That is the Mississippi Broadcasting Corporation. It is Saskatchewan's only Indigenous radio station located in La Ronge. So 10 hours a week, they broadcast in Dene, and 10 hours a week, they broadcast in Cree. This bill, C-10, the Broadcasting Act, this is where I would really like the CRTC to concentrate. We have seen this station give Cree, along with Dene language, up in northern Saskatchewan, needed. And in fact, during the election, I caught one of the advertising by a candidate done in Dene, a 30-second spot telling the people up there to vote for him or her. It was kind of interesting. It was really good. I also had the fortunate opportunity to go to Nunavut just 2 years ago, and I went to 8 communities up there, and, they speak a lot of English. Inuit and Inuktitut is spoken. So when I went up there and saw the people up in Nunavut and, Chesterfield Inlet and Aravat and so on, that is their way of communicating. And that is my concern today with the CRTC. How are they going to look after this whole C-10 Broadcasting Act? It is big. We have a big country. I've just pointed out in Nunavut, I've pointed out in northern Saskatchewan, and many other places in this country where this is a very, very big bill. Now, similarly, as streaming services like Netflix and YouTube and even Disney Plus increasingly become the default source of entertainment for many across this country, many television studios are struggling and beginning to downsize and cut costs. And we saw that today with the announcement from Rogers. Now, much like their radio counterparts, television stations actually here in Saskatchewan have been forced to make cuts, and many local stations have either been shut down or have really reduced staff. And I can tell you, as a former broadcaster in this province, I remember Swift Current had their own television station. Yorkton and Prince Albert, although they're repeater stations now, Prince Albert for Saskatoon and Yorkton for Regina, I remember at one time CKBI Prince Albert Television had over 80 staff. So we don't have that anymore. So you can see the industry is coming down. And those are 2 examples that I give you where Swift Current no longer has a TV station. Yorkton basically has 2 or 3 people, and same for CKBI Prince Albert. So for a long time, I think sports was considered the bedrock of television. While television series could always be recorded, watching sports live had a particular importance. No one wanted to miss that big game or have the results spoiled. However, even sports today, a sector that has long thrived based on live television, is moving away from the traditional broadcast. Services like the NHL Game Center, DAZN, Sportsnet Now, and TSN Direct allow sports fans to watch their favorite teams from whenever they'd like. You can flip between games and even watch multiple games at once. And I will make this point. I remember 2010 Olympics in Vancouver. The president of Bell Media was in line for the gold medal game, the women's hockey gold medal game. A big crowd in Vancouver. He couldn't get into the game on time. And at that time, the game was streamed. And the president of Bell Canada went on his phone and watched the game. And he turned to his assistant while he was in line and said, "This is the future of broadcasting. Bell Canada has to buy this." That was in 2010. And lo and behold, shortly time after, Bell reacquired the CTV television network. The reality today is that the way most of us here in the House of Commons consumed entertainment growing up is no longer the norm. Many growing up today would consider it simply out of date or even obsolete. Certainly, even though many of these changes have been revolutionary and have benefited consumers, they have created many problems for the Canadian broadcasting sector. So our laws and our regulations need to be updated to match the changes of the last 30 years. So, Mr. Speaker, that raises the question, what exactly needs to be fixed in a modernized Broadcasting Act? Well, the internet giants like Netflix and Spotify simply aren't paying their fair share. These companies don't pay taxes. They aren't required to pay into the Canada Media Fund as conventional broadcasters are today. They aren't required to meet the Canadian content requirements that conventional broadcasters are bound by. As more and more attention is paid to major streaming giants, and they are taking up more and more of the market share, conventional Canadian broadcasters, both at the local and the national level, are being pinched out, and they know that. The current circumstances not only create an uneven playing field, it puts Canadian broadcasters at a significant disadvantage in having to allocate their resources where internet giants simply do not. So the Broadcasting Act clearly needs to be updated for the world that is dominated today by the internet. Now, unfortunately, the legislation that the government has put forward to us today is wholly inadequate in addressing the issues that I've just laid out. So let's begin taking a look at what government's main solution seems to be in this bill, C-10. I think they're passing the buck solely to the CRTC. And I think that's unfortunate. The government is simply passing off the responsibility to the unelected body that has historically had many issues fulfilling its own mandate, particularly on this issue. You know, Mr. Speaker, at the beginning of this year, the Canadian Broadcasting and Telecommunication Legislative Review Panel tabled their report in Ottawa, known as the Yale Report. In fact, I attended that news conference in January in Ottawa when they released their 94 recommendations. Now, that news conference lasted almost 2 hours. Plenty of questions directed at the panel, and it was directed by conventional broadcasters. Many of them expressed concerns about some of the 94 recommendations that were made that day. The objective of the panel was to review the current broadcasting and telecommunications framework and present possible paths forward for Canadian broadcasting. While I have my own issues with some of the recommendations in this report, one thing that has been raised as a major concern in my meetings with industry stakeholders is that the Yale report makes it clear the CRTC already has the power to regulate internet giants like Netflix. Now, that surprised a lot of people. If the CRTC can already regulate Netflix and its online counterparts, why haven't they done so? So let's be clear here. The CRTC, the Canadian broadcasters, and the government have all known for years what the impact of the unregulated online market is. It is crushing Canadian broadcasters. What has the CRTC done with the power that they have to regulate? Absolutely nothing. And yet, they have years to act. One can't help but wonder if the Canadian media today would be in a much better state if it weren't for the CRTC's lack of desire to actually take some action. This bill doesn't change that. It simply reiterates it. It restates a power that the CRTC already has and has opted not to use. So why would they use it now? There is absolutely no reason to believe that the CRTC is going to change now when there is no compulsion to do so. Even if the CRTC decided to finally take the steps that they've had the power to do for years and regulate the web giants, I'm highly skeptical that they would bother to enforce them. You know, sure, the government claims that this legislation before us today will modernize the CRTC's enforcement powers to ensure compliance with hypothetical regulations that the CRTC is not bound to actually make. But we already know that the CRTC doesn't necessarily use powers that they are given. On the specific issue of enforcement, I remember during my time as a broadcaster when the license renewal would come up every 5 years, everyone would be on their best behavior in the station. Station management would make sure that everything was perfect for their hearings with the CRTC. And once they gave us the license renewal, we wouldn't hear from them again 5 years later. They didn't follow up to make sure we were abiding by the terms of our license at all. I also think about more recent example where the CRTC is simply failing Canadians. Earlier this year, at the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic, the CBC decided to pull CBC Compass, their 30-minute local news program in Prince Edward Island, and the only local news for PEI, they took it off the air. At a time when Islanders needed their local news the most, the CBC abandoned them. What did the CRTC do? Absolutely nothing. It was only through the outrage of viewers in that area that the CBC brought Compass back and their newscasts to the people of Prince Edward Island. If the CRTC isn't going to act when Canadians need it the most, how can we expect them to actually act in the best interests of Canadians when it comes to internet giants? I remember an instance on Global doing something similar here in the city. So, you know, Mr. Speaker, in Saskatoon, we had a newscast that actually came out of Toronto. And CRTC was unaware of that. It has since been rectified in the city. So, Mr. Speaker, I think everyone here can understand my skepticism today, putting all of our eggs into one basket by dumping this on to the CRTC. But for the sake of argument, let's pretend like it isn't an issue. Let's pretend that the regulator has absolutely no issues in fulfilling their mandate. Are there any other problems with this bill? Well, let's start with social media. This legislation does nothing to ensure that online platforms like Facebook and Google, platforms that have built their businesses by sharing other people's content, are paying their fair share. In fact, this bill absolves those companies from responsibility for content posted on their platforms. Then we need to consider what measures are being proposed to make sure that conventional broadcasters are on a level playing field with digital platforms. The reality, nothing. It gives no guidance or explanation of how the regulations or guidelines should be created or drawn. Finally, this legislation provides no guidelines at all as to whether or not digital platforms will be forced to meet the same Canadian content production rules or to be required to make payments into the Canadian Media Fund. All of our conventional broadcasters must still meet these requirements. This sounds nothing like leveling the playing field. But don't worry if this doesn't go well. The government is here to save the day because they can settle any issues with the Order in Council afterwards. So instead of being clear with broadcasters and Canadians, the government is going to wait a little longer and potentially maybe implement policy later. That is simply not a plan, and broadcasters cannot prepare for the future while these discussions and regulations are created behind closed doors. Who could blame Canadians if they begin to wonder what the government is planning to implement that it isn't willing to put in today's legislation? What are they hiding? They haven't told us. So let's review. There is no guarantee that the CRTC will actually fulfill their obligation. and produced regulation. They could have before, and they didn't. If they do, will they enforce them? And what about the rules for platforms and conventional broadcasters? What are they going to look like? This bill doesn't tell us. We don't know what rules around the Canada Media Fund or even Canadian content will be. There is nothing new to deal with social media platforms. So what do we know? Well, not a lot, actually. What we do have, I think, is a lot of uncertainty. Mr. Speaker, the government is leaving the whole process up in the air with regard to the CRTC. Industry can't be sure what they're going to do, actually regulate in this area, because they have totally neglected it in the past. Even if they do, it is going to take months and months for Canadians to hear anything from them. And that means months and months of more uncertainty in a time where our media industry is already greatly struggling. Since I am running out of time, Mr. Speaker, I want to reiterate my serious concern about the legislation that is before us here today. The Canadian broadcasters and creators are struggling mightily. We know that. The government needs to do something to remedy this situation. The power to regulate companies like Netflix already exists under the CRTC. They have chosen not to act, and this legislation does not compel them to. So what reason do Canadians have to believe that the CRTC will bring in new regulation or that will be enforced after that? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm running out of time. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire, the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I really want to thank my colleague from across the aisle for his intervention today. He clearly knows a lot about the industry and how it's developed over the years, the challenges that it's went through, the challenges that it's dealing with now, and where he thinks things need to go. And I know that he pointed out a few, I think he had 4 in total, problematic areas with that he saw with this bill, but I also realize from his comments that he sees a genuine concern and need to make adjustments as we go forward. So my simple question for him would be, will he support this bill at this stage so that it can go to committee, so that he can contribute that extremely meaningful input into producing a better bill at the committee stage?
The honourable member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
I want to thank my honourable member from Kingston and the Islands. This is a tough bill today to say I support. I just gave a 20-minute speech. The reason why I'm really hesitant to support it. We all know the Canadian broadcasters in this country are suffering, and this bill does little. And it's a little disappointing because we've gone from 1991 to today. Nearly 30 years that we haven't touched this bill, and to see this bill come out today as 28 years later, I asked a member, what would a bill look like today if we went 28 years further in 2048? So I'm a little disappointed. You know that I'm disappointed, and I would find today that I couldn't support this bill going forward in the House.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire, l'honorable.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill that has been presented today that we're discussing claims to put in place a certain type of framework for the web giants. For example, Disney+, Prime, Netflix, and so forth. Now, those companies are technically, therefore, governed by this bill. Sure, it's high time, but does my colleague not find that this should have been done much sooner?
Saskatoon Grasswood.
Well, I want to thank the block member for his question here this afternoon. This bill, as I mentioned, has been 28 years in the making. Industry is changing so fast right now with the internet and the technology changes. I wanted to see more on the internet giants in this bill. We didn't get that. And I think, the way Netflix is going and Spotify and others, it should have been first and foremost in this bill. And I'm a little disappointed in the Minister of Canadian Heritage for not pointing that out in this bill. And I've heard today many people say, well, it can go to committee and we'll work on it. Why didn't you work on it here? You've known the problems with the CRTC not regulating the industry, and that's why we have a meltdown right now with Canadian broadcasters in the country, and they haven't done that. So I'm a little skeptical going forward, trusting the CFL or the CRTC, because they haven't done it, and we know the carnage that has taken place in the broadcasting industry each and every day.
Questions and comments will go by video conference to the honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member from Saskatoon Grasswood for his speech. I share a number of the concerns that he raised, particularly around web giants being required to pay their fair share and supporting Canadian content and Canadian content producers. And I certainly share his skepticism with regard to the efficacy of this government when it comes to making good on the commitments that they make. But I have to say, I also recall, having listened to some of his conservative colleagues speak against Canadian content requirements as things that just create market distortions. I watched as conservative governments of the past made deep cuts to the CBC. I watched as conservative governments of the past criticized others, like the NDP, for raising the idea of taxing web giants. They called it a Netflix tax at the time. So I would like to know, not the member's criticism of the government, because we heard a lot of that in his speech, and fair enough. I'd like to know what the Conservative Party is proposing as a way forward to ensure that web giants pay their fair share, and also that we are able to support Canadian content and Canadian content creators. What are some of those constructive ideas that Conservatives are putting on the table? Because I'm so far not aware of any, and I didn't pick up on any in his 20-minute speech.
Honourable member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
Well, thank you to the member from Manitoba, Elmwood Transcona. I think foreign internet broadcasters should be contributing to CanCon. It is extremely tough for Canadian broadcasters to take 30% of their programming to be Canadian only and have it on prime time, 7 to 9 or 7 to 10 at night. Many, sports, you have the CFL and NHL, that's considered Canadian programming. But I think, as we've seen with Corner Gas and Murdoch Mysteries and Schitt's Creek, we need in this country a device to get more of Canadian programming produced in this country so that we have avenues on CTV, on Global, on CBC, and such in prime time. We've seen the success of those three shows exactly that I mentioned. So as for the CBC, I do think, Mr. Speaker, it needs to be modernized. Our leader from Durham has mentioned that during the leadership. He's exactly right. It does need to be modernized.
Questions and comments? We'll go by video conference. The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member for his speech, and some of the stories and anecdotes he had to share were familiar to me as somebody who's worked in radio and television. I agree that the CRTC should be regulating these internet giants, and we should be getting them to pay their fair share of taxes in this country. Disney, Amazon, Netflix. What he's missed is DAZN, which is taking all the sports broadcasting and all of that revenue, which really helps with CanCon in this country. The sports is a cash cow for broadcasters, and that's all being soaked up by DAZN, and that's another one that needs to be taxed properly. Would the honourable member agree that YouTube and Facebook are indeed publishers rather than platforms, and that the information that they have published on their website by users should be regulated in terms of its content? There's a lot of misogyny, racism, misinformation that's put out on these sites, and would the honourable member agree that we should be treating these companies as publishers rather than platforms?
The honourable member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
I want to thank the member from Nanaimo, Ladysmith. When we've talked to stakeholders and industry people on this, YouTube is completely unregulated in this bill, C10. And okay, so 28 years since we last updated the Broadcasting Act. Where do you think YouTube is going to be in the next 28 years? Should we be regulating YouTube? Sure, we should be regulating YouTube. That's my personal opinion. I think if this does go to committee, that's one that we've talked to industry and stakeholders about. They were concerned that YouTube isn't involved in this. They don't have anything to do. I will say this to the honourable member. Only 2 provinces in Canada have a tax on Netflix. One is Saskatchewan, the other being Quebec. So they're already being taxed in only 2 jurisdictions. And I would add, Netflix, you're getting away with murder on the rest of the provinces and territories.
Next question, the honourable member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my friend and colleague from Saskatoon Grasswoods for his comments. And he touched a little bit on something that's dear to my heart, and I know it's to his, and understanding corner gas and where that comes from, and those small communities in Saskatchewan and all over Canada that are dealing with issues of trying to make certain that they're able to get the information that they need. And part of that, when we talk about those communities, we talk about Dog River and Woolerton. Sorry for that. But when we talk about those communities, they too are all over the place, and they do understand the lack of access they have. And in particular, our community newspapers who are trying to level the playing field by introducing federal legislation requiring Facebook and Google to pay for the news content they use from local and national publications. And I'm wondering if he can comment on any similarities between that comment and the legislation.
The honourable member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the honourable member from Souris Moose Mountain. Yes, Rollo, Saskatchewan. You know, the replays today of corner gas are more popular today worldwide, because they are going worldwide, than they were when they were first produced. Just this week, Mr. Speaker, they auctioned off 2 old vehicles from that show, Corner Gas. They got $1,800 for the truck, and they got $800 for the vehicle. But Rollo has been put on the map worldwide because of corner gas. And of course, the main star of the program would be Brett Butt, and he's from Tisdale, Saskatchewan. So yes, rural Saskatchewan and rural Canada really does need some tinkering with this bill. We have seen production houses in Winnipeg, Toronto, Vancouver, but at the end of the day, some of the best programming has come from rural Canada. And the member is correct. We should look into this bill. What are the stories that can be told in northern Saskatchewan, in Nunavut, in Northwest Territories? Some of the legislation in this bill deals with Indigenous issues and others. And I think that's a great opportunity for Canadians to, I can look at APTN out of Winnipeg. When that was launched, everyone said it wouldn't be successful. And I think today it is the voice of Indigenous peoples in this country. They've done a fabulous job since they've been put on the board here in Canada.
Yeah, I feel like the honourable member's producer down here for this lifelong career radio personality, doing my best to manage his interventions here this afternoon. Il y avait eu plus de 5 heures de débat concernant
5 hours of debate have been held since the start of debate. As a result, all future speeches will be 10 minutes for speeches, 5 minutes for questions and comments.
The honourable member on a point of order. The honourable member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, I'm understanding that Broadcasting identified me as the member from Edmonton, Manning, and I am actually the member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Okay, I take that under advisement, the honourable member. Was that on his recent intervention? Just now? Oh, it was displayed incorrectly? No. House Administration apologizes for that. It's not been. There has been time to time where that has occurred in the broadcast, but we'll make sure that that's corrected. Of course, the journals, the debates will reflect the proper introduction of the honourable member and make sure that that is the case. We'll go then to resuming debate, and the honourable member for Newmarket, Aurora.
Here, here.
This is going to be good.
Oh, dear. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to begin by acknowledging that this House sits on the ancestral lands of the Algonquin Anishinaabe. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are in...
I think the honourable member for Saskatoon Grasswood just maybe cancel deactivate his microphone. The honourable member for Newmarket Aurora.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll start again. I want to begin by acknowledging that this House sits on the ancestral lands of the Algonquin Anishinaabe. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are enthusiastic early adopters to technology. Time and time again, they have readily embraced the wide variety of broadcasting services available to them, foreign and domestic. These broadcasting services empower consumers with the ability to watch what they want, whenever they want it, and however they want it. And the same goes for listening to music and hearing the news. Bill C-10 won't limit the ability of Canadians to access the programming platforms of their preference. Rather, it will ensure that the Canadian broadcasting system continues to meet the needs of Canadian consumers. The Canadian Radio, Television and Telecommunications Commission is the independent regulator of Canada's broadcasting systems. It requires television stations, radio stations, and cable and satellite distributors to support the creation and the display of Canadian stories and Canadian music. These are requirements that have been in place for decades and have resulted in greater investment and promotion of Canadian content and talent, including high-quality journalism, groundbreaking musical artists, and compelling and acclaimed programming. However, in the current regulatory framework, online broadcasters are exempt from the most broadcasting regulations. In other words, they're not required to contribute to the Canadian broadcasting system as is required by the traditional broadcasters. And this is because the last time major changes were made to our Broadcasting Act was in 1991, before we experienced the new digital age and its challenges. But, Mr. Speaker, we're well into the digital age now, and it's time for our legislation to join us. It's time for online broadcasters to be treated the same as traditional broadcasters. Bill C-10 creates a level playing field where all broadcasters have a fair chance to compete by ensuring that online broadcasters are subject to the same regulatory framework. Most importantly, it ensures that both traditional and online broadcasters contribute to a healthy and a vibrant Canadian broadcasting system. For Canadian artists, this means securing sustainable funding that will allow them to continue telling stories and making music from a uniquely Canadian perspective. For most consumers, this means the ability to access more content that will allow Canadians to see themselves, their communities, and their stories reflected through different points of view. For Canada, it means a stronger cultural unity, a shared national identity, and more inclusive society. By presenting the content that is representative of different cultures, communities, and languages from across Canada, broadcasting provides a window into the diverse experiences of Canadians. 78% of Canadians consider made-in-Canada content to be of importance to them personally. It's clear that Canadians see value in their stories on the screen and in hearing Canadian artists on the radio. And I'm proud to say that the interest in Canadian content exists far beyond our borders. The hit show, Schitt's Creek, recently brought home 9 Emmys. The film Indian Horse won an award at the 2018 San Diego International Film Festival. And Quebec native Celine Dion is one of the best worldwide selling artists of all time. And the list goes on, Mr. Speaker. Including online broadcasters in the broadcasting regulatory framework could result in online broadcasters being requested to invest more than $800 million in our creators, our music, and stories by 2023. It could result in more Canadian successes being enjoyed and recognized abroad. Whether getting traffic and weather updates or learning about the day's events from primetime broadcasts, the broadcasting system is an important source of news for Canadians. Traditional broadcasters have long supported journalism and the delivery of local, regional, and national news. By including a new policy objective that promotes the provisions of news, including those produced by Canadians, and reflecting Canadian perspectives from a variety of sources, we are strengthening the role of news in the broadcasting system. Recognizing that a free and independent press is the cornerstone of our democracy, this bill does not contemplate the licensing of news organizations. However, the bill does create an equitable framework for broadcasting that will help safeguard the news production. This way, traditional broadcasters, who are important sources of news, and particularly local, would be better able to compete with online broadcasting services. The bill was also crafted to keep both online and traditional broadcasting services affordable to Canadians. Because we understand every day Canadians are making difficult choices on how to spend their hard-earned dollars, this is especially true during these trying times. Bill C-10 provides the CRTC with the ability to tailor regulatory requirements to specific business models. For example, the CRTC could impose mandatory Canadian programming expenditures on services that are already in the business of commissioning and producing content. Requiring services such as Netflix and Crave to spend a certain amount of money each year on Canadian content will help us move the needle on directing investments towards programming that is created and produced by Canadians for Canadians. This will help the CRTC to avoid imposing undue regulatory burden on a particular service that would then result in raised prices for consumers. These, Mr. Speaker, are just some of the ways that Bill C-10 will benefit Canadian consumers, creators, and artists. The exemption for digital services was originally put into place to allow for innovation and development of the new online media services. But now, in 2020, when Canadians mostly access programming online, these exemptions no longer make sense. The inclusion of online broadcasters in the Canadian broadcasting system with regulatory clarity promotes the entrance of new players into the Canadian market. It supports a vibrant and a healthy competition in the sector, creating additional pressures to keep costs down. For Canadian consumers, it leads to a wider variety of high-quality content with a greater diversity of views in which Canadians proudly see themselves and their stories. After nearly 30 years, Mr. Speaker, it's time to modernize our broadcasting system and to safeguard it for the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, workers in the broadcasting industry and our Canadian cultural workers are struggling. And for many, time is running out. So why does this bill punt the problem to the CRTC, which means it could take almost a year before we see any real change? This government has a tendency of making promises and then kicking the can down the road. And they've done this with some of the most pressing issues of our time. Today, the government tabled a climate accountability bill that doesn't have any real accountability measures for 10 years. They say they support pharmacare, but when? It is so important that we support our cultural workers and our workers in the broadcasting industry. If the Liberals truly want to fix their disastrous Netflix deal, why not do it now?
Honourable Member for Newmarket, Aurora.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Firstly, I don't agree with the terminology of kicking the can down the road. The CRTC was an organization that was established to focus on the industry and to do what's important for the industry in the interests of Canadians. So having this bill directed towards the CRTC and having these corrections in the hands of the CRTC is the appropriate place for it to be. I would liken it to going to see a surgeon when surgery is required as opposed to going to a general practitioner. And what we're doing here is we're relying on an organization that has the strength, the intelligence, and the experience to deal with the organization, to deal with.
Questions and comments? The
Honourable Member for Rimouski, Nejet, Témiscouata, Les Basques. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. What is the government waiting for? I think our questions are legit. There was the medical assistance in dying legislation, but Quebec is ahead of the game on that. And since January 28th, the sales tax has been collected on the web giants, but the feds are doing nothing about this. But they are able to build a pipeline. And in 2019, they added Amazon and Facebook. They're all collecting sales tax in Quebec. So what does this bill do about it? Nothing. There's nothing in this bill that would cover the web giants and make them pay their fair share, and also to provide for local content, CanCon. Now, obviously, culture is not very important to the Liberals, but my question is clear. What are the Liberals waiting for? Why aren't they taxing web giants? Are we going to have to wait for another pipeline or miss the boat again? The Honourable Member for Newmarket Aurora.
Thank the Honourable Member for his question. I think what we're doing is trying to move this bill forward, and there's an opportunity when this bill goes to committee to listen to the suggestions that we have here. I'm all for collaboration. I'd like to see us have the benefit of your perspective, but let's do that in committee and let's implement that as we move the bill forward. So we want to go ahead. All we need is to have the vote to take it to committee and start getting to work on this. Let's work together on it.
Questions and comments, and we're going by video conference to the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Highlands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to my honourable colleague for Newmarket Aurora. I listened to the speech, and I'm very interested in C10 and seeing it get to committee. But he made the point that this treats the live streaming digital giants in the same way that we would treat other parts of our economy. And I want to ask him if we don't need an amendment to direct that in the case of outfits like Twitter and Facebook that are actually gutting our Canadian journalism, that they be treated as publishers and not this fiction, that they are platforms. Then all the rules of libel and slander, et cetera, would apply to them.
Member for Newmarket Aurora.
Again, I thank the Honourable Member for a great question. I think you raised some really good points, and I think that's why it's important for us to get into committee to hear that type of input so that we can build a better bill. The issue, and the Minister has said, is that he would welcome the other perspectives, we would welcome amendments, and we would welcome collaboration so that we can move forward into the 20th century.
Before we get to resuming debate, it's my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Fredericton in respect to official languages, and the Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith regarding marine transportation. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very happy to be here today to talk about Bill C-10, and more importantly, talk about the reality that we need to continue to protect Canadian content in our broadcasting systems, in all of our media, and that the other part of this conversation is about fairness and acknowledging that web giants in this country have been getting off very easy. And as they've been getting off very easy with very little content taxes, our people who fight for local Canadian content have been left behind. I represent the beautiful riding of North Island Powell River. It's the third largest riding in British Columbia, and it is part of Vancouver Island and is also on the mainland. And I'm incredibly proud to represent these voices. You know, Mr. Speaker, recently we had a huge weather storm in our riding. It was a mix of wind, thunder, lightning, and snow, of all things. Very rare in our part of the world, the snow. And I just want to say that when we went through that time, we had a huge amount of power outages. People were not sure what was going on. And it was our local newspapers, our local radios that let people know what was happening. And if it wasn't for them, folks would have been isolated and alone. And I can promise you that none of the big web giants were concerned about what was happening in our riding. And I want to do a special shout out, if I may, Mr. Speaker, for the local Port McNeill IGA, who, when people were going without power for a long period of time, they had a beautiful barbecue where they fed people. They said, if you have any money that you can give, please give and we'll donate it. But if you can't, just come here and get fed. And I just want to say those are the people that I am so incredibly proud to represent, and those are the stories that we as Canadians need to hear. You know, I have local papers in my riding, the Campbell River Mirror, the Comox Valley Record, the Powell River Peak, and the North Island Gazette. They are always making sure that we know what's happening in our riding. I respect them immensely. They are very small, and they get out there and they make sure that we record what's happening and let other people within our communities in our region know what's happening locally in our community. They remember all of those communities, like the little ones like Sointula, Was, and Whaletown, Vandanda, and Alert Bay, and many more. That is something that is particularly unique and special about Canada, that we have a huge land base and a small population and people living all over the place, living important lives. These papers connect us. They work hard to keep us informed on what's going on, nationally, internationally, and most importantly, locally. They tell us what's happening. I think about Remembrance Day this year. It was very, very different than Remembrance Days that we're used to. Usually you see us across the, all the communities, and people are out together. In this time, people were waiting for the newspapers to share their recordings on social media. They were waiting to see the pictures. These are important roles that if they weren't there watching, it wouldn't be happening. But the reality is they are facing a huge challenge. They are having to fight every day for their survival. Their huge competition are significantly bigger corporations like Facebook, like Google. So they are fighting them and trying to survive. And it's an important tool. You know, all of those local papers, they use Facebook. However, more and more people are using things like Facebook and Google to advertise. And that means they're not getting the same amount of money that really help them build their businesses. And I want to say it again, Facebook is not dedicated to our region. They don't show up at all the local events. They don't make sure to keep the history of our community. If you want to know what's happened in your community in the past, where do you go? You go to look at old newspapers. That's where you learn about what happened. That's where you get those pictures of your ancestors who did things in the communities. That's an important part of carrying on our history. We know that when COVID came, the challenges for our local newspapers only increased. Speaker, in the middle of a pandemic, our local culture and media folks were worried about keeping their jobs. According to the Yale report, Google and Facebook have received nearly 75% of online revenue, advertising revenue in Canada. That leaves our local TV and newspaper, Mr. Speaker, only gaining 8.5% of all of that internet advertising. The CBC did a compilation that showed that in 2018 and 2019, Ottawa spent $52 million advertising on web giants. That was 5 times more than the local Canadian platforms. And that, Mr. Speaker, is devastating. And it tells us something very important, that we're seeing a decrease of support for local content. You know, I said earlier that I represent a rural and remote riding. Lots of communities that really need these meaningful jobs. And these jobs are meaningful. And when we see that unfair competition, we see that they are not getting to keep and maintain those jobs. And this is another thing that we have to start addressing in this country, that rural and remote communities are challenged. And we need to have a better strategy so that those economies can grow and blossom. And the more we centralize, the less those communities flourish. And we have to take some leadership in that, and I'm waiting to see the government do that. This bill really punts it down the line. I know the last member disagrees with that, but we are giving it to the CRTC and saying, figure something out. You know, it's happened in other places. For example, in France, where the cultural minister actually stood up and said, if you're going to come here and you're creating content, you will put taxes into it so that we can have local content. If you're going to be making money, all of these big web giants, you're going to pay your fair share so that our Canadian folks don't lose their jobs and they don't lose the history of our precious country. So here we are again discussing, and I did this in last Parliament, the Liberals were discussing their promise. The Liberals promised to make sure that web giants pay their fair share. But again, this legislation has nothing around fair tax rules. Well, that's what we need. I think most people remember when they made a big announcement, we're going to get money from Netflix, it's great, we're going to tax them a bit more. And what did we all see across this country? Canadian rates for Netflix raised to cover that cost. Well, we're talking about actually taking these guys on and making sure that they pay their fair share so that Canadians can remember their own content. You know, Mr. Speaker, we need to protect Canada's unique voice. In my riding, another area that I'm so impressed with is the Vancouver Island North Film Commission. Their leadership has been immense and has brought opportunities into our riding. They have really worked hard, and I just want to say how much I respect them and how important that is. In fact, they locally just connected with the North Island College not too long ago, and they began training people. So what we're seeing is local people being trained in our local communities and then working in the film industry in our region. This is so important, and we need, again, in this country to take leadership and say, we have this immense country, we have rural and remote communities. They have been based largely, their economies, on the resources. We don't want that to end, but we want to diversify so there's more stability. This is a place where resources can go from these big web giants and make sure that these folks get the support that they need to build important content that is Canadian, but also to maintain a diversity of employment in our regions of good paying jobs. So when we talk about addressing these big giants, these web giants, and pay their fair share, we just know organizations like Amazon, Apple, and Netflix, they can pay. And while the reality is in this country they're not paying, and in fact they're undercutting our local content providers, we're not doing the right thing. And when we do this bill, and you know, I see some good things and I hear from the government, let's get into committee and let's make it work. Well, you know what? I wish they were a little more ambitious. I wish they weren't waiting for the opposition parties to tell them what to do. You know, when we get down to it, we have to protect local content. We have to look at our systems and make sure that there's a diversity so that when we look at our economy, we see that diversification happening across the board so that everybody benefits from it. Mr. Speaker, in closing, I will simply say this. I come from a riding that has built this country because that is what rural and remote communities do. They have their economies that are largely resource-based, and they built Canada, and I want to thank them. But we want to see some accountability in this House to make sure that those communities stop suffering and start having a more diverse and stable economy. It's simply time, and it's definitely time to make sure those web giants pay their fair share. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments, and we're going by video conference to the Honourable Member for Cumberland, Colchester.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague, my honourable colleague. You know, as a professional artist myself for 40 years, I'm also a member of the Canadian Actors Union, ACTRA, and colleagues like Fern Downey, Teresa Tova, and David Sparrow have been lobbying governments for the modernization of Canada's Broadcasting Act which is now Bill C-10, for years. And they say that these proposed changes will help strengthen the industry and lead to increased investment in Canadian content production and, by extension, increased work opportunities for Canadian performers. And my question, therefore, for the member is this. Will she and the NDP be supporting this important legislation, which is a first step in doing the right thing for Canadian performers?
The honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member. I sit on committee with her, and I enjoy our time together there. I will just simply say this. I think it is absolutely imperative that we take that next step and support this sector. We have seen the challenges that they've faced, and we need to see that support happen. What I'm saying about this bill specifically is I see some of the things that are strong in it, but what concerns me is the actual ability of this government to get out of the web giants' pockets and start holding them accountable so that we can see that prosperity across the board. Our sectors here have waited and waited and waited for this, and we need to support them now, and that needs to be our priority.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I must admit I was somewhat entertained by the previous question, and I'm curious if my honourable colleague could speak to this legislation being important. As it's written right now, it seems like it's written for the sake of writing something on paper. It's going to need an awful lot more work, I would think, for it to actually be useful and important and valuable. I'm curious if you could comment on how much more work it actually needs.
Honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I have to say that my biggest concern is the urgency that this sector, the cultural sector, requires. And especially with COVID, we've seen already struggling areas just struggle more. This has been a particularly vulnerable sector where even getting COVID resources has been a huge challenge. So when I look at this piece of legislation, my concern again is that it gets kicked down the way, it's getting downloaded on someone else. You know, I understand the role of the CRTC. What I am asking is for us to take some leadership in this House. We're asking the government to take some leadership and make sure that these big web giants just pay their fair share. We're not asking unreasonable. We're asking for them to pay their fair share so that we can see the people in this sector actually begin to flourish more profoundly in this country.
Questions and comments? The
honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wonder if my colleague would agree with me that on this issue, Quebec, or francophones in Quebec and elsewhere in Canada, have perhaps not had their fair share in terms of broadcasting. And if new taxes were to be imposed on Amazon and company, would my colleague agree that 40% of the royalties should be used to produce francophone content? The honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for that very important question. And you know, I have a very good-sized Francophone community in my riding. I've spent time with them. They're very, very patient with me as I stumble along in my very poor French, and I want to thank them for that. I think that it's absolutely imperative that we see a lot of Francophone content in this country. This is a country that is built on 2 languages. This is so important. I also think it's important to see more investment happen in Indigenous platforms as well. I know, for example, in my riding, we have a radio station, The Raven, that is Indigenous-led and working towards having more and more language content in their radio station as well. I think we need to see investments in that just so that we remember the amazing diversity we have in our country. Thank you.
Resuming debate, and by video conference, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to address the House today from Toronto for my riding on this important piece of legislation. Bill C-10 is a crucial initiative that will bring the radio and television and telecommunications sector into the 21st century. As we've previously heard from speeches from many parliamentary colleagues, the last major reform of the Broadcasting Act occurred back in 1991. Like me, many of all of us have witnessed an incredible shift in the radio, television, and telecoms sector since that time. I mean, back then, the internet wasn't even in its infancy, Mr. Speaker. It was the purview exclusively of the U.S. military. I didn't even obtain my first email address until about 1994, if memory serves correctly, when I was in my last year at McGill. It's incredible to think that an act drafted around basic radio and television technology circa 1991 is still regulating the sector today. Today, as parliamentarians, I think we're taking an important step forward in modernizing broadcasting regulation in Canada. Nowadays, we know that the sector has remarkably flourished and represents a unique opportunity to access culture. There is the emergence of many platforms, Netflix, Disney+, YouTube, Spotify. These provide opportunities to share Canadian culture and content all around the world, but also while consuming cultural content here at home that comes from several different countries. But online broadcasting services are currently not subject to the same regulations as traditional broadcasting services, and this bill will fix that basic inequality. Canadians greatly benefit from accessing foreign productions, but it is also essential to support our Canadian producers and creators, especially now during a pandemic where showcasing Canadian content and telling Canadian stories is so critical to the well-being of all of us. This is something that we as a government have always sought to do since coming to power in 2015, by funding our national broadcaster, the CBC, by increasing the funding for the Canada Council as well as Telefilm Canada. But one issue has remained a stubborn obstacle. How do you support Canadian content in an era when the methods for broadcasting are shifting massively from radio and TV to online methods? Bill C-10 will fill this void by providing the CRTC with modern regulatory tools. En effet, les Canadiens utilisent.
In fact, this new approach is much needed, since Canadians are using online platforms more than ever before to access cultural content. For example, it is currently estimated that 62% of Canadian households are using Netflix. This drastic change translates into a 90% growth of revenues for online video services over the last 2 years. Meanwhile, traditional broadcasters' revenues have seen an important decline of 1.8% over the last 5 years. These alarming statistics clearly show us the immediate need for a modern regulatory framework in order to better support our Canadian producers in a fair and equitable industry.
Implementing the changes, Mr. Speaker, in Bill C-10 will quickly produce clear and concrete impacts. Let me give you a clear example. By creating a new category of broadcasting undertaking, the online broadcasting category, Bill C-10 could lead to increasing the contributions of Canadian music and stories by as much as $830 million by 2023. This is excellent news for our Canadian cultural sector. But let me speak about diversity, Mr. Speaker. In addition to leveling the playing field between traditional broadcasting services and web giants, by ensuring that web giants contribute to the creation, production, and distribution of Canadian stories and music, this bill will also reflect where Canadian society is in 2020. The new regulatory framework outlined in Bill C-10 is focused on building a more inclusive cultural sector as part of the larger goal of building a more inclusive Canada. Supporting diversity and inclusion is essential, and that is exactly what C-10 will do. Anglophones, Francophones, racialized Canadians, Canadians of diverse ethnicities, socioeconomic status, abilities, sexual orientations, gender identities and expressions, everyone deserves to be represented in our cultural sector. I cannot stop from thinking about all of the kids out there, including my own brown-skinned South Asian children who are watching shows and dreaming of their future. They have to know that their dreams can come true and they can achieve everything that they want. And seeing people that look like them in the shows that they watch is undoubtedly important. I know this as a parent. I know this as a racialized parliamentarian. We know that representation is a key step to reach better inclusion of marginalized groups. The logic that applied when we decided to put Viola Desmond on the $10 bill to ensure that all Canadians, including Black Canadians, could see themselves represented in our institutions also applies here in the cultural sector. The more Canadians that can see themselves, be they religious or racial minorities or others, reflected in our cultural sector, the better we are as a nation. I want to also highlight the importance of improved support for Indigenous cultures in our broadcasting sector. During the last Parliament, I was privileged to be asked by the Prime Minister to serve as a Parliamentary Secretary to the then Minister of Heritage. In that role, at that time, I had the chance to work on co-developing with First Nations, Inuit, Métis leaders Canada's first ever Indigenous Languages Act. The work I did on Bill C-91 in the last Parliament deeply shaped my own understanding of the need to protect Indigenous cultures and languages in order to empower First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people here on Turtle Island. By including concrete measures in this bill to better reflect Indigenous cultures in Canada in Bill C-10, we will contribute to that work, to the revitalization of Indigenous languages by ensuring that Indigenous children have access to cultural content in their language. Let me emphasize that Bill C-10 will have a real impact on the preservation and revitalization of Indigenous languages and cultures, which is fundamental to reconciliation. I'm also pleased to see that the broadcasting system will be adapted to the needs of persons with disabilities. There's a lot of work ahead of us in order to build a more inclusive Canada for people living with disabilities. Ensuring that programming on TV, radio, and online is accessible without barriers to persons with disabilities is a step in the right direction. Let me speak about my riding, Mr. Speaker. Parkdale High Park is the riding that I represent, and what I know is that promoting art and culture is a very important issue, not for my riding, but also indeed for all Canadians. I wanted to highlight, for example, that just last week, Warren P. Sonoda was elected as the president of the Directors Guild of Canada. I had the opportunity to work with Warren on important roles when I was the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Heritage. I'm thrilled to see what he will be accomplishing while holding that position. I want to credit the outgoing work by former DGC President Tim Southam. In Parkdale High Park, my riding is known for many people like Warren and Tim. It is known for great artists, wonderful creators, and important film and TV producers. I'm thinking, for example, of Dave Forget, currently on the national executive team for the same Directors Guild, having previously worked for 14 years at Telefilm. He spent most of his life working in the film industry, and I'm proud to call him a constituent. Additionally, Professor Chris Romeke in my riding did the cinematography on the recent movie The Inconvenient Indian, that was based on Thomas King's bestseller, which explores the cultural colonization of Indigenous peoples in North America, which was deemed by the actual producers of TIFF as the one must-see film at TIFF this year. But I want to congratulate so many people: Paul Barkin, Mary Leckie, John Turner, David Macon, Alan Zweig, Jasmine Mozafri, Ali Kazemi, for all of their important and award-winning work and contributions to the film and TV sector. Fern Downey, who was just mentioned in the context of the previous speech, is my own constituent, previously the head of ACTRA, now the head of the International Federation of Actors, or FIA. If I could keep going much longer, Mr. Speaker, but I'll mention one last person, Jeff Churchill of Jitterbug Boy, an original footwear company in my riding, whose shoes are being made for a variety of shows such as the upcoming Batman. What's important about that last reference, Mr. Speaker, is that when you support the Canadian Cultural Centre, you're also supporting all of the derivative economic benefits that come from supporting film, TV, and our content creators. That's what Bill C-10 will enable us to do by better funding this sector and leveling that playing field. This is a critical piece of legislation. We know that financial support for Canadian content will decline as the revenues of traditional radio and television broadcasters continue to decrease. Bill C-10 is the first step in aiming to fully modernize the broadcasting system in Canada to ensure that both traditional and online broadcasting contribute to the Canadian broadcasting system. Our Canadian producers deserve to be operating in a fair situation where the rules are equal for everyone. Allowing the CRTC more powers to modernize the regulatory framework is important by imposing more regulations on online broadcasters and simultaneously ensuring the regulatory independence of the CRTC. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, as I've outlined, Bill C-10 is about ensuring a fair and equitable treatment between traditional and online broadcasters. It's about better representation of Canadian society in our cultural sector. Let me conclude my remarks by saying that I'm incredibly proud of our Canadian cultural sector, and in particular the role it is playing in buoying Canadian spirits and easing Canadian anxieties during this COVID-19 pandemic. I know that with the right tools, our Canadian creators will continue to keep producing terrific Canadian content for years to come. Bill C-10 is one of the tools we need to maintain our support for Canadian creators. The work of passing it should not be a partisan issue, nor should it be delayed. We cannot afford to wait 30 more years before modernizing this act. The time to act is now. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Dauphin, Swan River, Neepawa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the member for the speech. I was wondering, I had a question for the fellow member. What happens if these companies like Netflix cannot comply with the new regulations? And say for an organization like Netflix, they have to make a decision between cutting the service or complying with the new regulations. What do you think the member should? Which should you think Netflix should do? Take their company home and just stay on the United States side, or actually offer Canada some decent service?
Parliament Secretary.
So I thank the member opposite for the question. I think it's an important one. I mean, it deals with freedom of contract and with the way that sort of economic activity operates. I think that at this stage, when you've got Netflix with as much penetration as it has in the Canadian market, and you're seeing other nation states taking the exact same actions that we're taking, I think we are proceeding and leading in helping to level the playing field. And we will get to the point where content production, domestic contract production, is protected by various nation states. So the notion of Netflix retreating from Canada and going to some other haven that doesn't have the same sort of content requirements will be far-fetched and is not the future that I envisage. So is it time to be more strict and enforce rules against online giants? It is. We are doing something that other nations are doing, but we're also leading other nations where we need to get to, which is ensuring that Canadian content, which was always supported by the radio and TV sector, is also supported by the online sector. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent speech. I think that he underscored an important that racialized Canadians, ethnic minorities, people who represent human diversity, people who have disabilities should also receive particular attention in this bill. They should be one of the main focuses of this bill. So why is there not more mention in this bill of the Francophonie, which is a linguistic minority here in Canada, especially in Quebec, but also in other parts of the country as well? Because doesn't he think that those minority groups should be taken more account of in this bill? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you. I appreciate the question, and I would just like to say that I support French. And I learnt it in Trois-Rivières in 92. So yes, the response is yes. It's important to promote the cultural content of all sectors here in Canada, especially language minorities, and especially Francophones outside of Quebec, but also Francophones in Quebec. I'm thinking of Denis Arcand and Canadian content that was broadcast by people like Mr. Arcand across Canada, but also worldwide. So I'd like to point out that for all groups in a minority community, for example, racialized people, Indigenous people, but also Francophones outside of Quebec, those people need support, and this bill gives them that.
Question commentaire by video. The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Canadian cultural sector is a key driver of sovereignty and development of a strong multicultural Canadian identity. Here in British Columbia, the film and television industry is incredibly important to the economy of Vancouver, BC, and in fact all of Canada. And of course, CBC and Radio-Canada are treasured public voices that bind our nation in ways that commercial broadcasters don't. I'm wondering, to my honourable colleague, how does he see Bill C-10 contributing to these institutions and industries? What is the main value of this bill in his view?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
So I thank the member from Vancouver Kingsway for that question and for that insight. I think the most direct application for a place like BC, a city like Vancouver, or the Lower Mainland is the fact that that already serves as a large center for film and TV production work in particular. And I think what you do by creating a bill like C-10 that has the potential of raising almost $1 billion for Canadian content production is that you can help shift some of that production to localities like Montreal, like Toronto, like Vancouver, for example, make it attractive to do that work, but not just doing work that is sort of a shipped over production element from Hollywood, for example, but rather actually producing good Canadian content that is Canadian stories, Canadian productions right here on Canadian soil. That's what the potential of this bill is about. There certainly is a lot more work to be done, but I, for one, am very appreciative of the tremendous work that has always been done out of Vancouver in the film and TV sector, and we want to promote more of that through a bill like this.
Resuming debate, and by video conference, the honourable member for Bow River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's been a tremendous number of speakers in the last 2 days on this issue. My colleague from Saskatoon, I could just go ditto to his. He was fantastic and knows the industry. So there's been some great speeches out there, lots of good questions. But, you know, some people remember that they remembered when they had to turn the channel on a TV. Well, let's go back a little farther. I can remember when there was one radio station that we listened to, and at Christmas time we gathered around to listen to the Queen's message on Christmas Day. I remember radio shows where they started with somebody walking down a hallway, knocking on the door and saying, "Who's there?" "It's the Happy Gang." Oh, yeah, I go back a little ways on that one. And, well, then we got to listen to The Shadow. And if we were good in school, the teacher would play the World Series because they didn't play their games at night. So it was always a treat if a teacher would let you listen to the World Series on the radio. But again, when we got the TVs, you know, when I got a first TV, I wondered what all those numbers were around that dial. What was 1 and 13 for? All those other numbers. We had one channel. When you turned the TV on, you saw a test pattern for a half hour in the afternoon before program started. So people who think that they know about old-time TV don't think so. But let's look at the 1950s in the sense of TV and what happened. In September 56, October 56, and January 57, the highest rated shows in the U.S. for the 50s. What were they? Elvis Presley on the Ed Sullivan Show. But for the first time, we saw censorship when in that 57 show, they were only allowed to broadcast it from the waist up. People didn't want to be exposed to Pelvis the Elvis, Elvis the pelvis. And it was a cry of people out there that the world had all gone to hell because we were seeing Elvis on public TV. So that was censorship back then. And I think that's some of the concerns we might have today. I mean, where were you in 1961 in the Cuban Missile Crisis? We were all watching the TV. When we went home from school, we didn't know if we were coming back the next day. 1963, Walter Cronkite and Olton Nash, the assassination of John F. Kennedy. 1966 was the first color television, and I remember watching Bonanza for the first time in color. 1969, people were glued to the TVs as the landing on the moon. But in Canada, we had an interesting show. We had Laurier Lapierre. Patrick Watson was This Hour has 7 days from 64 to 66. Why did that show disappear? There's a lot of people out there that would suggest that the establishment couldn't take that rapid fire from Watson and Lapierre, and so that program was cut. You know, Vietnam War came along, and I was on both sides of the borders and universities getting degrees. But reading the media was like a different war in different countries. Which one was right? Was it censorship? Was it fake news, depending on which country you were in? I did research for a political science professor who, as a research assistant, later testified in Senate hearings about information that wasn't in the news. Interesting. As we talk about these kinds of things, they've been around for a while. So we've got an act that now is moved in supposedly a whole different era when we talk about all the things. But there's things out there that you're just beginning to learn about. Twitch, Reddit. I mean, I just learned about things like Facebook and Twitter, but now we've got new ones out there, Twitch and Reddit. The younger generation knows them. Most of the people that are a little older than me, a little younger than me, no idea what they are. But one of the things under this Yale report, and also reported in this particular bill when they talked about strengthening culture, political, and social economic fabric of Canada. Interesting. We've talked about rural broadband for years, and the government is talking about by 2026 getting something done. We need, as they've said, we're going to have a 50 download, 10 upload. In the agriculture sector where I am, that is not quick enough. And they talk about at the last community. We need it at the last farm gate. If we want economic fabric of Canada done, we need much better than that. So we've had companies like TELUS who are now buying up agricultural companies, and that's fantastic. But what they need for downloads to our ag sector is much more than 5010 if we're going to strengthen the economic fabric of our country. So when we look at broadband, that's something that we need to deal with. We need to see how that can be improved, or we're not going to strengthen whether it's with broadcasting or not. But it's part of the social media out there that needs to be developed in rural areas. Other things that we need to do, one of the things that was in the Yale report, and I don't see it in this one, which is a good thing, under the Yale report, they proposed that if you were going to be on the CRTC board, you had to live in the capital region. What a divisive piece of recommendation that was. That you have to live in the capital region to be on the CRTC board. That one didn't show up, which is good, because a lot of things came out of that Yale report, but I hope the CRTC does not pick that one up and implement it under their regulations. It would not be good. Another thing that was in the Yale report, they talked about news and current events being in the reported in the media. They talked about regional, they talked about local, they talked about national and international. Whoops, what didn't show up in this bill? The bill says local, regional, and international. They left out national. What? So in this bill, we've left out national news and current events? Interesting. In the Yale report, it was national. That word was in there, but it's not in Bill C-10. They left out national. Of course, in recent times, I've had many constituents say, well, Global and CTV and CBC might as well be U.S. channels. They carry more U.S. news than they do Canadian. The appointment of the Supreme Court Justice in the United States, you would have thought we were in the United States, the amount of coverage they gave it. Constituents of mine say, why don't our national broadcasters cover more Canadian? Why are they infatuated with the U.S.? Good point. There's a lot of local stuff out there, but they're infatuated with what goes on below the 49th parallel, apparently. So when you keep looking at things that are in this particular bill, can they strengthen it? Can they get to the new stuff? Are they going to tax those people that are working in Canada? I don't know whether this bill covers this, but I do know something about local content. I'm in a community, live in a community about 15,000 people. We've had 3 documentaries done on this community in the last 15 years, and the 4th one is being developed, the proposal for it. 24 Days in Brooks. Brooks, the city of 100 hellos. Sherbrooke to Brooks. Those are out there, won a number of awards at films festivals. So there's great local stories out there, great local content. And in my community, there's 3 documentaries in the last 15 years. And like I say, the 4th one's coming. So there is lots of great stories, lots of great content out there, and we need to have those stories told. And I see, Mr. Speaker, yep, you're giving me the 2-minute warning. And as I said, we've got Google and Facebook. This didn't address. Many people have touched on it. The problem I've got with this is that we've got a federal government who is spending zillions of dollars on advertising on these foreign platforms. I have only weekly newspapers in my riding. They cover the real news in my communities. They cover the municipal governments. They cover the school boards. They cover minor hockey. They cover all the events in the community, and they talk about what's happening in the community. The major newspapers aren't going to cover that. But where did the federal print advertising go for local weekly newspapers? Oh, to the international big guys. They got the money. The local papers that actually produce the real stories of what's going on in communities, they lost that advertising that's now gone out of the country. Canadian taxpayers' money out of the country. That's not right. We need that print advertising to support our local papers who actually produce the real stories in our community. So, Mr. Speaker, we're down to the end of this. I don't think that amendments are going to fix this bill. We can try in committee. I've been in a lot of committees where we've attempted amendments. The government who writes the legislation are not very friendly to amendments unless they get them themselves. So it's going to be a challenge to amend this piece of legislation. There's some big challenges with it. It will go to committee, but I don't think it'll get fixed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments, and we'll go first by video conference to the Honourable Member for Yukon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and you're doing a great job as always. I'm going to ask about Indigenous broadcasting to the member. First, I want to thank him for his trip down memory lane. It was very fun. Just to correct a couple of inaccuracies, though, about the broadband and the great work that broadband minister has been doing of connecting already over 1 million homes or 1 million people, and that he mentioned 2026 being the start of action. Actually, it's close to the end, because by then 98% of Canadians will be connected. But I just want to give a big shout out to Canadian Indigenous broadcasters. Northern Native Broadcasting in the Yukon does a tremendous job, and I hope they get increased funding through this local content ramifications of this bill. And I know the member is a big supporter of Indigenous people, so I just want to make sure that I'm sure he's in support of the Indigenous local production, of Indigenous production of their own stories, that this bill will help.
Member for Bow River.
Thank you, and I welcome the comments from my colleague. I'm glad to hear that some of us still remember some of those things down memory lane. Yes, Indigenous stories, there's tremendous Indigenous stories. In my riding, I have an Indigenous person who has been able to acquire 2 white buffaloes. Those are the rarest of rare of buffaloes in North America. And the story of how he acquired those, what he's doing with those 2 white buffaloes is fantastic. I spent about 3 hours at his place listening to the stories of those white buffalo and how he acquired them and the significance of them. You're absolutely right. On the broadband, I have guys that are very, very large farming operations. It's not going to work at 50 and 10. It's just not enough. It won't work.
Questions and comments? Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I too would like to thank the member from Bow River for his speech, and I'm kind of glad that he drifted off topic there a bit and mentioned some of the newspapers, the rural newspapers that are the lifeblood of my riding as well. I think I have 14 of them, weeklies, and one, I just want to give a shout out to the Valley Voice, a bi-weekly newspaper based in New Denver in the Slocan Valley, and they have talked to me many times about the lack of government support for their efforts, which are really widely read and an essential part of getting the news out in the rural parts of my riding. So I just like him to maybe expand on what other supports he could see the government giving those sorts of newspapers, online or in print.
Honourable Member for Bow River.
Thank you to the Honourable Member. It's really good to hear other people talk about their weekly and their rural newspapers. They are incredible sources of information. They are real facts. That isn't fake news in those. There's no, in the sense of dispute on what they're talking about, because they're printing those for the people in the local communities who they would know better than to do something that wasn't accurate. And they do a great job of covering the real events. And in COVID, that's where people got a lot of real information from what was happening in their community. The major dailies aren't going to cover what's in those small communities, but the rural ones do. And so it's a phenomenal piece. What they're looking for is the advertising dollars. They don't want a handout. They want the advertising dollars that's gone to the international companies on the media platforms. Our taxpayer money going somewhere else. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to join my colleague from the South Okanagan West Kootenay in pointing out that there are lots of newspapers in my area, but I would hold him that he could only mention one. Well, I could say the Penticton Herald, the Daily Courier, the Kelowna Capital News, the Merritt Herald, Peachland View. They go on because all politics is local, and I appreciate the work that they're doing every day. But to this issue, Mr. Speaker, the government members today continue to play this game where they say we're going to be investing $800 million in new content, Canadian content. But the thing is, they seem to neglect to mention where the money's going to come from. Now, they may pretend that it's going to be the big companies that are going to pay for it, But at the end of the day, the big companies are not the ones that pay the subscription fees. So if the member from Bow River could please electrify this House with who's actually going to be paying the bill.
Member for Bow River.
Thank you to my colleague from BC, and I really appreciate that because you know and I know that when they begin to change those, the companies aren't going to leave, as may have been suggested early. Netflix isn't going away, but the new platforms that are out there that a lot of students were in the sense of the last 8 months into social media, those platforms aren't going away. But if they are faced with increasing costs, it's going to be the subscribers who pay for it. The subscribers are going to be paying for those costs. It won't be anybody else but the user at the bottom end.
The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Are we still on questions and comments?
Yes.
Oh, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. This member, offers a lot to the discussion today. I've heard what he's had to say about this, but one of the concerns that I have, and I'm continually hearing this from the Conservatives, is they talk about the problems, the one or two problems they might see with this bill. This bill is at the first stage. If you are genuinely interested in seeing change, you would support this bill to get to committee. Now, this member said, well, the government members are the ones that run the amendments. Well, no, we're in a minority parliament right now. All this member needs to do is get together with some other opposition members, and he can get his amendments into this bill. So would he not at least support this to get to committee so that he can bring forward his fine amendments that he's been talking about so that they can be made part of this bill and to make this bill a better piece of legislation?
The honourable member for Bow River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I very much appreciate the member from Kingston. He's got a fine mind for history. He understands history and respects it and comes from a community that is deep in history. And I really appreciate listening to him when he talks about the history of his community. And we worked on committees together. And he may be right. You never know what might be surprised if this gets to committee, and I think it'll probably get to committee, but I'm not sure what we'll get for amendments to fix a bill that's got a lot of challenges in it. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
It being 5:30, the House will now proceed.
Honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Just a brief note that I know that we're attentive to the rules that we would normally have in the House, that slogans and pronunciation of views on controversial topics in our everyday clothing are not within our rules. And I so enjoyed the last speech, I didn't want to interrupt because I agreed with what the member had to say.
Okay, well, thank you very much for that point of order. I'm sorry, I didn't quite get the end of it, so it cut off.
The rules of this place are clear. We cannot wear T-shirts that proclaim support for one view or another, nor can we wear buttons that have large declarations on controversial issues as a member of Parliament in this place.
Well, thank you very much, and I would tend to think that was for the previous speaker, and I would just ask to make sure that all members respect the decorum in the House, and even though we're doing it virtual, it's still considered to be in the House. So I do appreciate the member for Saanich Gulf Islands for raising that. I'm sorry, we just did a transition in the chair and I didn't notice that. So thank you very much.
It being 5:30, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Private members' business. Consideration at second reading of Bill C-223, an act to amend the Citizenship Act, adequate knowledge of French in Quebec. Standing in the name of Ms. Bérubé. Ms. Bérubé, seconded by Ms. Michaud, moves that to Bill C-223, an act to amend the Citizenship Act, adequate knowledge of French in Quebec, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration. The Honourable Member for Abitibi, Bay James Nunavik EU. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to have this opportunity to speak to my first bill introduced in this House. I have introduced a very simple bill with a clear objective: to allow newcomers who wish to become citizens of Quebec to integrate into their host society. To integrate, we must be able to talk to each other. In Quebec, the common language is French. The objective of the Charter of the French language is to make French the official and common language in Quebec. The integration of newcomers, therefore, requires French. Anyone wishing to become a Canadian citizen at the end of their immigration process must have sufficient knowledge of one of Canada's two official languages. Thus, at present, a permanent resident who would like to obtain citizenship in Quebec could do so without having to know a single word of French. This situation is, of course, inconsistent with the fundamental objectives of the Charter of the French language, whose main purpose is to make French the common language of all Quebecers. That is why, during the last election campaign, the Bloc Québécois committed in its platform to introduce a bill to make knowledge of French a prerequisite for obtaining citizenship for permanent residents of Quebec, a promise kept since we are debating it here today. In the 42nd Parliament, the Member of Parliament for La Pointe de l'Île introduced a Bill C-421, which proposed a reform to this effect. Unfortunately, the bill was deemed not votable following an exceptional procedure involving a secret ballot of all members of the House of Commons, despite the opinion of the drafter of the bill. This time, the Bloc Québécois has a legal opinion. The other parties can no longer hide behind the supposedly unconstitutional aspect of this proposal. In March 2020, the Bloc Québécois commissioned this legal opinion to ensure the constitutionality of the bill that we are debating here today. The study was conducted jointly by Professor Patrick Taillon of the University of Laval Law Faculty and by Émilie Binet, a lawyer and doctoral student. Upon reading this opinion, it is quite reasonable to believe that Bill C-223 is entirely constitutional. Therefore, the first question we must ask ourselves is the following: what are the general principles that should guide our interpretation of language rights? Ms. Binet and Mr. Taillon's answer, based among other things on the Beaulac decision, is clear. Language rights must be interpreted broadly and liberally in light of their objective of maintaining and enhancing the vitality of official language communities in Canada. Given the majority and minority status of the historic Francophone community, which is recognized by the Supreme Court in the Solsky decision, the intervention of political actors is necessary to ensure substantive equality between English and French in Quebec. What is the logic of substantive equality? Substantive equality is opposed to formal equality when it comes to interpreting Section 16 of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, which constitutionalizes the equality between both official languages. In short, it's a matter of taking into account the linguistic situation specific to each province in order to be able to take measures that take into account the particular needs of the minority community. Thus, nothing prevents the federal parliament or that of a province from taking action to promote the use of French or English in particular contexts. Since the demolinguistic reality of Canada's pure pluralistic reality requires an asymmetrical approach. In Andrews and McIntyre recalled that a law is not bad because it creates a distinction when it comes to taking action against two persons in analogous situations. As a result, Bill C-223 is not a priori unconstitutional because it creates a distinction between permanent residents of Quebec and those of other provinces. Substantive equality requires that the demographic, geographic, and social context of a community be taken into account when interpreting language rights. While immigration is a shared jurisdiction between the provinces and the federal government under Section 95 of the Constitutional Act 1867, The granting of citizenship is an exclusive jurisdiction of the federal government under subsection 9125 of the Constitution Act 1867. However, as our legal opinion on immigration demonstrates, the courts have favored a form of cooperative federalism in recent years. The adoption of Bill C-223 would promote substantive equality between English and French through an asymmetrical approach and cooperation between two levels of government. The citizenship test does not, in and of itself, constitute a service, since it is intended only to assess the language skills of permanent residents and their knowledge of French. It does not infringe on a public's right to receive services in both official languages as provided for in Section 20 of the Charter, since nothing in its contents prevents a permanent resident of Quebec from applying for citizenship in English, providing information in English, communicating with the government in English, taking the oath of citizenship in English if he or she wishes to do so, even if he must or she must demonstrate sufficient knowledge of French to obtain citizenship. This would certainly be a curious path, but nothing in Bill C-223 would prevent him or her from doing so.
As our legal opinion points out, even if the courts were to find that the citizenship test was a form of service, Section 1 of the Constitution Act in 1982 makes it clear that the rights it guarantees may be limited, subject only to such reasonable limits prescribed by law as can be reasonably demonstrably justified in a free and democratic society. The case law clearly shows that specific accommodations to ensure substantive equality between both official languages is a reasonable limit in a free and democratic society. In our legal opinion, Professor Patrick Taillon explains that in interpreting Section 1 of the Constitution Act, 1982, the Supreme Court developed a two-pronged approach. The first is to prove that the restrictive measure pursues a pressing and substantial objective. The second is to prove that the means are reasonable and justified. Given the alarming situation in which French finds itself in Quebec, the intent and content of Bill C-223 clearly pursue a pressing and substantial objective. As to whether this is a reasonable and justified measure, it should be recalled that the Citizenship Act already provides for a language test. In Forget versus Quebec at the Supreme Court, the passage of a French language test for non-Francophones was not something arbitrary when it came to entering the nursing profession, and the same reasoning can be applied to citizenship.
Le projet de loi C-223.
Bill C-223 contains only one section, which makes three significant changes to paragraphs 5.1d and 5.1e of the Citizenship Act. First, C-223 increases the maximum age at which a permanent resident applying for Canadian citizenship is required to demonstrate knowledge of one of the official languages and a test demonstrating adequate knowledge of Canada and of the responsibilities and benefits of citizenship from 55 to 65 years of age. Second, the bill ensures that if a permanent resident lives in Quebec, they will no longer have the choice of demonstrating knowledge of English or French, as is currently the case. They will instead have to demonstrate knowledge of French. The free choice remains in the other provinces. Thirdly, and consistent with what the bill proposes in terms of language, C-223 would make the citizenship test mandatorily in French in Quebec and no longer one of the two official languages. The bill does not affect free choice in the other provinces. The crux of this bill is citizenship. So the question we have to ask ourselves, and the one we'll try to answer, is this: is it necessary to have a sufficient knowledge of French in order to exercise citizenship in Quebec? The Bloc Québécois answers this question in the affirmative. Accordingly, this bill recognizes the primacy of French in Quebec. It's consistent with the recognition of the Quebec nation. It contributes to the survival of the French language in Quebec. It enhances the status of French in Quebec. It takes into account the need to know French in the full exercise of the rights and duties associated with citizenship in Quebec. And it constitutes an additional means of stemming the decline of French in Quebec. As can be seen in the news, Quebecers are increasingly concerned about the decline of the French language. According to a recent Léger poll, 63% of respondents said they were very or somewhat concerned about the situation of French in Quebec. Among Francophones, this concern climbs to 71%, up 17% from a similar poll in 2018. Nearly 6 out of 10 Quebecers believe the situation has worsened over the past decade. 6 out of 10 Quebecers also believe the status of French will continue to decline over the next decade. In a report on the evolution of the language situation in Quebec published in April 2019, the Office of the French Language concluded that the use of French as the sole language of greeting in shops on the island of Montreal had dropped from 84 to 75% compared to 2010. It's important that we do everything we can at the federal level to change this trend. Important changes will soon be proposed by the Quebec government, and the federal government must do its part too. It's only with changes such as those that would result from the adoption of this bill that we will be able to curb this trend. The Liberal government cannot be counted on to take the lead on this issue, and that's why the Bloc Québécois is doing so. I hope the Liberals will vote in favour of my bill. The Prime Minister has already said the Liberal Party of Canada will always be there to protect the French language. Here's a great opportunity to prove that. There are, however, certain factors that leave me doubting the Liberals' willingness on this issue, such as the comments of a Liberal member of the Standing Committee on Official Languages. In questioning the Commissioner of Official Languages, that member expressed doubts about the decline of French in Quebec. She apparently needed proof. But all the evidence is there. Just look at the statistics. Read reports like the one published by the Auditor General in 2017, which found that the Francization of immigrants in Quebec had failed. Or just walk around in her riding or anywhere else in Quebec. A journalist from the Journal de Montréal walked around Montreal visiting businesses in the downtown and found that out of 31 establishments she visited, 16 greeted customers in English only, and in almost a third of the businesses she visited, they were simply unable to respond in French. If members here vote against the very principle of Bill C-223, they will have demonstrated two things. First, they'll have demonstrated that Canada's bilingual character is not important to them by rejecting a minimum requirement to ensure the vitality of French in North America. Second, they will have demonstrated that the Canadian constitutional framework is incapable of ensuring the full and complete development of the Quebec nation. In short, members of this place will have to choose between getting with the spirit of the Laurendeau-Dunton Commission or the more disastrous spirit of the Durham Commission. Greater sacrifices were made to keep France united. Is it really so much to ask for? A test for Quebec. To conclude, we can summarize the entire history of Quebec and by extension of French Canada as a stubborn struggle for self-preservation and the survival of the French language. We are still here after more than 400 years, fighting to exist, and the debate we have brought to the House of Commons with this bill is just another episode in this endless list. In 2006, the House of Commons recognized the Quebec nation. What does that mean? So far, both legally and politically, the recognition of the Quebec nation has not translated into any concrete action by Canada. It's merely an act of political and symbolic significance. This recognition does not solve the problem of Quebec's historical constitutional claims. What's more, as long as federal MPs do not agree to pass laws and implement government measures that would allow Quebec to pursue its cultural and linguistic development as provided for in Bill C-223, the recognition of the Quebec nation will remain meaningless. The adoption of Bill C-223 would be consistent with the motion passed by the House of Commons recognizing the Quebec nation. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Orleans, Nepean.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm from Nepean riding in Ottawa. In Ottawa, there is no need officially for a bilingual language, services or promotion. However, considering the Franco-Ontarians, considering the being a national capital of Canada, considering the two official languages of Canada, Ottawa on its own uses both official languages in almost all of its operations. Madam Speaker, I would like to ask the member whether the language, culture, or heritage, can it grow through imposition? In my view, Madam Speaker, the language or culture or heritage can only go through promotion, but not imposition. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavik AU. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Look, when talking about this bill, C-223, it's for the province of Quebec. If you look at our history, because you have to look back over what has happened, we're all immigrants from England or France. So 400 years later, we're still debating French in Quebec. Quebec is French-speaking. That's why we want to ensure that new arrivals can at least speak French and live in French, not just in Montreal, but all around Quebec, in the regions, because we have more and more new arrivals in all of our regions, including mine. So I think it's essential. This bill is essential. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. A poll came out on the French CBC a couple of weeks ago about asylum seekers taking French courses in Quebec. And they were prevented from taking those courses because of new rules from the Quebec Education Ministry, which was preventing refugee claimants from taking French courses. Does she agree that that makes no sense, that the Quebec Education Ministry would be preventing new arrivals in Quebec from learning French? The Honourable Member from Abitibi, James Bay, Nunavik AU. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. That's a situation in Quebec. I'm talking today about Bill C-223, which would apply to new arrivals to Quebec and see to it that they get a chance to learn French. But that question would have to be put to the Quebec Education Minister. But I think what we're doing here today is defending C-223 here in the House. Now, a member for Avignon. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. Unfortunately, the news is reminding us that French is declining in Quebec, and often young people are blamed. But many of us are very attached to French and will do anything to protect it in Quebec. I wonder if my colleague thinks the Liberals should support this bill if they're serious about wanting to protect French in Quebec. The Honourable Member for Abitibi, James Bay, Nunavik AU. Thank you. I'd like to thank my colleague for her good question. Yes. Young people are the future. So in Quebec, young people are the future of the French language also. So what we have to do, the government has to support this bill because it's super important for French. For days and days, the Liberals and Conservatives have been talking about how important French is in Quebec, but you have to prove it. Put your money where your mouth is by supporting C-223. Questions and comments?
C'est-tu l'honorable député?
Is it the honourable member for
Saint-Hyacinthe?
Saint-Hyacinthe?
Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte?
Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte? Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to commend and thank my colleague for her speech and presentation of this bill, which I will happily support. Defending the French language, you know, there's Bill 101 in Quebec, and it has been butchered by the Government of Canada and the Supreme Court. So the defense of French boils down to basically symbolic gestures, motions, and wishful thinking. So this bill would require a French test. Do we have to become independent in order to truly defend French? The honourable member for Abitibi James Bay. A very short answer, please. Excellent question from my colleague. Yes, we are here to defend this bill, C-223, so that French language, ensuring that new arrivals can speak French. So we need your support here in the House to see this bill through. Otherwise, we'll have to take other steps towards independence in Quebec at last. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm very pleased to speak today to Bill C-223, which proposes to make changes to the current citizenship test. Before I talk about this bill, I'd like to take a moment to talk briefly about myself and my family. I arrived as a political refugee in Quebec in the early days of Bill 101. I was one of the first children in these Francization courses in Quebec. My mother was a single parent. My grandparents took Francization courses in these orientation camps for immigrants, which were called COFIs. My grandmother arrived in 78. She was aged 17. She also learned French upon her arrival and contributed for over 20 years as an intensive care nurse in Quebec. And today, she's a doctor. She's French-speaking in her field, and she's a professor in nursing science at the University of Quebec in the Outaouais. We all got our citizenship before we could even speak French. Today, myself, my children, my cousins are all young Francophones, Quebecers, who work and study in French. Madam Speaker, it was possible in 1980, and I think it still is today. The Government of Canada encourages all immigrants to get involved in all activities, all areas of activity in Canada. And language acquisition is one of the best ways of being able to participate in the social life, cultural life, economic life, and political life of the country. New arrivals do volunteer work, they join community organizations, and have a say in many important issues. Everyone who's been through a citizenship ceremony knows that it's a truly moving, touching ceremony. It's an official step in a process of acquiring Canadian citizenship. For most immigrants, that step shows that they've learned about Canada, their host country, its history, and the rights and obligations attached to citizenship. They've also shown that they can speak French or English and that they've undertaken to live and work in this country. The government is determined to help all new arrivals acquire language skills in French or English, the skills they will need to integrate into their receiving community. Madam Speaker, as you know, the pandemic has had serious impacts on virtually all areas of society. We have to adapt to new realities and be as positive about it as possible. In March, immigration decided to cancel all citizenship ceremonies and to postpone all testing and interviews. Luckily, since then, we've been able to continue welcoming new Canadians through virtual citizenship ceremonies. In mid-October 2020, so very recently, immigration held some 3,000 ceremonies and 4,300 new arrivals were able to get citizenship. And we're preparing for the future using technology to allow people to take their tests online. Meanwhile, the solution is a virtual platform that immigration is using to process applications. There have been very few tests, knowledge tests, and language tests. Exceptions are made for those with urgent needs. The implementation of these measures demonstrates our commitment to reducing barriers to citizenship during this very unusual time.
Madam Speaker, the government places a great deal of emphasis on both official languages, and as such, we remain resolved to welcome more Francophone immigrants. We believe that all new arrivals to Canada and to Quebec enrich our communities. As you know, and many people here know, Quebec is the only province that has an immigration agreement with the federal government, and in fact, Quebec selects economic immigrants, and most of the immigrants residing in Quebec speak French. Census statistics show that 10 years after their arrival, 90.5% of economic immigrants and 71% of those under family reunification and some 84% of refugees speak French. And under this agreement, Quebec also delivers Francization programs. We have to continue to be welcoming, open to the world, to ensure the promotion of Francophone immigration and the instruction of the French language to all immigrants and refugees who choose to settle in Quebec. Madam Speaker, the Canadian government knows that immigration contributes positively to the economy and society of this country. We also know that new arrivals contribute to the vitality of our communities, especially Francophone communities that in official language and minority communities outside of Quebec. And we must preserve the demographic weight of Francophones in North America, which is why Francophone immigration is so important. That is why we are taking a number of measures to increase immigration, foster diversification and the retention of French language immigrants, and reinforce capacity within Francophone schools. Under the Official Languages Action Plan of this government, there are $40 million being invested over 5 million years for Francization of immigrants. In 2019, Immigration put in place new training programs for Francophone integration, which helps French language new arrivals to establish in official language minority communities and improve their language skills. Although progress has been limited during the pandemic, I know that our long-term goal is to increase the number of Francophone immigrants to this country. All of these measures will help new arrivals who speak French to better settle in Canada and bears witness to this country's commitment to linguistic duality. Madam Speaker, the importance of French for this government, the importance of Francophone immigration will also consolidate the demographic weight of the Quebec people. Thank you.
Resuming debate. La reprise du débat. The honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul. Unfortunately, the honourable member's speaker is not on.
Merci.
Ah, c'est bien, ça fonctionne.
OK. Merci. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am pleased to deliver this speech in both official languages of Canada this evening.
The proposed Bloc Québécois amendments to the Citizenship Act is something to which Conservatives have given much thought and consideration. Our response is guided by two core principles of the Conservative Party. The
first principle is the recognition of the Quebec nation by former Prime Minister Stephen Harper and our commitment to protecting its language and culture.
In my remarks, I will first address the proposed change to the maximum age at which knowledge of either English or French is necessary to obtain citizenship. I will then address the proposed change to require knowledge of French for applicants who wish to live in the province of Quebec.
To begin, we support the principle behind its French language requirement, as it is consistent with our values and our leaders' commitment to Quebecers. However, Conservatives have reservations regarding the proposed change to the age requirement for language proficiency that would raise it from age 54 to 65. As a result of these concerns, we will support this bill in first reading to ensure that the perspectives of older New Canadians are heard, and their concerns are studied in committee with a view to bringing potential amendments.
Okay. Conservatives, believe in compassionate measures to assist in family reunification and to uphold Canada's humanitarian tradition as a safe haven for refugees. We recognize that raising the maximum age may present challenges for families seeking to obtain citizenship for their older parents and grandparents who may experience greater difficulties becoming fully bilingual. We want to ensure parents and grandparents are treated with dignity. Many families already face tremendous difficulties at the hands of this Liberal government, which never seems to get it right on family reunification, as we have seen across this country with heartbreaking stories of family separation due to this government's inability to recognize the desperate need to prioritize family reunification. And they even brought back a failed grandparents and parents lottery system that is both unfair, uncompassionate, and ineffective. Immigrants and new Canadians deserve better. The projet de loi.
This bill would also make knowledge of French, rather than French or English, a requirement for permanent residents living in Quebec if they wish to obtain Canadian citizenship. We support the principle behind this measure and recognize the urgency of doing more to protect the French language in Quebec. The situation of French in Quebec is more and more precarious. Outside of the Liberal caucus, there is a very large consensus to that effect, and this is particularly true in Montreal.
Montreal is one of the great metropolises in Canada and is indeed in all of North America. Having lived and worked there for 4 years as a university student, I had the privilege of experiencing firsthand the richness of its history, diversity, and culture. But part of what makes Montreal so unique is that it was founded in French, and French has been the main language spoken there for nearly all of its 378 years of existence. Francophone Quebecers understandably wish to preserve its distinct character in the face of the pressures of globalization and assimilation into a North American standard that is uniformly English. Malheureusement, le caractère.
Unfortunately, this character is increasingly coming into question. In its April 2019 report on the linguistic situation in Quebec, the Office québécois de la langue française found that nearly half of the francophone customers of Montreal area businesses it had surveyed reported being addressed in languages other than French. In an investigative report last week, the Journal de Montréal found that staff in major downtown chain not only did not greet their clients in French, but could not communicate information as important as health and safety guidelines within their stores and whether their products included ingredients to which a customer might be allergic.
Les libéraux, comme la députée de Saint-Laurent.
Liberals, like the Member of Parliament for Saint-Laurent and Montreal, have chosen to blatantly and inappropriately ignore and minimize this reality. On the other hand, as Conservatives, we choose to act. That is why our leader has committed to allowing the application of Bill 101, which governs the use of French in Quebec, to federally regulated businesses that have operations in Quebec, and to give more powers to Quebec over immigration. He repeated these commitments in his meeting with Premier Legault on the 14th of September. I also have to underline an important difference between the Conservative approach and that of the Bloc Québécois. Rather than amend federal Canadian law, a Conservative government would work with Quebec to enhance Quebec powers and autonomy over immigration, with an agreement that has existed between Canada and Quebec since 1991. This agreement has proven to be very successful, and Conservatives would build on that success. I must also emphasize another important difference between the Conservative approach and that of the Bloc. There will never be a Bloc government, and its leader will never be Prime Minister. Only the Conservative Party can defeat the Liberals in the next election and elect a Prime Minister who will be able to act on the priorities of Quebecers, defend their interests, and protect their language.
Some might suggest that the French language requirement in this bill represents radical change. We disagree. The reality is that Quebec already controls most of its immigration, and French language requirements have long played an important role and critical role in Quebec's determination of eligibility for permanent residency. Immigration to Quebec is a shared jurisdiction governed by the terms of the Canada-Quebec Accord relating to immigration and temporary admission of aliens, agreed to in partnership between the Quebec and Canadian governments in 1991. One of the agreement's objectives is, quote, the preservation of Quebec's demographic importance within Canada and the integration of immigrants to that province in a manner that respects the distinct identity of Quebec, end quote. The accord gives Quebec sole responsibility for the selection of economic immigrants, skilled workers, as well as most immigrants in the humanitarian and refugee categories. For the majority of these immigrants, knowledge of French is either a requirement for successful selection or part of the criteria in a points-based system for determining eligibility. The Quebec government has signaled its intention to both strengthen its requirements for knowledge of French in these categories and provide greater resources for French language teaching and integration services. Some exceptions to this framework include immigrants in the family reunification category, as well as those who make refugee claims within Canadian territory. Our approach would allow the Quebec government to extend the same rules and criteria to those additional immigrant categories in regard to obtaining Canadian citizenship. This bill, though different from our approach, goes in the same direction, which is why we have chosen to support it on that basis in first reading. En conclusion,
in closing, Madam Speaker, our leader and our party greatly respect the Quebec nation and understand the cultural importance of protecting the French language. Conservatives are offering Quebecers a serious alternative to the Liberals, and only we can defeat them in the next election and form government. Only a Conservative government will be able to work with the Legault government to achieve real results for Quebecers. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate,
the Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'm very glad to rise to speak to this bill. It must be said, as a former Quebecer, I used to live in Chicoutimi, which is now called Saguenay. And I lived in Sherbrooke as well. I lived in Montreal on the plateau. And I also lived in the Hull area, which is now called Gatineau. And so, as such, I have some personal views to bring to this bill. And the matter of the use of the French language in Quebec. There are certainly concerns around that, and we want to see the French language being used more in Quebec. And I should say, Madam Speaker, having lived for over 10 years in Quebec, and having always insisted on speaking French, even though I have a considerable accent, I always I insist on being served in French in downtown Montreal. And I have to say, Madam Speaker, that I believe that among the concerns that have been raised, that we really have to double down on the measures to protect the French fact in Quebec and across Canada. And that's why that I am so proud of the history of my party. As you know, the NDP was the first party to recognize Quebec's right to self-determination and to promote an Official Languages Act in Canada. And when the NDP was in power in all of the provinces where it has already formed government, we saw a promotion of the French fact. For example, in BC, my home province, Madam Speaker, there was the French language school system that was set up with dozens and dozens of schools. Well, that was thanks to the NDP government. And there are French schools for Francophones across British Columbia. In Manitoba and Saskatchewan, same thing. Because really the French fact was very heavily promoted by the NDP. The NDP in Ontario established the college system, the Francophone college system, and increased services available to Francophones. And of course in New Brunswick, our very fine former member, Yvan Godin, he was a long-standing member here in the House of Commons, and he was a real force to be reckoned with. He was recognized for his vigor and his strength and his non-stop devotion to the French fact, to the French language, and the Official Languages Act. Yvan Godin as someone who we deeply miss. The fact that he is no longer sitting with us in the House of Commons, and we wish him a happy retirement. But his voice was always very powerful here in the House of Commons in defending this act. So what is the NDP approach to put in place a strengthening of the French fact in Quebec and across Canada? Well, Madam Speaker, it all began with Bill 101 in the federal institutions. People who work in Quebec have the right to work in the French language. And the systematic refusal by the Conservatives and then by the Liberals to ensure that Francophone workers can work in their own language in federal institutions in French is something, it's just something that I've never understood. It's so important that this measure be put in place. As well, Madam Speaker, we firmly believe in the NDP that Quebec's right to supervise its own immigration must be enforced to ensure that more and more immigrants speak French. As you know, Madam Speaker, the French fact worldwide is increasing, and over the next 20 years, there should be some 1 billion French speakers on this planet. So those are statistics that come from the Francophonie Parliament and that show, especially in regions such as Africa, it shows how the increase of and the invigoration of the French fact. And the idea of ensuring that Francophone immigrants are given priority is something that is very important. But if we look at this inclusive immigration model, that's something that's important for the NDP. Well, that is what is rather curious in this bill, because, as I said earlier, I'm a little bit concerned when I see the Quebec government and its funding of French courses and of giving the right to immigrants to follow French language courses. What is curious about that? Well, because we heard this from Radio-Canada 2 weeks ago. It says numerous asylum seekers who want to follow French language courses in Quebec are unable to do so because the new rules from the Department of Education means that they cannot attend these courses. They're not being admitted. So we've got the Quebec government that is slashing funding for French language courses, and that means that these new arrivals who want to learn French, who are eager to learn French, just like I was when I was 20 years old and moved to Quebec. You know, with my accent, obviously, you can tell that I'm not a born Francophone. I didn't start learning French until I was 24 in Chicoutimi. And for me, it was ideal and something that was very, very important to learn the French language, just as it is for many millions of Anglophones across the country. And I should say, Madam Speaker, in my neighborhood in New Westminster, parents line up. There are long wait lines to get their kids into French immersion because it's that important to them. And that is something that Quebecers might not realize, but it's very true, and it's important because the more people in this country who speak French, well, And the more people consume cultural products from Quebec and New Brunswick, it just means that the French language is better, more deeply rooted in our country, and the vitality of the French language is enhanced. Now, in this article from Radio-Canada, it refers to a young couple in their 30s who fled Colombia to seek asylum in Canada early in the year. They settled in Quebec and they tried to follow French language courses that were given in a training center for adults. But COVID-19 everything ground to a halt. They tried again to apply for these courses. But unfortunately, Madam Speaker, there were these new rules established by the Department of Education of Quebec, which means that there are documents that they really cannot access, and yet they need those documents to be able to study French. So the Quebec government says, well, we want more people who speak French, but it's like they're putting roadblocks in the way of these people who do want to learn French. So with all these delays, all these roadblocks, it simply means that this young couple won't be able to have access to French courses, and that will have considerable consequences. So, Madam Speaker, for us it's clear, instead of punishing immigrants, instead of dividing them, what is important is to provide those French language courses for newcomers so that they can learn the way I learned when I came to Quebec. This bill does not contain an approach that ensures that all refugee claimants and immigrants who want to follow French language courses can do so. And that's really unfortunate, Madam Speaker, because that would be the best approach to take. And we in the NDP want to promote these immigrants' rights to learn French and to have access to these courses. Thank you very much.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. Madam Speaker, for the first time since the Official Languages Act was passed 50 years ago, in the throne speech, the federal government finally admitted that the situation of the French language is specific and that Quebec is part of this minority of 8 million francophones who are swimming in a sea of 36 million anglophones, and the federal government pledged to reinforce the Official Languages Act to protect and promote the French language in Quebec.
We have to remember that prior to the Official Languages Act, the British North America Act established official bilingualism for the federal government, which was largely deficient, and official bilingualism only for Quebec, to favor English. It left all provinces that are now predominantly English-speaking to implement openly assimilationist and ethnocidal policies. Now, I'm sure that many members of this House are not familiar with that part of the story. For example, in a previous life, I had a debate with the editor of The Suburban on the West Island newspaper where I lived. And when we talked about these laws banning French, even for francophones, he said it wasn't true. But it's very clear. These are laws we're talking about. So, for example, in Ontario, the teaching of French was banned in early 1880, and then in 1885, it was banned again in 1912 by the famous Regulation 17, and it wasn't until 1968, in fact, that Franco-Ontarians succeeded in obtaining the right to attend French high schools. So, back in my day, that was the situation, and legislation was adopted in Manitoba, for example, in 1890, making English the only official language of law and justice. Language instruction in French was banned. When Alberta and Saskatchewan became provinces, they repealed Section 110 of the Northwest Territories Act, which officially recognized the use of English and French in Parliament and in the courts. So despite these best efforts, Francophone communities were anglicized. Now, the last time that Statistics Canada did the calculations, it showed some 75% anglicization, and it's undoubtedly higher today. In the 70s, there was an awakening and mobilization with the Estates General of French Canada. There was a rise of the independence movement in Quebec, and it was in the wake of these events that the Laurendeau-Dunton Commission was established. The commission made a damning statement of the situation of the French language and on the economic discrimination that Francophones suffered in Canada and in Quebec. For example, out of 14 linguistic groups in Quebec, the average pay for Francophones ranked 12th. Now, said there's been a great deal of progress made since then, but there's still a considerable gap that exists. The commissioners could consider different models of language planning, including those based on the principle of territoriality and collective rights, which are recognized as for the only models that can successfully protect minority languages. In countries where there are several national languages and assimilation, which use this type of language planning where there's no assimilation, you can see that this doesn't happen. Assimilation doesn't happen in Belgium or Switzerland, for example. The common language survived in Belgium. They are very efficient at learning second languages. So the idea behind that very model is that where there's a critical mass of speakers of a given language, the official language of the territory is identified and the language of government services in the territory is the same. The Commission considered that or felt that Canadians wouldn't accept that and proposed a mixed model with bilingual territories. And the model that was chosen by Pierre Elliott Trudeau and the Liberal government of the day was one of institutional bilingualism based on the principle of, or a principle that showed or led to assimilation of minority languages. Now, throughout the world, where institutional bilingualism is put in place, assimilation of minority languages is occurring, and that's what we've seen. That's what we see each time a census is done. English increases every time there's a census. So the Official Languages Act of 1969 was designed to ensure services in French in federal institutions where numbers warrant in provinces other than Quebec. And in Quebec, of course, it was designed to ensure there were services in French in federal institutions, but above all to provide services in English everywhere, as if there weren't enough of them. Bill 101 in 1977 is based on the principle of collective and territorial rights. To ensure the future of French in Quebec, we must be able to francisize and integrate newcomers. French must not only be the language used by Francophones, but it must be used as the common language by all Quebecers. Whether English people speak English to each other or Italians speak Italian to each other is fine. It's normal. But when people of different languages come together, then French needs to be the collective language because it's the cement of Quebec society, and that is the objective of Bill 101. But the Official Languages Act promotes the opposite in Quebec. Newcomers are told, as are Quebecers, that there isn't one, but there are two official languages. You can use the official language of your choice. And for newcomers, who I'm not to blaming in any way, it's normal when you go to a new country, you settle somewhere. People tend to align with the majority. The majority of Canada is Anglophone, and Quebec still is still a member of Canada, so that means English. And because the Official Languages Act doesn't acknowledge that English Canada is a majority language, it considers Anglophones as a minority, like Francophone minorities outside Quebec. Even the UN stated that Anglophones in Quebec are not part of a minority, they're part of the majority. It's as if they considered Quebec independent and the federal government was not elected by the English Canadian minority and did not intervene in Quebec. The Constitution was imposed by Ottawa against the will of Quebec, and the judges it appoints in Quebec have continued to dismantle Bill 101 under this illegitimate Constitution. So for Quebec, all of the money for the Official Languages program is used to defend and promote English. $80 million per year, approximately. The federal government funds English-speaking lobby groups, organizations and institutions that are already overfunded by the Quebec government. Now, all measures for English in Quebec have worked, and the decline is such that Quebec has its back against the wall and is mobilizing again. The federal government finds it difficult to deny the decline. So if the federal government wants to help, it needs to stop undermining French in the province. The member for Saint-Laurent reflects the views of the Community Network Group, which has stated that Bill 101 is a violation of civil rights and the French is fine. So if a small measure like knowledge of French for citizenship in Quebec is rejected by the government representing the English minority in Canada, Quebecers will have to understand that we can't continue along these lines, and that once again they're seeing that the only solution for the future of Quebec is independence.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Nepean will have only a couple of minutes to start his speech.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in my opinion, this bill is short-sighted. Any language, culture, or heritage can prosper, grow, progress only through promotion and not through imposition. In my riding of Nepean, Madam Speaker, there are 120 languages spoken. We have Francophones, very small number of them in my riding, from Cameroon, from Burundi, from Haiti, very small number. Though there are 120 languages being spoken in my riding, Madam Speaker, the number of French schools is increasing. The French schools' capacity is so big that the capacity is exceeding, the demand is exceeding the capacity over there, Madam Speaker. It is not because that the French is imposed there, but it is because of the promotion of the federal government promoting the both official languages. Madam Speaker, most of the parents of these children who go to these French-speaking schools, they don't speak French, Madam Speaker. Like many newcomers to Canada, many new Canadians are multilingual, but they are not very well versed in both official languages. But they have the desire that their children learn both English and French. And that is a fact of life here, Madam Speaker. Ottawa, the capital, there's no regulation, there's no legislation that mandates that it be bilingual. However, because Canada has both English and French as official languages, Madam Speaker, we do promote both languages in Ottawa, and I'll continue tomorrow. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. Alors, à ce moment-ci, conformément à l'article 30.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
The honourable member for Fredericton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm raising an issue today in our adjournment proceedings that I originally raised on November 2nd during question period. I am thankful for the opportunity to address something I know Canadians take great pride in, the fact that we are terre d'accueil and that immigration is a Canadian tradition. Let's not forget that most of us are immigrants on this land and that through the years, multiculturalism has become one of our shared values as a nation. It contributes directly to the enrichment and growth of our communities from coast to coast to coast. Throughout all of human history, people have been on the move. Many migrate out of necessity to escape persecution or devastation. Others migrate out of choice in search of economic opportunities in the hope of a better future for them and their families. Last month, the minister announced the ambitious immigration levels plan for 2021-2023, envisioning the highest levels of immigration in Canada's history. This plan focuses on welcoming the majority of immigrants under economic class programs. Of course, the emphasis on economic migration is nothing new. Economic growth, demographic considerations, and labor market needs have defined Canada's immigration policies for many decades now. But is this approach working? The intense focus on economic class immigration pathways implicitly ignores and undervalues the economic contribution made by newcomers to Canada from other immigration classes and ignores the many other ways these individuals bring value to our communities. Canadians take pride in our hospitality and support immigration for its positive economic benefits and for the benefits of multiculturalism. Newcomers make numerous cultural, social, and interpersonal contributions in addition to or in lieu of economic ones. I asked the minister if he felt that a 4.4% target for Francophone immigration outside Quebec was adequate to have an impact on the vitality of official languages, because I suspect that it is not. When we talk about the vitality of something other than the economy when it comes to immigration, why do we always make such insignificant commitments? During the last months, as our borders were closed for the first time in generations, we were forced to realize how dependent we are on the contributions of newcomers to Canada from all around the world to make our communities work. Essential workers became a household term, referring largely to the marginalized, underpaid caregiving and food production workers. Immigrants and newcomers are at the core of these sectors, and they face many hardships and barriers. Temporary migrant workers, essential to maintain our food security, lack services, legal protections, and easy pathways to immigration. The immigrant women who work in the long-term care sector put their own health at risk to provide care to elders while waiting interminably for their immigration applications to be processed. As months go by, more and more of them are living on implied status, waiting for a work visa renewal, exempting them from receiving provincial Medicare coverage in a pandemic. The nurses in my home province who were deliberately recruited for their skills and are still not able to have their expertise recognized. We promised them a bright future only to abandon them once they were here to face underemployment or unemployment. Madam Speaker, today I want to ask the Parliamentary Secretary, do we care whether or not a newcomer will be able to contribute to our society at a human level? Do we care if they will have the community support necessary to ensure their personal success and well-being? Are we trading our humanity in the name of economic growth? Thank you.
Before I go on, I just want to remind members if they want to have conversations, they should leave the chamber because there are proceedings happening right now and it does interfere in the translation and in the honourable member's ability to be able to proceed correctly. So the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration, Refugee and Citizenship.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And allow me to answer the question for the Honourable Member for Fredericton. As honourable members may know, November 1st to 7th, 2020 marked National Francophone Immigration Week, an opportunity to recognize the contributions of Francophone newcomers and to highlight the vitality of Francophone communities outside Quebec. The government strongly believes that all newcomers, including Francophone immigrants, contribute to Canada's vitality. Therefore, we must create welcoming and inclusive communities for Francophone newcomers and provide them with timely and appropriate support to integrate and connect with these communities. To demonstrate the government's commitment to attracting Francophone newcomers to Canada, on October 27th, I announced that Francophone and bilingual applicants would receive additional points under the Immigration, Refugee and Citizenship Canada's Express Entry Program. the online system for managing applications of skilled workers who want to become permanent residents. Express entry applications receive points for various factors, and this change will increase the number of points awarded from 15 to 25 for Francophone applicants and from 30 to 50 for bilingual applicants. We expect the additional points in the Express Entry program for Francophone and bilingual applicants will increase admissions of Francophones. I'm confident that this will help the Government of Canada meet its goal of reaching a target of 4.4% of Francophones from outside Quebec by 2023. The progress towards this goal will also depend on travel restrictions in the context of the pandemic. But I think that this is something we can do in the future to increase the admission of Francophones and to support Francophone minority communities. And I'm not alone in thinking that this is a tangible way to achieve that. Last Friday, when we announced our 2021-2023 immigration levels plan, the FCFA described our initiative as a tangible initiative for Francophone immigration. I would also like to quote the president of the organization, who following this announcement also said, "What is clear is that we have a minister who takes Francophone immigration seriously and who is taking concrete action." This change complements other Immigration, Refugee and Citizenship Canada and Government of Canada initiatives and priorities aimed at promoting inclusion and strengthening the diversity of communities across the country. For example, as part of the Action Plan for Official Languages, the department is investing more than $40 million over 5 years to support the consolidation of Francophone integration pathway and development of horizontal policies. This is part of the Francophone immigration strategy, which includes initiatives to increase Francophone immigration, to support the integration and retention of Francophone newcomers, and strengthen Francophone communities. In parallel with the initiatives taken at Immigration, Refugee, Citizenship Canada to respond to the pandemic, some organizations providing reception and integration services in Canada have adjusted their focus to adapt to their services to the realities of COVID. For example, the Employability and Economic Development Network of Canada, in conjunction with the department, will organize a virtual fair in December to inform employers about recruiting Francophone immigrants and how they contribute to business development. I'm proud of the steps Canada has continued to take to attract Francophone immigrants, and despite the pandemic, I remain convinced that Francophone minority communities in Canada will continue to attract and welcome Francophone newcomers and to help them integrate. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The honourable member for Fredericton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Canada's preoccupation with the pursuit of economic growth is happening at the expense of the well-being of newcomers and their families, and of the vitality of our communities. Immigrant serving agencies across New Brunswick are currently working with over 1,800 immigrants who are either under or unemployed as a result of the pandemic. However, they lack the necessary resources and personnel to support these individuals to resume employment and regain the security that we all need to feel at home. New Brunswick also has a retention problem. Newcomers arrive through the Atlantic Immigration Pilot Project to do their time, and then they head to larger cities where they can connect with people from their home countries. We are wasting an opportunity to help them create a sense of home in New Brunswick. All communities are built on the interweaving of the lives of their residents. If those people are healthy, happy, and connected, the community will thrive. When we measure people exclusively in dollars and cents, we are not seeing them for the full value they can provide, and we are not setting them up for personal success. What if instead of spinning our wheels on economic immigration, we enabled the newcomers already in Canada to bring their families here more easily? What if we made progress recognizing the foreign credentials of their spouses? What if we streamlined our processes so that it didn't take them years to become recognized as a permanent resident with the security that that provides? If we gave them those tools, perhaps we'd have greater success in retaining them. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The government believes all newcomers, including Francophone immigrants, contribute to Canada's vitality. To attract Francophone newcomers on October 27th, the Minister announced that Francophone and bilingual applicants would receive additional points under the IRCC Express Entry program. This change will increase the number of points awarded from 15 to 25 for Francophone applicants and from 30 to 50 for bilingual applicants. This change will help the government reach a target of 4.4% of admissions of Francophones outside Quebec by 2023, and it complements other initiatives aimed at promoting Francophone immigration outside Quebec and strengthening the diversity of communities across the country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Nanaimo Ladysmith. The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Since being elected to this House a year and a half ago, I've repeatedly asked the Transport Minister and Transport Canada to address the pollution, noise, and environmental damage caused by the interim protocol freighter anchorages in the Southern Gulf Islands. The Minister knows what the problem is. I want to talk about solutions to solve the inefficiencies at the Port of Vancouver. Container shipments from that port are highly efficient. Bulk freighters should be as well. There are busy ports in other countries where this problem is non-existent. For years, the Port of Newcastle in Australia had the same problem. In 2007, on some days, there were reports of as many as 70 freighters anchored outside their port waiting to load. In June of that year, a ship dragged anchor and ran aground on a popular beach. The public outcry following that incident led to a review of the situation, and the Port of Newcastle no longer has a freighter anchorage problem. They implemented a vessel arrival system. Ships must contact the port 14 days before they arrive. They can be instructed to slow down in order to match their arrival to their loading time at the port. The Port of Newcastle went from ships being at anchor for an average of 11 days to 64% of ships not anchoring at all. The remaining 36% averaged just 3 days at anchor. Rotterdam, the biggest port in Europe, does not have an anchorage problem. They have a just-in-time system. Ships are contracted in advance and instructed to travel at slower speeds to arrive when there is space for them to enter port. Slower transit times not only reduce greenhouse gas emissions because the ships burn less bunker fuel, it also lowers pollution near the port and populated areas. Currently, the Port of Vancouver does not mandate contact from ships until they are 2 days away from the port. By that time, it is too late to change their arrival time. Once a ship with a contract to load goods arrives in Canadian waters, anchorages must be provided. One piece of the freighter traffic problem is the increase in shipments of U.S. thermal coal through the Port of Vancouver. Washington, Oregon, and California refuse to expand their coal ports, so U.S. coal companies are shipping through Canada. This needs to end. Thermal coal is burned to produce electricity. Here in Canada, we are shutting down coal-fired power plants. We recognize they have no place in our energy future. If the government is serious about climate action, it should ban the export of both Canadian and U.S. thermal coal. Canadian grain shipments from the Port of Vancouver have grown by 6% per year. Inefficiencies in the grain supply and the inability to load grain in rainy weather are resulting in ships sitting at anchor for extended periods. It should interest many members of this House that costs associated with these delays at the Port of Vancouver are partially passed on to Canadian grain farmers. Farmers pay for these inefficiencies through the shipping component of their contracts, which is subtracted from the price of their grain. I hope this will motivate cross-party and cross-country collaboration to lobby the government to mandate improvements at the Port of Vancouver. The creation of good regulations and policy will drive innovation as it has in Australia and Europe. There is no legitimate reason why the Port of Vancouver should be so far behind in efficient management of its bulk shipping. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. And first, I'd like to apologize. It is bedtime here for my two toddlers, and if there's some crying in the distance, I do apologize. But I'd like to thank the honourable member from Nanaimo Ladysmith for his question and the opportunity to further discuss this issue. As a trading nation, the marine transportation system is key to Canada's continued economic and social well-being, and anchorages are an integral part of safe navigation. Transport Canada recognizes that anchorages anchorage usage at the Port of Vancouver, Canada's largest port, and in the southern Gulf Islands has been steadily increasing over the past decade. The general trend in anchoring time in southern British Columbia has been increasing by about 4% each year since 2011. This is largely due to trade growth through Canada's Asia-Pacific Gateway and record export volumes in Canadian natural resources. With this steady growth in vessel activity, there's been a rise in concerns and frustrations from Indigenous groups and coastal communities in the region. Transport Canada has heard concerns with noise and lights from vessels at anchor, as well as broader socio-environmental concerns and implications for Indigenous fish harvesting and cultural activities. Transport Canada is aware that the incidents cited by the Honourable Member involving freighters dragging anchor are very real examples that demonstrate the need for action and greater efficiencies in the marine transportation system. This is why Transport Canada is examining the anchorage issue under the Oceans Protection Plan. This is a complex issue. As part of the ongoing work, Transport Canada has conducted analysis on anchorage congestion and usage, and the results clearly indicate multiple factors are contributing to the dynamic that we observe in southern British Columbia. These factors include supply chain disruptions, weather, operations, as well as the growing demand in Asia that I cited earlier, which has led to an increase in exports of commodities from the Vancouver Fraser Port Authority. Factors such as these can have cascading effects on supply chain performance, which lead to coordination challenges, ultimately resulting in vessel congestion and increased anchorage use and transits. Under the Ocean Protections Plan, Canada is taking a multi-pronged approach aimed at mitigating the impacts of vessels at anchor. It is doing so by exploring the ways to reduce anchorage use and transit by commercial vessels, as well as change in behavior of vessels while they are at anchor. Supporting active traffic management measures to promote gateway fluidity, including collaborative supply chain visibility efforts, and taking Indigenous and socio-environmental considerations into account with a view at reducing the impacts of anchorages on local communities. As Transport Canada works to develop solutions to anchorage management in the southern Gulf Islands, a range of information from Indigenous and local communities, industry, and supply chain actors is being considered carefully. In addition, Transport Canada is examining the legal, operational, and commercial considerations that have bearing on anchorage practices and management. At present, Transport Canada's goal is to not only address anchorage congestion, but also look towards new effective efficiencies to promote greater fluidity while maintaining navigational safety. As work continues on this complex issue, concrete actions are being taken today to address this situation. Examples include the interim protocol that serves to promote a more balanced approach to anchorage in the southern Gulf Islands, as well as joint efforts with the Vancouver Fraser Port Authority under the Supply Chain Visibility Project. This project is working to improve the efficiency of the multimodal transportation network, enhance transportation infrastructure safety, and improve and optimize the connectivity of intermodal efficiencies. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his response. But the Oceans Protection Plan National Anchorage Strategy has been in place for 3 years, and the problem has only gotten worse. Environmental and cost considerations should be enough motivation to fix this situation. It is not acceptable to wait for another collision, the beaching of a vessel, or a fuel spill to take action. The solutions exist and will improve environmental conditions, reduce disruptions to communities, and lower greenhouse gas emissions. Implementing solutions will also result in more money in the pockets of prairie grain farmers. It's time for Transport Canada to mandate efficiencies at the Port of Vancouver. Strong regulations that ensure peak coordination between exporters and shipping companies are the solution required to address the root causes of the freighter anchorage problem in the southern Gulf Islands. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Canada's strong marine safety system has improved significantly over the last 25 years and continues to improve through the Ocean Protections Plan. We are committed to the continuous improvement of this system. To respond to community concerns about anchorages, an interim protocol on the use of the southern British Columbia anchorage was introduced in 2018. The protocol puts in place measures to reduce the impacts of large vessels at anchor outside port authorities and remains in effect. Thanks to this work, residents can now contact the Vancouver Fraser Port Authority Operations Center when they have concerns about noise, lights from vessels at anchor, and provide details by completing an online form. Transport Canada officials continue to work closely with the port on this matter to help ensure concerns are addressed. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.